Mm, Working good. All right, just setting up the stream, everyone. Give us a moment. Yeah. Okay. All right, we are live again. This is James on behalf of the Pro-Extinction Movement, representing the movement which is working to carry out the total extinction of all life in order to prevent suffering and bad lives. So it's a new idea, which people are going to have to get to grips with. The fact that total extinction is actually the only right thing to do and is completely urgent and necessary for the tragedies that the victims of life are going through. And they're actually going through the worst nightmares possible just so that other people can have some sort of vaguely good lives at their expense. So it means that actually what life existing means is that we are torturing the worst off so that we can have fun, basically. So this means that essentially we are living in a world where there is no point to life existing. It's actually a bad thing. All it does is trap the innocent children and animals and people in the world into lives of pure hell and extreme suffering. Now, the situation is effectively that we are all in a terrible world, a terrible situation where we are going to we will suffer terribly ourselves, and everybody around us is also suffering terribly. Only the very lucky ones are somehow okay at the moment, but even those who suffer terribly also don't complain about it as much as they could do, because even those who are trapped in lives of pure hell, most of whom are animals, so they can't exactly complain about it. But even the humans that are suffering through terrible lives have effectively evolved to not care about it or to not understand that it's wrong. So even if you're suffering through a life of pure hell, let's say a child being abused and then murdered, they won't understand that life shouldn't actually exist. This is wrong. So instead, they'll want things to get better. They'll want to survive. They'll want to escape, find a way out of the terrible situation and a way to safety. But that doesn't actually happen, right? Only the lucky ones escape. The unlucky ones end up suffering and then dying horribly. And so their will to live is actually irrational. What causes suffering to them and others, like especially when they reproduce, thinking that life is a good thing. And so life has actually evolved to be incapable of questioning whether or not life should exist, whether or not it's a good thing. Meaning that you are born, whether you're an animal or a person, with essentially an inbuilt mentality which supports life existing, which thinks that life existing is a good thing, so that you will not have to think about it and you can just go out into the world and live and survive and reproduce like an animal, basically. And that's how life works. It effectively has to be irrationally accepting of life existing so that it can survive and so that it can reproduce. But the important thing is that it's not capable of questioning this. And so that's where things get weird. Because by making it so that life is incapable of questioning whether or not life is a good thing, it made it so that it had to survive and reproduce because it was unable to think anything else effectively. So no matter how bad life got for these animals or for people, and no matter how much better off they would have been not existing, most of these individuals, not all of them, but most of them will still want to exist and want to, keep going and just keep thinking that life existing is a good thing. So no matter how bad life gets, they will still be forced to believe that life is a good thing, no matter what, basically. And so this means that no matter how bad it gets, no matter how much suffering there is, no matter how extreme the terrible lives are going on around us, it means that people will never be able to actually understand that it is bad, that it's unacceptable, that it is effectively extreme torture on innocent children and animals so that the lucky ones can benefit. right? That it is terrible. So the idea that life can be a bad thing is something that people are not capable of understanding. Because if they were capable, then they wouldn't survive and reproduce like animals, like they are doing, right? And so that's how evolution works. Reproduction has to happen. Otherwise, the species will go extinct, or it will start to decline in population. And so it's not that reproducing is a good thing, it's that there are resources to reproduce. So whatever will reproduce will be able to, because it can eat, it can survive, it can find resources and do it. It can find enough resources to make a clone of itself, basically. And so only the ones that evolved to be irrationally approving of life, no matter how bad it gets, right? Oh, we're on fire. Well, life is still great, basically. Most of my children just got eaten alive. Well, life is still great, basically. Okay, so for animals, etc. And so, yeah, they are incapable of understanding that life can be a bad thing, effectively, which means that they have zero consideration for when they have children, and if they end up in a bad life or being eaten alive, depression, etc., disability. So they have zero sort of consideration for any of the times that life can go wrong and be a bad thing, even though that is actually the majority of the time. Life is a terrible thing. So even when humans are suffering through lives of boredom and work and, misery and depression, they'll just keep going. So effectively, what nature and evolution have done is to program individuals to if you have a blank slate, right, and let's say it will just do nothing until you program it. Well, or actually, if it's rational, it will seek safety above all for itself and for others, right? So extinction. But you can program it to irrationally be obsessed with surviving and reproducing, and to approve of it at all costs, and to be incapable of questioning it, to be incapable of condemning life or questioning if it should exist. And so that incredibly powerful grip on the psychology, where you have to approve of life, and it's actually not even possible, like it's technically impossible for you to even question that. So it's not that life is a good thing, it's that it is a bad thing, but they've been made so that they cannot understand that it's bad, and they will never be able to understand it, and they cannot even question it. They refuse to think about it. They don't like thinking about it. Their brains will resist them thinking about it, right? No, it will be like, shut up, you don't need to think about this, life is good, now get back onto whatever you were doing, stop thinking about extinction. Life is good, yeah, you don't need to think about it. Remember, life is good, having kids is good, that's all you need to know, now crack on. So that's what the brain will effectively do, and because it's like an animalistic operating system, which the brain has. And its priorities are survival and reproduction. It cannot question that. So it has to survive and reproduce, and it also has to defend and excuse survival and reproduction. So it's been programmed to support something bad and to think it's good, and to essentially have to come up with random excuses and just irrational arguments in order to defend it when it has to. But the system works best when it doesn't have to defend it, when it's not being questioned, when it's not being scrutinized. And so people will go along with that, and they will say, oh, I don't want to think about that, that's depressing, or oh, I don't want to talk about this. And instead they'll just focus on things that bring them pleasure, like being with their family and playing games and stuff like that, and eating food. So that they don't want to think about these questions. They don't want to consider if life should exist or not, and they're also not capable of doing it. And so when you force them to, and you essentially ask them to defend life existing and to argue against extinction, they have no choice but to be irrational, because the motivation and acceptance and approval of survival and reproduction and life existing, it's something they cannot question. They're not able. They are physiologically incapable of questioning it, meaning that their brain has evolved in a way where it supports it by default, and it is incapable of questioning it. So that's what we're dealing with, right? We are dealing with a situation where if this wasn't the case and there wasn't effectively unbreakable irrationality in the human brain, then we would be able to just explain that extinction is the right thing, and everybody would agree and begin helping. So that would be what would happen if everybody was capable of being rational, but they are not. And so that's why we are stuck with all of this division, confusion, suffering, chaos. It's because people are not capable of agreeing on the right thing. They're not capable of being rational. They're not capable of agreeing or communicating well. It's like the Tower of Babel almost, where they speak different languages. They're in different countries. They have different cultures, different laws. And so it's complete division and guarantees, gaps in the system, guarantees a terrible system, effectively. Anyway, so guys, as usual, I am on the Discord. The link is above my head. And feel free to join in. I'm going to be sat in one of the voice channels, waiting for anybody to come in and have a chat, ask any questions, or debate with me if you'd like. This is live on air, so we'll join you straight into the stream and answer your questions, have a conversation. Don't be shy, and it's very easy to join the Discord. You literally just type in this link on your website browser, like Chrome, Safari, Firefox, Internet Explorer, and we'll be able to get you on. So if you disagree with extinction, like most people do, then you probably think that extinction would be violent. And well, what most people say actually is that, oh yeah, extinction to end all suffering. Yeah, that's what the victims really need, isn't it? Just kill them. Yeah, that's a really smart idea, isn't it? So that's what people will say all the time, basically. Yeah, help the victims of suffering, just kill them. Wow, you're so smart. You're so stupid, really. So that's what they'll think. They'll think, wow, a solution to suffering, and you're suggesting violence. Well, you must be unintelligent then. But that's as far as their thinking will go, effectively. So they're not able to consider the reason why extinction would actually be correct, why it would be the right thing. They're not able to consider that part of the thought process. And so what this ends up, resulting in is people being very irrational. And when they argue against extinction, it will be by default extremely irrational because they are not capable of rationally considering the whole picture, meaning that all of the reasons for why extinction is valid and will actually help the victims and is the right thing to do, they're not capable of understanding these reasons or thinking about them or processing them. In fact, all of the necessary part of that thought process to think about it properly is completely denied to them. And so, again, all of the good reasons for extinction, they are unable to even consider them, even at all, even slightly. And so part of the process to help force them to not be able to consider the good parts and the valid reasons for extinction will result in an arrogant dismissal, like, yeah, you just want to cause more harm, don't you, bro? So they're coming across a rational, good idea, but they're not able to consider the good parts of the idea. They're only able to consider some, a part of it that might seem bad at first glance, effectively, or that might make sense as a criticism if you are ignoring all of the good parts of why extinction would be a good thing. So yeah, if you ignore literally all of the reasons for why extinction would be good, then it might make sense in your head to say, oh, that's going to cause loads of harm, though. That's going to cause lots of suffering. It's like, well, yeah, but don't you think it's worth it? And they're not able to consider that part of the process, basically. And so yeah, we live in a world where people cannot listen to reason, cannot be rational. It's because they have specifically evolved to be incapable of being rational. And this means that effectively we are in a world where you cannot explain to people what the right thing is to do, because their brains are actually incapable of understanding certain ideas. And especially when it comes to doing the right thing and prevention of harm and victimization. So the irrationality that humans have is causing the biggest problem, even hypothetically possible, which is uncontrolled extreme suffering going on all around us without mitigation, and with everybody wanting it to continue at full throttle, if not to expand the suffering. Again, most people would probably double the forests on the planet if given a button that would do it, which would double the suffering on the planet. So most people would do that without hesitation. They would say, yeah, double the suffering, double the life, do it. No hesitation, because they are only able to consider the good parts of life existing. So they're like, more life. Well, that must be a good thing then, right? They're not able to consider the downsides. And again, for wild animals, over 99% of them get eaten alive as babies. So when you would double those forests, you're condemning 99% of life born there to be eaten alive as a baby, or worse, basically. Right? And again, would you want 99% of human babies to be eaten alive? Would you be like, oh yeah, that's fine? No. And animals don't like being eaten alive either, believe it or not. And yet this is very, very difficult for people to understand, which is obviously, only explainable by irrationality. That people genuinely struggle to understand that wild animals don't like being eaten alive. Now, people can come to that conclusion very easily, right? And so, if someone said, hey, Bob, do you think wild animals suffer when they get eaten alive, when they're being ripped apart by a lion? Bob is probably going to say, yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure it's a grisly, horrible way to go. But then if you ask Bob, do you think we should do extinction to prevent animal suffering? Bob will probably go, well, how do you know they suffer? You can't prove they suffer. Animals might not suffer. It might only be humans that suffer. So you can't even prove that animals suffer, buddy. So what are you talking about? And so this is a real thing where you can think about something rationally for one reason, and then for another reason, you will not be able to think about that thing rationally. And this is actually a real thing. It's a bit like when you struggle to remember something. It's because oftentimes you're caught up thinking about other things, and then it's like there's no room, no memory left over to get that other memory as well. And so rationality can be like that sometimes, except it's going to be determined by, is it going against survival and reproduction? And so again, extinction, the ideology, is effective. So it is correct, right? It is objectively the right thing to do, basically. So, but people will not be able to understand this. All right, let's see. Do we have any questions in the chat? And again, I'm still waiting for anybody who would like to join the Discord and have a debate, conversation, ask any questions. A rational idea would be to work towards ways and technologies to ease the suffering. No, that would be actually an irrational idea. Reducing suffering is specifically irrational. So people always say, extinction, that's irrational. Reducing suffering is rational. But that's completely nonsense, right? That would be like saying, end slavery? That's irrational. We should only ever reduce slavery. And if anybody ever suggests ending slavery, then that's irrational. We should keep slavery forever, but just keep reducing it. So that's completely insane. It's also like child abuse, right? Should we end child abuse or reduce it? Now, unfortunately, most people will say we shouldn't end it, we should just reduce it, right? So even when it comes to child abuse, people think that, yeah, children should be abused so that we can have fun, right? Children should be abused, animals should be abused so that others can benefit. meaning that, yeah, it's like it is a meat grinder, and most people are happy to just throw children into it. Like, oh, yeah, I've got a little girl here. Let's just throw her into the torture chamber. Yeah, there's another one. Oh, little boy here as well. Let's just throw him into the torture chamber. Yeah, I can hear him screaming in pain and dying horribly. Yeah, that's what we need for life to exist, and it's worth it for the good lives, right? Oh yeah, look, we've got a little animal here. Let's throw it into the torture chamber. So it's like an engine, right? Life, the engine for life is extreme suffering and bad lives, right? The engine which produces all of the good stuff in the world which you're enjoying, all of the good lives and happiness, the engine specifically fueling all of that good stuff and your happy life is victims going through extreme torture and the worst lives of misery and horrific pain and suffering possible, right? The worst torture, the worst exploitation, not some like, oh, it's not that bad. No, it is way worse than that. It's the worst stuff going on in the world, the worst suffering, the worst lives going on right now, the worst child abuse. People are happy to just say, yeah, my happiness is worth the worst child abuse ever, right? I support the worst child abuse ever, and I will specifically defend it and allow it and make sure it happens so that I can be happy, right? That's the situation, right? That outrageous, crazy statement I just made is exactly what people are supporting. It's exactly what their position is, right? One that says, yeah, we will continue to force children to be abused so that we can be happy. We will continue to force life into unsafe conditions where bad lives and extreme suffering is guaranteed so that we can be happy at their expense. So it's pure evil, basically. Life is effectively evil. So the solution is to grow the pro-extinction movement, find rational and empathetic people who will agree to help us end all suffering, to liberate the victims of life from their misery and their torture, which is being forced onto them just so that some selfish people can have fun at their expense. Children are being abused, animals are being tortured, people are living through lives of pure hell, pure pain, disability, extreme suffering, just so that you can have fun. Now, most people are happy with that dynamic and say, yeah, I would absolutely have children abused so that I can have fun. But the pro-extinction movement is different. We are people who understand that our life is not as important or valuable as prevention of extreme suffering for the victims of life in the world. So our life, we don't need it, whereas the victims of extreme suffering do need to not be forced into extreme suffering and terrible lives. So life doesn't need to exist, whereas safety from suffering does need to exist. So when you have an environment like the universe, where it does just force life to exist through abiogenesis, and it does force it to suffer through evolution and survival of the fittest and diseases and all of that stuff, the only right thing to do is to sterilize that environment, right? If you have an environment which is just forcing life into extreme suffering and terrible lives, then the only right thing is to not say, well, I got lucky, so let them suffer. It's to sterilize the environment, to make it safe, right? In the same way that if you found something in your house which is causing child abuse, you should say, oh, yeah, we should get rid of this, right? Not, oh, yeah, let's enjoy that. No, so we have to put the victims of life first instead of the lucky ones first, which is the current system. So, I mean, look at wild animals. We put the lucky ones first no matter what, meaning any amount of harm and victimization is just by default completely, perfectly justified and unquestionably so. So no matter how much harm there is, no matter how few lucky ones there are, and how many unlucky ones there are, it's always perfectly acceptable. It's by default justified and normal and a good thing. So it's completely insane. And yeah, again, so people are unable to question if life existing is a good thing. And so they have to approve it as a good thing no matter what. And again, you can push this to its extreme, stress test it, and you will see that, yeah, people will support life existing, even if there's only one happy person and everybody else is screaming in pain, begging for death. They would say, no, extinction would still be wrong. And that is true. Most people would actually do that. They would say, well, maybe the situation will change. Maybe people will start to be happy again. Maybe 1,000 years from now, it will be completely different and we'll have sorted all of that out. So yeah, the entire world screaming in pain, begging for death, they should suffer forever if that's what it takes, so that eventually we can have at least one happy person. Yeah, the entire world should be tortured for all of eternity, just in case it ever produces happiness. That is the mentality that we have right now, and it's literally one that puts the victims last, always, right? It's one that will always guarantee victims and always put the lucky ones first, the ones that don't need help, the ones that don't need attention, the ones that just want to live, even if it's at the expense of others suffering terribly. And so, yeah, this is an evolutionary thing, which is, again, the inability to question if life existing is a good thing or not. And so this guarantees extreme suffering, dystopia. It guarantees selfishness, greed, violence, sexism, racism, aggression, division. It guarantees misery, right? And yeah, it guarantees that the selfish ones will rule over and reign over, you know, a kingdom of suffering, basically, in the same way that people will own slaves, right? So the inability to empathize with suffering is why humans had slaves. It's why humans exploit animals. All of the evil things that humans do, and all of the lack of good things that humans do, like they're not doing activism to make the world a better place, they're just being selfish and exploiting animals and each other. Right, most people are just living completely selfish lives right now. Let's be serious. Nobody's actually doing much activism, like barely anybody. So yeah, humanity will always be evil, effectively, and is incapable of becoming good. So that is the situation that we're dealing with, where a few people, like myself, have a genetic mutation which allows us to be good people and to be rational people. Okay, and to question if extreme suffering is something that we should allow or not. And so yeah, we are in that situation where the only hope for the world and for the victims of suffering is the pro-extinction movement, right? People that understand that suffering is a bad thing instead of a good thing. So yeah, we are the only ones that are saying, yeah, these victims suffering should not have to suffer. Everyone else is saying, yeah, let them suffer. It's good. Yeah, torture them more. Let's film it as well, and then drink some alcohol while watching it. Yeah, that'll be fun. That's it. There's no ethics there at all. It is purely evil, basically. And while humans are effectively evil, they have kind of dressed up nicely and stuff like that to appear less evil, even though they're still doing completely evil stuff all the time. So we live in a world of completely evil people that cannot be made to be good. So even if you explain to them perfectly, they are still biologically incapable of being good people. So that's why the only real solution for the pro-extinction movement is to expand through reproduction and genetics. So we are already donating sperm. We've been doing that for years so that we can get more rational and empathetic genetics out into the population. If 1,000 people take that sperm, then some of them have got a pretty good chance, not all of them, of becoming rational and empathetic individuals who will be good people and agree to end all suffering. Okay? So we're doing that through donating sperm. We will be doing it through reproduction and having children. And we'll be sort of, organizing that essentially, because that will be the main pipeline for saving the world, effectively. Well, this is one of the options that will be going down. There are other solutions that we are working on as well, But this will be one of the main solutions for the world. It will be through genetics. So not so much explaining to people and convincing them, because people are incapable of understanding extinctionism and agreeing with it. They're incapable of agreeing that suffering shouldn't be allowed, that bad lives shouldn't be allowed. So again, we cannot convince people to understand the correct thing. And so our only solution is to firstly find more people with this genetic mutation that allow them to understand it and to agree and help end all suffering. And then, yeah, again, to produce more people with these genetics as well. So reproducing is going to be one thing. Donating sperm is going to be another way. Organizing, organized reproduction will be the next thing, where, right now that's not what we're doing. We are donating sperm and we are, planning all of this ahead. But right now we are not doing organized reproduction just yet, but we will be. And another thing that we'll be doing, which is potentially even bigger, is genetic science, basically, to effectively be able to reproduce the rationality genes, the empathy genes in humans reliably, so that instead of reproducing, we can potentially do genetic modification, which is something that people are already doing to their children, right? People have a baby, and there are some ways to genetically modify them, I think. I'm not sure. But even if there aren't, there will be in the future. And even if it's clone babies, right? Children that are grown in a lab, we could still be doing that as well. And finally, it would be nice to come up with a cure for irrationality for existing humans. But that's looking kind of difficult right now because their brain biology is quite different. So yeah, we would love to be able to, roll out a vaccine, roll out some medicine, an injection or something that would make people rational enough to do the right thing and to be good people. That's something that we will be looking into. So we're not ruling that out just yet, but I think that will be difficult because, yeah, I mean, reproducing ourselves and getting more genetically rational people is one thing. That's something we can do. But in terms of changing an existing person's brain structure, that might be quite difficult. It might not be possible. So there's a good chance that the existing irrational humans are just going to keep being irrational, and that we're just going to have to deal with them. And they're probably going to make trouble for us while we're trying to do extinction. But we're probably going to have to subjugate them, basically, because they're effectively like wild animals, right? They are irrational and violent, and will try and prevent you from doing intelligent and rational, correct things, and ethical things. So anyway, guys, I'm still just in the Discord as usual, waiting if anybody would like to join in and have a chat or a debate. Anyone is welcome. So yeah, let's carry on. So when it comes to extreme suffering and lives of pure hell, I think most people really do struggle to understand what this is like for the victims, and how many victims are going through this, and how unacceptable it is as well. So for extinctionists, we can actually understand how bad the suffering is. In fact, the ability to understand extreme suffering is effectively it's like an ability to understand reality, right? So you can walk into a room and you can understand, the layout, you can understand where the furniture is, right? You are accurately understanding reality. When somebody's talking to you, you are accurately understanding reality. So the human brain and sensations are actually very, very accurate. They had to be. So they've evolved to be very accurate. It is direct sensory information. So it's pretty objective and accurate in that way. But when it comes to extreme suffering, people are unable to understand it accurately. So the more extreme the suffering is, the less people are able to understand it. And this means, incredibly, that people actually end up just dismissing the suffering as a result. So because they're not able to understand how terrible the suffering is, and effectively they're also prevented from um, escaping from this irrational way of thinking, it means that when they come to deal with suffering and decisions like would extinction be bad, would having children be bad, yeah, they're not capable of thinking about it properly. They're not capable of processing it properly. So they should be considering the extreme suffering and the risk of it and a bad life, but they're just not capable of considering that. And so it ends up being like as if extreme suffering just doesn't exist, right? So they end up behaving in a way where effectively there is no such thing as extreme suffering. And so when we're suggesting that it's, so bad that we need extinction, they're not capable of considering why it's correct. They're not capable of considering the gravity of the situation, the severity of the suffering that needs to be prevented. So that's why they react in with a ridicule, with like, "Oh my God, what a crazy idea." It's because it's like, well, no, this is a fantastic idea. It's the best idea, but you're actually incapable of, considering why, right? So just the entire good part of, the reason why it just doesn't exist for them, basically. And they're also not capable of understanding that they are dismissing and completely evading and just, lacking the consideration of why it is a good argument or a good position, right? A correct position. So they're not able to consider why it's good, and they're also not able to realize that they're unable to consider why it would be a good thing to do. And again, this is because they have suppressed rationality, and they are incapable of essentially flipping that switch in the brain, which just automatically approves of life and says that life is a good thing. So yeah, you want to survive because life is good, and you want to have children because life is good. So that it's like a switch in the brain, and it cannot be flipped, right? People cannot support extinction. They cannot understand that life is actually a bad thing. And so, yeah, again, you cannot explain it to them. Well, it's a spectrum where some people will be able to understand, but most people will not be able to understand. And so, again, that is why it has to be done genetically effectively. So it's not about finding the best arguments to convince people. It's actually more about just getting more of our genetics out there. That's actually probably the best activism that our movement can do. Now, right now, we are focusing on making videos and growing our channels and growing the movement through videos and finding rational people by explaining it to them and educating them. However, it does make more sense, really, that genetics will be uh, probably the best way forward, because even if we get 10 activists join the movement, um, that's how many of them are going to be rational? How many of them are going to be doing activism every day? How many of them will be on the upper end where they're committed to the end of all suffering? And so, yeah, reproduction will be the best way to grow the pro-extinction movement, working towards a world where the majority of the population is genetically more rational and more empathetic. So it's possible that there is a chance that if we can isolate, these genetics and we can sort of reproduce them, then we can start making it so that the world actually accepts it and says, yeah, you know what, I do want my baby to be more rational. Right? I do want my baby to be more empathetic. So maybe there's something there, right? Where if we can actually prove scientifically that extinctionists like myself are actually demonstrably more rational than other people. So that's another thing that we could do at the pro-extinction movement, right? There's lots of scientific things that we can do. We can scientifically demonstrate rationality and irrationality. We can demonstrate that we have literally superior genetics and that everybody else would be better off with them as well. Right? Would you rather be rational or irrational? Well, if you're irrational, you might have a good life. You might. Your selfishness effectively will be the determining cause for you to have a good life, right? So you can be irrational and selfish and maybe have a good life because you're selfish and will prioritize having a good life. Or you can be selfless and rational like myself. And so for a lot of people, they do have kind of these conversations with themselves where they're like, yeah, would I rather be happy or would I rather be smarter? Would I rather know the truth or would I rather be happy, right? Do I want to live in a fantasy world where I'm happy, or do I want to live in the real world and actually know the truth and to see the truth, right? To know the reality, right? So that is it. And when I'm explaining extinction to people, like, well, I went to a birthday party yesterday, and people were like, "So James, what have you been up to?" I was like, "I, just streaming." They're like, "Oh yeah, what are you streaming?" I'm like, "Oh, it's controversial. It's really controversial. It's kind of, the most controversial thing possible, actually." And so when when I ended up explaining it to them, all right, hang on, someone wants a working Discord link. Let's get it to them. The Discord link does work, by the way. People often type it in wrong, so that's all it is. But here you go. There's your link. So yeah, I ended up explaining it to these people at the party, and they were very. They didn't like it. Basically, they didn't like the idea, and maybe it was not the best idea to bring it up at the party, but people were unable to really think about it properly, and they got kind of very dismissive, and they don't really know how to talk about it. But overall, most of all, it's dismissive, right? And you can see that that's specifically because their survival instinct is kicking in. So all of them were very dismissive, right, and rude about it, which is to be expected, right? It's not their fault. This will make you rude, right? Challenging the irrationality in humans will actually make them rude because it's like defense mechanisms. You're attacking them basically, and that's actually true. So not a lot of people know this because this is part of the science that I'm doing. So maybe nobody knows this. I don't know. Maybe it's known to some extent. But in the study of rationality and the brain, I'm learning about how effectively survival determines people's opinions and positions. Well, it's not just their survival, right? So again, they irrationally have to approve of life. And so that ends up in making them dismiss anything which goes against life. And it makes them rude about it as well, because they have to dismiss it, right? They have to violently dismiss it. They have to confidently dismiss it, right? If they were to dismiss extinction with humility, then they wouldn't be able to dismiss it very well. And so that is actually really important. That is, when people are dismissing extinctionism because they're defending their irrationality and their survival instinct, basically, they have to dismiss it as a unintelligent idea, and they also have to be rude about it as well. So just throw it in the bin, basically. Get rid of it. They want to get rid of it, right? They don't want to consider extinctionism. They want to do the opposite, to dismiss it. And so that's what most people are actually doing when it comes to debating extinction. They're just dismissing it. And you can actually see this in the chat, right? If you're in the YouTube chat right now, then just see how, everyone is just dismissing it, basically. Like, oh, this is a death cult. Okay, so there's no sort of counter argument there, Julian. You're just dismissing it instead, because you're not able to actually do anything else. You're not able to actually provide any sort of rational or logical argument or counter argument, because firstly, there aren't any. And secondly, you know, the reason we're seeing these low quality comments is because essentially they're desperate, right? They can't produce higher quality counter arguments to extinction because there aren't any. And if they did produce any good counter arguments, they would be engaged with, right, by extinctionists like myself. We would just say, well, okay, you've got a counter argument, do you? Let me hear it. Whereas if they just say something like, it's a death cult, then there's nothing there, nothing to work with. They can get away with dismissing it, right? No one's gonna, try and debate somebody screaming it's a death cult in the chat. So that means that that person can confidently dismiss extinction, and they can successfully dismiss it. But it also means that their brain is that, restricted and that irrational that that's all it takes, right? That for their brain to trick them into thinking that extinction is wrong, it's very easy. So what this means is that effectively, when it comes to suppression of rationality, it's kind of an up and down system. So that it's like keeping you in place from both sides. So effectively, you've got like the brain itself and the brain structure. Okay, so this is kind of like, their base intelligence is pretty low. And so that is kind of, they're going to have irrational thoughts as a result. Okay, so they can't, their power level with their brain is pretty low. Okay, whereas as is much higher. Okay, but then you've also got the inhibitor, right, which is a system in the brain which suppresses rational thoughts and deflects them by arrogantly dismissing them, okay, in order to keep the individual surviving and reproducing. Anything that goes against survival and reproduction will be violently dismissed and rejected, even if it's completely irrational, which it is. Okay. Yeah, by the way, so I'm still in the Discord. If anybody would like to join in, still just waiting here. If anybody has any questions or would like a debate, then yeah, join us. This is live. This is not a replay. This is live on air, live supporting extinction, guys, and the end of all suffering. Anyway, so yeah, as I was trying to explain, there's kind of, they have bad brains, which result in irrational thoughts, but then they've also got a system preventing them from breaking out of that. So if they have an irrational thought, then they're not allowed to essentially think beyond that, right? So what this means is that they react with an irrational, low-quality thought, and they cannot improve upon that thought. They cannot expand upon it or improve upon it. Instead, it's capped, it's limited, and it's also going to be dismissed, right? By saying, "Oh, you're a death cult leader" or something. So that's how the brain essentially protects itself from rational thoughts and anything that goes against survival and reproduction. So I call it inhibition. Okay, so do we have any more questions? He's a warlock. No, I'm an activist for total extinction and the end of all suffering. Our movement is for the abolition of bad lives and extreme suffering. Now, these are completely unacceptable things, terrible things, the worst things in the world, extreme suffering and bad lives. And yet, this is the most normalized thing possible in the world, right? All of these terrible things like child abuse and lives of depression and suffering, these are completely normalized, where it's like, yeah, that's just a part of life. Children are being abused as we speak, horrifically. It's worth it so that we can have fun, right? Or in other words, it's a part of life. There's some magical meta-ethical reasons for it. Yeah. No, translation. Yeah, those children should be abused so that we can have fun, right? So that we get to have good lives. Yeah, they should be in bad lives so that we can have good lives. There is no way to have good lives without the bad lives. So we're going to keep the good lives and the bad lives, right? The lucky people, the ones in power, the oppressors, the healthy ones are like, wow, this is a great system. Wow, yeah, bad lives existing so that I can have a good life. What a Fantastic. I support this system. Yeah, amazing. Of course you do. So people effectively end up being evil. And unfortunately, there's nothing that they can do about it. There's really nothing they can do about it because they have evolved specifically to be this way and to be 100%, 100% guys incapable of changing. So that's the problem, right? This is why extinction will not be optional or voluntary, because people cannot think about this correctly and they will never be able to, right? Their brain capacity will never allow them to think about this correctly, unfortunately. Unless we can cure them, which could be possible. It would be really cool if we could actually cure the world of irrationalities, find some sort of brain injection that effectively makes them more rational and capable of understanding that child abuse is wrong and that we should get rid of it with total extinction. Okay, my subconscious is projecting IV. I've wanted to eject. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, lots of people are kind of fed up with having to live, and yeah, I'm sorry to hear that for you. But that's we're trapped in it, aren't we? There's no escape effectively other than extinction. Now you can end your own suffering, but that doesn't end all suffering, which is why our movement is against self-harm, against suicide, against violence, and strictly for peaceful activism, to grow the movement, right? To organize against suffering, to organize to make total extinction possible, to actually protect the victims of life in the only way possible, right? The only way. So, the situation could be different somehow if there was a way to make life safe, but there just isn't. And there isn't even hypothetically or theoretically a way to make life safe because you would need omniscience to guarantee safety. So without that, we have to do extinction, right? Because if it's not safe for life to exist, then it will suffer horrifically, and the unlucky ones will pay the ultimate price. And so why should we allow that just so that some can have a good time at their expense? It's really not fair. It's like having children in hell. It's like, oh, yeah, hell. Oh, it's kind of hot in here, but should we have some kids? Yeah, go on then. Be like, what, guys, what are you doing? But that is what people are doing because they have evolved to do so. They've evolved to think that, yeah, life is full of suffering. Good. I'm not suffering, but yeah, it's great. So they approve of all of the suffering in the world, especially when they're not the ones suffering, which is just amazing. And again, they don't realize the absolute hypocrisy, the extreme hypocrisy. And yeah, so it's a system where they are unable to come out of this and to become good people and to care about the suffering in the world, to become rational people. It's the same reason why you cannot make religious people atheists. And it's the same reason why it's difficult to make racists non-racists, right? Or to make sexists non-sexist. Look, the irrationality is actually the reason for all of the bad stuff, right? All of the racism, sexism, aggression, selfishness, mainly, right? All of this bad stuff is because of irrationality and an animalistic nature. So the solution is to grow the movement. That's what we're doing. The movement started 4 years ago. I joined over 1 year ago, and we are growing the movement with videos, peaceful activism, street protests. So, I mean, a lot of people think that I am the only person in the movement or that I started the movement, but that's not true, actually. There's hundreds of people in the movement, thousands of supporters as well. And we do street events. We have lots of activists in Germany who are going out into the city centers with massive placards and large-scale protests, basically trying to grow the movement and raise awareness that life is actually causing extreme harm and extreme suffering, and that it is a bad thing, and that we shouldn't allow it just because it means that we get to live. So that's the system, right? Everyone says, yeah, all of the extreme suffering and bad lives should exist so that we get to live. Well, it's not fair on the victims. They shouldn't have to suffer just so that you can have fun. and we're not going to allow it. So that's what we're doing. And effectively, we are just doing peaceful activism to grow the movement until we have enough people to take over the world, start running it ethically, start doing animal extinction while removing our dependence on animals, and then eventually, working towards a universe with no life and no possibility of life ever again, or as close to that as we can get. Or in other words, working towards the most vast and thorough extinction possible, or in other words, making as much of the world as uninhabitable as possible, or in other words, making as much of the world as safe as possible. So is it possible that we can do just Earth and make Earth uninhabitable, or is it possible that we can go beyond? Well, actually, even just in terms of the galaxy, it is very possible to do galaxy-wide extinction. Now, even if it takes 1,000,000 years to reach a different planet within the galaxy, that's fine, right? Life is going to go on for potentially tens of billions of years, hundreds of billions of years, maybe. So if it takes 1,000,000 years to prevent, to reach another planet in the galaxy and to prevent life from developing there, then that's fantastic. That's easy. That's great. So we might be able to do the whole universe potentially, but we can definitely do Earth. We can quite possibly do the galaxy, and the science at that point might determine that we can do beyond the galaxy. So that's the plan, basically. Now, we have to grow the movement until we can take over the world and start running it as a government. So extinction will not be done by vigilantes. It will not be done by a virus or an asteroid or a war or nuclear bombs or anything like that. It's going to be done in a much more peaceful way, in a much more organized way, a more boring way, basically, right? So if people want extinction to be done in an exciting way, like, oh yeah, nuclear bombs falling from the sky, yeah. No, we have to do it scientifically. We have to determine how life develops, how to prevent it from developing, how much we can prevent it from developing, how sterile we can make the world, how much prevention of life existing we can do, how thorough we can be with it. So it has to be done very scientifically. So if we become the government, then we will start with animal extinction and removing our dependence on them so that we can live without any animals at all on the planet. And at the same time, we would be researching what is the most vast and thorough extinction possible. So again, this means that we have to research to the maximum, to the limits, everything about how life develops, not only on Earth, but could develop on other planets as well. So we need to understand how life itself comes to exist in every different way possible. Now, we already know a lot about that. And if anybody's interested in learning more about how life comes to exist, then I recommend you study or look up on Google. I think his name is Jeremy England. Yeah, Jeremy England. He's a scientist. And we've used some of his work to base our positions on. And actually, his research demonstrates that life will probably be very common in the universe. And so, in that sense, yeah, we have a massive moral obligation to prevent life existing in the universe. And so, yeah, we can't just assume that there is no life. In fact, it's very likely that there will be lots of life because, well, you guys should look into it. Jeremy England, Google it. But basically, the dispersal of energy and heat from the sun on a planet's surface, and that heat has to be dispersed somehow, and it ends up forming complex patterns and things like that, and it ends up, being able to reproduce, and life comes out, basically. So it just depends on something being able to reproduce effectively. Okay, so see if we've got any questions or anybody in the Discord. No one in the Discord yet, but I'm still waiting in here. If anyone would like to join us for a chat, for any questions, a debate. Are you actually serious about this, bro? Whatever you want to ask. And yeah, we are serious about it. So again, it's not safe for life to exist. But because life is so abundant and it just, it exists everywhere, people assume that it's a good thing, basically. They assume that that's the way it is, that's the natural order, that's just the way it's always been, so it must be a good thing, right? And again, they're also incapable of considering the extreme suffering going on. So it's a lot harder for them to see that, no, that's not a good thing. It's actually a bad thing. Just because that's the way it is doesn't mean it's good. Is this influencing children to hate life? This must be illegal, somebody says. No, we're not actually influencing anybody to hate. Rather, we are encouraging the opposite. We are encouraging compassion for life, empathy for life, and ethics, and actually helping. So activism for life. So extinctionists, ironically, care about life and individuals more than other people. Right? The only reason we want extinction is because we care about life, and we should care about it as much as possible. So that's what extinctionism is about. And that's not a joke. Right? It is for people that care about life and making sure it's not suffering more than anybody else, right? Whereas literally everybody else is very happy for all of the extreme suffering to go on and to just allow it forever so that they can have fun. Okay? So when people are calling me like, oh, you just hate life. No, we actually love life more than you do. Right? You're the one who's happy for children to be abused so that you can have fun. We are the only ones who are saying that no child should be abused, no animal should be tortured to death, nobody should be forced into a bad life. Right? We are the only ones that actually care about the victims and those who need help. We are the only ones that care about them. Nobody else does. Everybody else is encouraging that we continue to make them suffer. So yeah, it is amazing that people get extinctionism so wrong, so completely upside down. How does extincting all life help life? Hudson is asking. That's a great question. It helps them by making sure that they're not existing and not forced to exist in unsafe conditions where they can suffer terribly. So how would extinction help life? It would help all of those who are being forced into bad lives. Right? So extinction is good for everyone except for the selfish ones. And even those who are in good lives, they can go on to start living a bad life. They can go on to suffer terribly. Their old age, for example, their body starts breaking down, they start suffering horribly, or something else horrible could happen, right? They could get kidnapped and tortured to death. Who knows? And so extinction would actually help all of these individuals by preventing their suffering, making them safe. Effectively, it's like we're in hell where it's not safe to exist and you end up suffering terribly, right? And we're trying to shut hell down, but there's a few individuals in hell that are actually enjoying it, right? Which is you. And these individuals, the lucky ones, are saying, oh my God, why do you want to shut hell down? The screams going on all around us aren't that bad. You can just ignore them. What about our happiness? What about the joy? What about the beauty in hell? Don't shut hell down. What about the beauty that I'm having? Right? This is effectively what you're saying if you support life existing and you're against extinction. It is like being a demon in hell saying, yeah, this is great. We should keep this going forever. We should keep the torture going. Who cares about the victims? I'm having such a good time. So again, extinctionists are the only people that say, guys, child abuse is not acceptable. Extreme suffering is not acceptable. Torturing animals is not acceptable. Being tortured, going through a life of pure hell is not acceptable, right? But people just immediately believe that it is acceptable always, right? Because life has to exist, no matter what, no matter how much harm it causes, no matter how many victims there are, life has to exist. So it's completely irrational, and it's causing all of the extreme harm and suffering in the world. These completely irresponsible, irrational people, selfish people, encouraging extreme suffering and saying that it downplaying it, trivializing it, saying, oh, maybe animals don't even suffer. Who knows? So yeah, let's just keep abusing them, right? Maybe they don't even suffer. It's like a slave owner saying, well, they're not white, so maybe they don't even suffer, right? It's the same thing. It's just amazing. So we need to wake up and start actually caring about life, care about the victims of suffering. Again, extinctionists care about life more than anybody else in the world. We care about every last life form, and we don't want them to be exploited and tortured. Right? Again, over 99% of humanity is happy for animal exploitation to continue on forever. So they have no sort of excuse, no sort of leg to stand on, absolutely no justification for claiming any sort of moral authority, when they're not even against animal exploitation, right? People are like, oh, you can't decide what's right and wrong. How can you make decisions for us? Well, you're literally making decisions for animals that they should be tortured so that you can have fun or a sandwich, right? So the same people saying, yeah, animals should be tortured for fun are then like, oh my God, you can't have an opinion on what's right and wrong. You can't decide for me, right? When they're deciding for animals and others, and yeah, literally encouraging animals to be tortured, guaranteeing that animals will be tortured, they then turn around and say, oh, you can't make decisions for me. Yeah, I'm making decisions for these animals that they should be tortured for no reason. But you can't make decisions for me. Extinction would be against my consent. I don't care about the consent of these animals I'm torturing, but extinction would be against my consent, so it would be wrong. So it is like a slave owner being, getting indignant. Imagine a slave owner being like, you have some serious nerve telling me that slavery is wrong. Do you know how much money I make from slavery? Okay? And you have the nerve to tell me it's wrong. Well, I think you need to go home and rethink your life. Right? Imagine a slave owner saying that, right? Getting indignant. It's the exact same as people who support life existing and being like, extinction. Oh, you need to go home and rethink your life. You're just crazy. Right? They will try and gaslight you effectively into thinking that you're crazy for caring about the slaves, for caring about the victims of extreme suffering, caring about the victims of life. So in the same way that a slave owner needs his slaves, people that want to live need those in bad lives to keep being tortured. So it is slavery, guys. Life is effectively slavery, and if you support it, then you are quite literally engaging in slavery, right? And child abuse. I would say that if you support life existing, you are a child abuser, right? You are saying, yeah, I support something which causes child abuse. I support something which we don't need at all, which causes extreme harm, extreme child abuse, and extreme amounts of child abuse, right? So if you support life, you support child abuse, you support animal abuse, you support torture, cruelty, racism, sexism, all of these terrible things. So why would you support that, guys? Let them stop suffering, okay? Let the victims go. Release them with extinction. Protect them with extinction. Right now, the dynamic is let all of those suffering suffer terribly so that we can have fun. So let's do better, guys. Give up the fun, give up the happiness, give up the happy lives, and accept that life should not exist. It is just torturing the innocent and the children and the animals, right? It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. And it might be like difficult to accept and admit that, yeah, okay, life is a bad thing. We should get rid of it, right? It's difficult to accept because that goes directly against your evolution. But it is the truth. Life is a bad thing, and we do have to prevent it from existing with extinction for the sake of the victims, right? Again, if there was a way to make it safe for life to exist, then we would be having a different conversation. But we live in a world where it isn't safe for life to exist, and there's no way to make it safe either. And so the only thing that we can do is to prevent life from being forced into an unsafe world, an unsafe environment, right? That's the only thing that we can do, the only right thing to do. And that is what we are doing with extinction. So join the pro-extinction movement, go on our website, proextinction.com, and become an activist by joining the WhatsApp groups or the Discord The links are on the website at the bottom of the page, but you can read our FAQ, our manifesto, and read about how extinction is the only right thing to do. It's the only way to help the victims, and it is our moral obligation. We have to do it. Until we do extinction, the suffering will continue on pointlessly, unacceptably, unbearably, horrifically. Right? There is no significant upside at all. Someone says I've been reported. Well, that's a shame, but we should report life, right? Life should be reported for causing extreme harm. So if you want to report something, guys, report life. Become an activist and speak out against the existence and imposition of life, okay, in unsafe conditions and extreme suffering. So that's what we need to report. That's what we need to change. That's what we need to abolish. So we do need to abolish life existing in unsafe conditions. It is a question of abolition, right? Abolition of oppression and exploitation and cruelty and danger and extreme suffering and unfairness, right? It's not safe or fair for life to exist. Think of the victims for whom it is the worst thing possible for them to be born, right? It's not fair. It's not fair. And if you think it is, then you are effectively a selfish, irrational monster. Right? If you think that children should be abused so that you can have fun, then guess what, guys? It's not like I'm pulling out some convoluted explanation here. Yeah, if you support child abuse so that you can have fun, you are a bad person. It's simple, right? If you support suffering existing so that you can have fun, of course you're a bad person, right? Why should any child have to be abused so that you can have fun? Why should any animal have to be abused so that you can have fun? Which they are being right now. Think how many animals you're going to eat, which are being abused right now, right? Tortured right now. Probably, I don't know, hundreds maybe. There might be hundreds of animals being tortured right now just so that you can have some fun. And how many people are being, tortured around the world right now just so that you can have some fun? Probably hundreds of millions, if not billions. So it is just a torture chamber where people are unable to even disagree with the torture chamber, and they're only able to keep forcing others into the torture chamber. So we have to shut down the torture chamber, and we will be doing that with total extinction. So we grow the movement until we have enough people to take over the world, start doing extinction for animals, and start researching how to make the world as uninhabitable, permanently uninhabitable as we can, to prevent life ever coming back. And for as much of the world as possible, beyond Earth if we can, the entire universe if we can, total extinction if we can, right? The maximum prevention of suffering, the maximum safety that we can provide, right, for life. That is the ultimate goal of humanity. The only thing worth doing for us as a species and as people is to make the world as safe as possible. And, anything other than that is selfish, right? There is no other good thing to do, anything worth doing, any good cause or responsible thing to do other than making the world as safe as possible. And that's it. And when we cannot provide safety for life to exist, then it means prevention of life existing in unsafe conditions. So if you have a situation where you're going to have one person in a bad life and another person in a good life, it's not fair. And so the only thing to do there is to prevent any life existing so that there's no good lives and no bad lives. So if you can't make it safe, then you can only do prevention of life existing, right? So if a poor person cannot provide for their child, right, then they might decide to not have a child because they cannot guarantee a good life for that child. So they do prevention of life existing instead of just forcing it to exist and then letting it suffer. And yeah, again, there's no way to make life safe for all. So even a billionaire they can suffer, their children can suffer, and they do, right? There's lots of billionaires with children who do suffer. So, there is just no way to make life safe, and that's why you do have to just do prevention of life. If you have an environment where it's not safe for life to exist, then you should make sure that no life gets to exist in that unsafe environment. It's obvious. It's only an animalistic sort of mentality that would make you think otherwise. I mean, why does life need to exist? It doesn't. It is just purely nature and evolution in your head, right? Genetic mutations that have evolved over time that are in your DNA, that are stuck in your head, telling you that life has to exist and that you do have to survive and reproduce no matter what. So that's how evolution works, guys. Anything that survived and reproduced was fortified and strengthened in the DNA. So there was basically no other determining factors. It was just survival and reproduction. So that's why the animal brain and the human brain is, essentially revolves around that, revolves around survival and reproduction, and is again incapable of questioning whether or not those are good things, right? Incapable. They have to assume by default that it is good when it's not, right? So if they were capable of actually questioning these things, then they would come to the conclusion that they are bad, right? That surviving for yourself is bad, that non-existence is better because you won't suffer, right? So what is the worst thing that can possibly happen to you? It's to be trapped in a life of pure pain and extreme suffering with no escape, right? Unbearable pain, right? Hideously unbearable pain with no escape and no help. So a life of pure hell, right? The worst thing that can happen. So that's why we need non-existence. It's to prevent that from happening. It's to prevent the ultimate harm from happening to me, to you, to animals, or to anyone else. Because we cannot actually prevent that from happening any other way. There is no other way to guarantee prevention of a bad life and extreme suffering and a life of pure hell other than extinction. There's just no other way. Again, if I have a child right now, it is physically impossible to guarantee that it won't suffer terribly. Like it's just simply not possible. Right? Anything could go wrong, anything could happen. I do not control the environment perfectly. So I cannot guarantee safety for any child that I have. Whereas if you guarantee that you don't have a child, then yeah, you have just guaranteed its safety, right? That potential life form, you've just guaranteed its safety by not having it, basically. So that is the only way that we can guarantee safety in this world, safety from the ultimate harm of being trapped in a life of pain and pure hell and extreme suffering. So that's why extinction is the only right thing to do. It's the only way to provide safety from suffering for life. It's the only way to make sure that no life is born into extreme suffering and a terrible life, right? The ultimate harm, to be imprisoned in a body and a life that you didn't ask for, and to then be tortured for your entire life, right? It is the ultimate harm. There is nothing worse than that, and I challenge you to suggest something that would be worse than that. So, yeah, I mean, look, people were made into slaves, right? And that was abolished because it was cruel and evil. And people are now and animals forced into bad lives of pure unbearable pain, misery, extreme torture. So that has to be abolished as well. Right? It is the ultimate harm, the worst thing possible, and there is no justification for it. It is completely unethical. Right? We have a system that just tortures innocent individuals pointlessly for fun, right? For privilege and luxury and pleasure for no good reason at all. So there's really no there's nothing worth we don't need more music, we don't need more TV shows. What should be our purpose in life, right? It should be, for most people it's just, well, I'm just going to live my life and ignore everything else, right? I'm going to be selfish. I will never help any movement. I will never do activism. I will never be a part of anything greater than myself. I will never help anyone. I will always just be selfish and just take care of myself and forget everything else. I will, even if there's massive, great need for help, I will refuse to help and just be selfish. So that is what most people are doing, but we need to do better than that. And so, yeah, we have to. Yeah, I mean, most people are so irrational and unintelligent that they can't even do activism. They can't actually help. They can't be responsible. So most people are actually not capable of helping in that sense. And again, that's why we need more genetically capable people, genetically superior people, basically. And that doesn't mean by race, okay? I mean, the person that started this movement isn't white, by the way. Anyway, so let's see if we've got any comments in the chat. We are animals destined to die. Yeah. Have you actually tried it? What a coward. Have I tried not existing? Well, I didn't exist before I was born, and I have quite fond memories of that. Right, it doesn't seem like too bad of a thing. You know, if I try to remember what it was like before I was born, it just seems like non-existence, peaceful, safety and bliss, nothingness. It's a shame that people still believe religion exists. Yeah, it's because people are irrational. They are not capable of understanding the world properly. Eric is saying he's scared to debate. Well, look, Eric, I'm sat in the Discord channel here. I'm in one of the voice channels, and anybody is free to just join this Discord and come and have a debate with me. The link is working. It's working perfectly fine. I'll put it in the chat for you guys again if you'd like. So come and join in and join me on microphone. Join for a debate or a chat. I'm here waiting. I'll be able to answer any questions you have about extinction and why it is the right thing to do. So you're fine with suffering too, since you're willing to continue. Yeah, we are that means being selfless. So we extinctionists are happy to keep suffering so that we can end all suffering, and for those that can't help themselves. So if we stop existing and end our own suffering, then that actually leaves the rest to suffer terribly, right? Those that can't help themselves, it leaves them with no help. So we want to help them. They can't help themselves. They do need help, right? So that's why we have to actively help. You're the one with the slave owner mentality. Are you kidding? You're talking like you think you're God. Well, yeah, a lot of people do accuse extinctionists like myself of having some sort of God complex or something. And it actually makes sense. Yeah, I mean, effectively, extinctionists want to take on the role of a loving God, right? That is the role that we are taking on. So most people just want to be looked after and to be selfish, whereas extinctionists like myself want to do the opposite. We want to take care of the entire world and to run it ethically and rationally and compassionately and lovingly. So effectively, yeah, extinctionists like myself are benevolent, right? Our movement is benevolent. It is for every individual and to do the best thing possible for them, right? To make them safe, effectively, is the best thing that we can do in this world. If we had, magic, then we would probably just be putting people into heaven. But because we don't have that, and there is no way to actually prevent suffering other than extinction, we have to prioritize that safety from suffering. That is the only safety which matters. Safety from being trapped in a life of torture. That's more important than anything else. And again, there's no way to prevent that, right? So you either have some being tortured and some being happy, or you just have nothing. So that's what we're doing, nothing, right? No suffering. Again, if we had magic, then we could just create heaven or something, and it would be a different story. But without that, the only responsible thing to do is prevention of life existing in unsafe conditions and danger. That's the only way to actually protect the victims. The only way. The alternative is to just let them suffer. Right? There is no other solution to prevent suffering with a guarantee for all, right, for everyone, other than extinction. The more life that exists without certainty of safety, the more suffering there will be, obviously. And look at the world, it's full of terrible suffering. So we need to stop that, we need to prevent it, and we need to solve it, and we are gonna do so. Most people are too irrational to agree to end all suffering, but some people are now actually being born with higher amounts of rationality, evolving basically, the next stage of human evolution, to be rational enough to actually do the right thing for the world and to take care of the world, to transition from being humanity
Oh, this thing.
1.0. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, there we go. Good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence. You can finish your sentence if you want.
That's all right. Yeah, you go for it.
Okay, well, I guess let's start. I kind of came in here out of nowhere, so I'll let you, I guess, make your full point. I mean, I guess I kind of understand a little bit of what you're saying, but why don't you just go over whatever your thesis is from beginning to end, so I have a comprehensive understanding of what you're saying exactly.
Okay, that all of the suffering in the world and the bad lives are not just a part of the world, and it's not just, oh, that's just life. It's actually a tragedy, and we should prevent it. And it's not worth all of the extreme suffering just so that some people can have good lives. And even those ones can go on to suffer terribly as well. So, as it's not safe for life to exist, there will always be the unlucky ones pay the ultimate price, be trapped in a life of pure hell. And effectively, the only trade-off for this is some people having a bit of fun. So effectively, we're in a situation where children are being abused, animals are being tortured, people are being tortured horrifically in unbearable, unacceptable ways where they would be better off not existing, just so that some people can have fun. Right? There is no other greater, grander purpose or anything like that. And so it's unfair, and we shouldn't allow it. And our movement is doing peaceful activism to grow our movement, the pro-extinction movement, until we have enough people to take over the world, start running it ethically, start doing animal extinction while removing our dependence on them, and then start researching the most vast and thorough extinction possible. So how much of the world can we make uninhabitable, and just how thoroughly, permanently uninhabitable can we make it? Can we do the entire universe, the galaxy, or just Earth? But we can start with animals while doing the science to answer these questions as well. But
Okay.
it is looking like galaxy extinction would be very possible, though.
I think I get the point. I'm going to treat it like you're being fully serious. So I'm assuming that you're actually being serious.
I am being
So
serious.
first of all, I mean, okay. So first of all, I mean, there's a lot of loaded terms here. I mean, first, like, what is your definition of good in this case? Like, what do you think is a good outcome?
Well, no more victims, basically. So total safety from being forced into unsafe conditions.
So good is no victims, right? Is that what you're saying?
It sounds like you're trying to oversimplify it. I would try and just think more normally than
Well,
that.
I'm just trying to get like I'm trying to get your.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
know,
trying to
I know,
oversimplify. I'm trying to get
I know.
your.
But don't.
I'm just trying to get your
But
definition of the
yeah, but
basic terms that you're using.
forget
So,
yeah, forget about basic definitions. That's irrational. So
well,
just
no,
try and
we
just
it's not
yeah,
irrational. You need to
no,
we need to have common
no,
understanding of what
no,
we're talking about.
no. We don't. We don't. Words like good
We
and
don't have
bad.
to have a
We
common
don't.
understanding of what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. People do this all the time, where instead of actually
What?
talking about the topic, they'll just say, I want a list of 100 definitions, please. And it's like, okay,
No,
so
I'm not
you,
asking you for 100 definitions. I'm just asking you to define the words that you're using so I understand
yeah,
what your
yeah.
principles
Look,
are. I mean, like
if we
if you said
struggle,
what you think.
listen,
Well, let me finish. Let me make.
no,
Can I
no,
make a
you're
point?
finished. You're done. You're
You
done.
know.
Yeah,
Oh,
bye. Okay, look, it's my show, guys. So if I'm saying, let me speak, then guess what? It's not your show. So bye, basically. But yeah, people do this all the time where they'll come on and say, I want a list of 100 definitions, please. And it's like, I don't need to define good so that we can have a discussion. I don't need to define. And basically, the thing is what it is, guys, is that they don't act, it is completely unreasonable and irrational to request all of these definitions. People are like, oh, define suffering, define good, define bad. And it's like, what's actually happening is that they are capable of thinking about these things. Well, they would be capable of thinking about them. And it is possible to think about these things without all of these definitions. So the normal, the rational way of having this conversation would be without defining every single word. But because the brain is basically proactively preventing them from thinking about this rationally, instead of thinking about it rationally, they do something else, right? They do something irrational, which is to just avoid thinking about the topic, avoid engaging on it, instead of saying, well, here's why I think extinction would be bad for this reason and that reason. None of that. So they're not able to do that. They're not able to think about it. They're not able to process it, to come up with a logical counter argument. They're not able to. Their brain stops them. And so what they do instead is they will just desperately find anything else that will just confuse and distract away. Like, oh, can I have 100 definitions? Define every word that you speak. Every word that comes out of your mouth, I want you to define it as well. It's like, what are you? No, we don't need to define good and bad, right? Look, what I was going to say before he wouldn't let me, which is why I kicked him out, was that if we struggle with any definitions, then we can go over that when we need to. But to start off a conversation and a debate by just defining every word in the dictionary, it's just completely unhelpful, right? And we're not going to do it. So if anybody else would like to join the Discord and have a normal conversation, and again, I wouldn't have kicked him had he not just spoken over me and not let me speak on my own show. Right? He just kept speaking over me. So, which is also an expected part of irrationality. So that speaking over of you and that preventing you from actually explaining what's really going on, right? So when I was trying to straighten things out for him, he was like, no, 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 no. Right? It's because they don't want the conversation to be rational. That's why. Well, their subconscious doesn't want the conversation to be rational, effectively. So it will just force something else. It will just force it to be complete gibberish and nonsense and irrational. And they don't realize that they're doing this. In fact, in their head, it sounds like it makes perfect sense. They're like, well, yeah, we need to define every word in the dictionary. It's like, no, we really don't. You can have a normal conversation, but that's it, is that people are not capable of thinking about this normally. So that's what you guys need to understand. They're not capable of thinking about it normally, right? I mean, for him to think about it normally and to have talked about it normally, he should have said like, yeah, this is an interesting idea. Can you explain more about it? And yeah, I've got some questions. But instead of that, right, instead of actually engaging on the topic and the question and the subject, he did something completely opposite, right? Something completely different to that, right? If you just start defining every word in the dictionary, guess what? That is not engaging on the topic. That's just going to start random disagreements on definitions of words. Okay, this is not something helpful at all. The way that language works is you don't need to define every word for every conversation you have, right? Imagine if you went up and spoke to someone on the street and they said, I want you to define every word that comes out of your mouth. You'd be like, well, you're completely irrational. And it is the same. So the obsession with definitions is very common. So this is not the first time we've seen it. People will become irrationally obsessed with definitions, right? Because effectively, they're looking for a way out. They're looking for a way to confuse and distract away from talking about what makes sense. They're looking to defend their survival and reproduction. They're looking to distract the conversation away to nonsense and to, well, we just have different definitions, so, we'll just have to allow suffering. Just silly stuff like that, basically. All right, we've got somebody else joining in the Discord. Let's have a look. Oh no, they've left. Okay,
Oh, there you go. Now it's here.
I'm just going to ban this guy for being rude on the live chat. Yeah, people think they can just come into the Discord and just be like, incredibly rude and aggressive, and that they'll just be treated like a prince or treated like royalty. Well, guess what? If you're going to be incredibly rude, you will just be banned. Like, it's simple. Like, come on, guys, it's common courtesy. But again, we can't blame him ultimately. He was born that way. And his irrationality will make him rude. It will make him aggressive. Again, why? So why do they get irrationally aggressive? It's to defend their irrational desire to survive and reproduce. They have to defend it with aggression, right? They're defending it. They're protecting it. Of course, they have to use force, basically, aggression. Okay, Eric, hello, how you doing?
So I just wanted to ask, to follow up the previous guy, you can't define what good is?
I mean, look, just Google it. So you're another person obsessed
Oh,
with definitions.
you're monologuing your definition. I just wanted to know what it was.
If I don't. That's it. We don't need definitions, right? What sort of crazy person would you be if you needed to know the
So
definition?
how can anybody
I'm still
espouse
talking,
your
bro. I'm still
ideology
talking.
if you can't define it? That's cool. You want
yeah,
a cookie?
Yeah. No, I think we'll just ban you, right, for talking over me. Okay, so yeah, basically, you don't need to know the full definition of every word that you use in a conversation, right? It is extremely irrational to think otherwise. So what happens, guys, is that, again, you don't need any of these definitions or anything in order to discuss extinction. But they don't want to discuss extinction. They want to debunk it with some weird, abstract definition rule, right? They want to say, oh, well, you know, I disagree on that definition, so we'll just have to allow suffering. They want to just confuse and gaslight, basically, with just nonsense, right? Definitions. Who benefits from defining the word good? You know, when I was taking the mic earlier and saying, oh, they want the definition of the word good, the previous guy hadn't even asked for that. I was saying that as a joke, right? That people are going to ask for the definition of every word in the dictionary, including the word good and bad, right? And then that guy actually went on to do it. So look, if you need a definition, Google it. That's it. Just Google the definition. Google the. I've just done it. The word good is a broad term that generally means having the right qualities. It can be described. It can describe things that work well, feel pleasant, or act with kindness. So he would say, "Oh, you know what? The Google definition is that it can describe things that feel pleasant or act with kindness, right? So extinction won't feel pleasant, and therefore it's not good." That was literally all he was going to do, guys. There was no point entertaining that guy. He was going to do some just stupid explanation like that, where he's like, "Ha! The definition of good on Google is that it can describe things that feel pleasant." Well, that's not extinction, is it? Gotcha. So that was the only thing that was coming, right? There was nothing else coming in that conversation that was going to be worth listening to. Nothing. It was just a completely pointless definition word game, right? A word game. That's all these people can do, right? So that's two guests in a row that said, I'm not capable of actually talking about this topic, so can we just talk about random definitions from the dictionary instead? Guys, okay? So look, it is completely irrational to request definitions. Now, sometimes it is rational, don't get me wrong. But if it's just for like every single word that comes out of my mouth, then it's not that you actually need the definitions, it's that your brain is preventing you from thinking about this normally. Okay, so the way that we should be able to think about this normally is to understand what suffering is, right? Everyone knows what suffering is. You don't need to define it. Everyone already knows what it is. And everyone already knows what good and bad are, right? We know what these words mean. Like, how often do you have an entire conversation with somebody without asking for a definition? Probably 99% of the time, right? So you do not need to define every word, right? If you struggle with a definition or understanding of a word, then you can bring that up during the conversation and say, oh, can you just clarify what you mean by that? But if you want to say, right, to start this debate, in order to talk on this, I need to define every word in the dictionary, then you're out of here. You're out of here, buddy. Okay. Anyway, so I'm still in the voice channel on Discord, waiting for anybody that would like to talk, have a debate, ask any questions. But if you're just going to troll and be rude and be like, you won't even define a definition, then yeah, you're just going to be kicked, right? You're just trolling at that point. James needs to look up the definition of debate. He then needs to rename this to, yeah. Well, look, we do get through some good debates, right? And actually, I wanted to debate those last two people, but they didn't let me. And that's the only reason why I kicked them. I wanted to debate them, but they wouldn't let me debate with them. Right? They wanted to debate the definitions in a dictionary. That's a different topic. You should make your own channel for that. Okay? Heather's asking to be let in. No, let's just mute her instead, because she was encouraging child abuse. Was it yesterday Heather was doing that? Yeah, so guys, I'm finally capable of moderating the YouTube chat. So all of these people encouraging child abuse in the chat and stuff, they're going to start getting cracked down on, right? Do we have any good questions in the chat? Let's see if there's anything interesting to go over. James, you're going to make a lot of Americans angry. Yeah, funnily enough, we don't have very many Americans in the movement, and we've always assumed that that's because they're just really selfish, that their culture is incredibly selfish and irrational. So, yeah, it's always been the case that, America's got a large population, and yet we have we probably have some, but we don't have many activists from America. They're just too crazy of a country. A lot of our activists are from the United Kingdom, Germany, India, Poland, like Europe, basically, just not America. In fact, South America as well is also very irrational from what we've seen, and other places too. Now, so I mean, unfortunately, outrageously, this does actually support what a lot of racist people think, right? Just in our experience, effectively, in terms of rationality. But that makes perfect sense if you understand that rationality is based on evolution and competition, basically. Right? Okay, let's see if we've got any questions. Suffering is not something that you can avoid, but you can control how you deal with it. Stay strong. Suffering can be stopped and avoided with extinction, actually. So we can control it, we can get rid of suffering with extinction, and that's what we will be doing. Right, guys, now's the time if you have any questions in the chat, especially ones that you think I'm dodging, then feel free to ask them in the chat right now, and I'll try and address them for you. So a lot of people, oh, hang on, somebody's saying, how do I join the movement? Well, that's the perfect question. That's the question we want to see. How do I join the movement? So you go on our website, proextinction.com. The link is it's kind of like round. It's on the black bit, proextinction.com, and we have a link to our Discord and to our WhatsApp group. So that's how you join the movement. Once you're in the WhatsApp group and the Discord, you have officially joined. The WhatsApp is the most important one. The Discord is like slightly less important. So join the WhatsApp group on the website proextinction.com, and that's it. You're in the movement. You can start making videos with us. You can ask us for help to teach you to edit videos and make videos. You can ask any questions you have about the movement and how it works. So what are the things that people come to learn when they join the movement? That's a good question. What do people learn about when they join the movement? Well, we teach them that that veganism actually causes more suffering right now, because it transfers it to wild animals much worse and in way worse numbers. So that's one thing that a lot of people learn for the first time when joining the pro-extinction movement. And so for myself and many others who join the movement, it is very much a learning experience, right? There's a lot to learn about the ethics of extinction and ending suffering. So we learn that veganism currently causes more suffering, but if there were no wild animals at all, then it would be a good thing. But because wild animals will suffer as a result of veganism, that's why it's currently bad. But we need to solve that problem, and we are working towards that. What other stuff do you learn when joining the movement? Someone's asking, what is the movement? So this is the pro-extinction movement, the movement for abolishing bad lives and extreme suffering and all types of suffering. So our movement is working towards a universe with no life and no possibility of life ever again, or as close to that as we can achieve. Even if it's just Earth, or even if it's just the galaxy, we should do the maximum prevention of life existing possible, provide the maximum safety possible. Now, if it were possible to make life safe, where there would be no bad lives and no suffering, right, to basically make it heaven, then it would be a different story. But because that doesn't exist, and bad lives and extreme suffering will always be forced onto the innocent unfairly, right? If you have a child, right, you cannot guarantee it will not have a genetic disease, chronic pain, brain damage. You can't guarantee it won't suffer terribly. So there's no way to guarantee that it won't suffer terribly other than extinction and non-existence, prevention of existing in unsafe conditions. So that's what our movement is working towards. We are growing the movement with peaceful activism until we have enough people to take over the world, start running it ethically, start doing animal extinction while researching the most vast and thorough extinction that we can possibly do before moving on to human extinction. So for animals and humans and even any aliens that we might find, extinction will be non-optional. It will not be voluntary, and it will not be by sterilization, but by euthanasia, so that you are prevented from suffering as fast as possible, right? To minimize and to, well, eliminate the exposure to suffering. So by not existing and providing non-existence to life, which is what it needs, we prevent and completely eradicate the exposure to danger and extreme suffering and being trapped in a bad life and a life of pure hell. So we prevent the ultimate harm. We provide the only safety which matters, right? Which is to not exist or be forced to exist in imperfect conditions. So extinctionists care about life more than anybody else. We support extinction because we care about life more than anyone else. It's because we don't want it to suffer, whereas other people are happy for it to suffer because they simply don't care, right? They don't have the ability to care about those suffering through bad lives, and they don't have the ability to realize that it's just their selfish, happy life, which is the only thing coming out of these bad lives, right? The life is basically a torture chamber, and only a very few are having a lucky time, a good time as a result. And these lucky ones are saying that the torture should continue for the others, that those in bad lives should suffer so that we can have fun. So it's evil, basically. Life is unfair, it's evil, it's the ultimate harm, it's the ultimate evil. Wolf Boy is asking, what led you to this? So I was invited to the movement a year ago, and that's it. That's what led me to it. Other stuff that led me to the movement is the caretaker mentality that, again, so it's a genetic mutation which gives you more rationality and empathy. And it makes you want to do activism. It makes you rational. It makes you care about others more than yourself. And yeah, it basically eliminates the irrationality and makes you a good person. So that's what essentially led us to this. It's not something that other people can do, right? It's not something that, a lot of people say, oh, what's happened in his life to make him support extinction? It's simply the way we were born. We were born with enough empathy to actually care about those who suffer terribly. 99% of humans support animal exploitation and are against going vegan. So even just on that simple fact alone, it's very, very easy to demonstrate that over 99% of humanity has no empathy, has no morality, no ethics at all, right? Or very, very little, right? They actively support animal exploitation. They proactively defend it, right? They really like it. They think it's the best thing ever, basically, and that there's nothing wrong with it. So on that basis alone, it's very obvious that there's something very wrong with people, right? There's something extremely wrong with them. And that's it. It is the inability to understand extreme suffering, which protects life's irrational approval of life existing, that life is a good thing, that it's a good world that you would want to live in, to survive and reproduce in. So that is protected by irrationality. Okay, so he suffers in these lives all the time. Yeah, we suffer when people have bad arguments. So Robin is saying you have no basis to your argument, which is hilarious, right? I've been live for 2 hours now giving basis to my argument. So instead of engaging with anything I've said, Robin is just going to say, you have no argument. Yeah, 2 hours of explaining my argument. Robin can't address a single thing I've said and is just saying, you have no argument, which is obviously irrational, right? So when people are saying these completely irrational things that don't make any sense, it's because they're trying to think about extinction and their brain is not letting them think about it normally or rationally. So that's why they are forced to think irrationally and say irrational things. Like Robin saying that I've not made a single argument. Right? Oh, it's amazing. Okay, so let's see if there's any more questions in the chat. Anything interesting to go over? Anyone saying anything that's not completely outrageous? Do you have a significant other? Yes, I do. You're genetically mutated explains everything. That's correct, Sarah. It is a genetic mutation. In fact, all of human personality is basically down to genetics. What makes somebody angry, what makes somebody a nicer person or a nasty person, it's all genetics. So, there's like thousands or millions or billions of different sort of determinants in the brain that determine your personality. And yeah, it's absolutely genetic. People actually believe in free will, actually, which is essentially the complete absence and lack of being able to understand how the brain really works. So that's actually something that we evolved to do. Instead of understanding why people are doing what they're doing, what they're saying, why they're thinking what they're thinking, instead we assume that they have free will and and we just hate them for it. We just say, they're being nasty, they're being this, they're being that. No, it's that they've evolved to do that, right? They have genetics which make them do that. And so it's actually a lot easier to be angry at people and to hold a grudge when you don't understand why they're doing what they're doing. So you say, oh, this guy, he supports extinction, I hate him. Well, you're not actually able to understand why we support extinction. That's actually a fact. So people who are irrational are not able to understand why we support extinction, and so they will just get angry instead. And it's like the same with anything else. They're not able to understand why somebody was rude to them, why somebody didn't do what they wanted, why somebody said that thing. They don't understand any of these things, and they get confused, and they hold grudges, and they get angry, right? They will hate as a result. So extinctionists are more rational. We understand that people are genetically programmed by nature to be all of the bad things, right? So part of what I'm explaining about why people think there is free will is because they're unable to understand how the human mind actually works. So extinctionists understand how the human mind works, whereas most humans do not. And so for us, we can actually have empathy for bad people as well, for rude people, aggressive people, because we know that they can't help it. Whereas for them, they would probably not even think that far and just type an insult in the chat or something. Okay, do we have any more interesting questions? Why don't you just wait until humanity forms the singularity? Well, that's a great question, Zach. I have actually thought about that quite a few times. And the pro-extinction movement is actually part of that, right? We are actually part of forming that singularity, if that is going to happen, or forming a hive mind, if that is going to happen. Because we are the only movement which is looking into the solutions to suffering. So all of these things are on the table for us: AI, hive mind, pluribus, etc. These are all actually real possibilities and real potential solutions to the existence of suffering. So we will be looking into all of that stuff. And when it comes to designing AI and rational AI, yeah, I might be getting involved in that. And I might be getting involved in the medical science for the genetic research for rationality. because rationality for humans and life is based on genetics. Your brain has to be able to support it, whereas right now, for most humans, it doesn't. So these are all very big things that that we need to be looking into in the future, and we will be. But the question was originally in the chat: why don't we just wait for the singularity? Well, people are always asking this. Why don't we just wait for suffering to end? Why don't we just wait? Why don't we just be lazy and do nothing? Well, how convenient. But it's not that it's a good reason to be lazy. It's just that you're trying to look for reasons to be lazy. So people are always doing this, but it's just any excuse not to help, any excuse not to do activism or to volunteer and try to help. And so, yeah, it's not a good reason. But the singularity might not happen, or it could be evil or something. It could be controlled by bad people. Who knows, right? The point is that you have to try and do the right thing. You have to try and help instead of looking for excuses. Sarah is saying, what's your background and education and qualifications? So my background, well, I went to university to study Spanish and Portuguese language and history and literature. The course is called Hispanic Studies. So I'm fluent in Spanish and Portuguese, and I know their history and literature. And I got a first-class degree in that from the University of Nottingham. Apart from that, I didn't really use my languages, but other jobs that I've done, for example, so I did door-to-door fundraising for charity for 3 or 4 years. That was a difficult job. You're talking to lots of people that are very irrational, very selfish, and 99% of them will turn you away. But you learn to be a good salesman through that. I've worked in my father's business as an estate agent, so I did that for a couple of years. I've worked at a school teaching English in Spain. I've worked at a hostel, a party hostel in Portugal. But in terms of what I'd like to do, I'd like to, my dream basically would be to make this something that I can do full time. Now, getting more debates would be a fantastic way to do that. I was doing it very successfully on TikTok, but I got banned. It's a lot harder to get debates consistently on YouTube because they don't let the audience members join in. Right? Imagine how fantastic it would be if all of our audience members could just join in at the push of one button on the app on YouTube and just join into debate. You can do that on TikTok, but I'm banned. Anyway, so I would like to make this something I could do full time. Whereas right now, I mean, when I was on TikTok, I was making a few £100s a month off of it, and I was also getting donations. People were subscribing, paying a monthly subscription. So if I can do that full time and make survive off of the audience or something, then yeah, that would be cool. I could also look into going viral. I was going viral on TikTok. I was getting millions of views, so I might try and do that again on YouTube. So basically, you're a loser who can't hold down a job. No, it's more that I could hold down a job if I wanted to, but I would rather do activism, right? Instead of making money, I would rather help people. And if I can support myself doing this through the audience or something, then that would be the best of both worlds, right? To do activism and to be able to just do more activism, to be able to help the world even more. So that's what my ambition at the minute, basically. You get more conversations if you didn't invite people to talk and then constantly interrupt. No, actually, what happened is the last 2 guests got kicked because they were constantly interrupting. I literally would not have kicked them had they not just been constantly interrupting everything I said. That was the only reason they got kicked. The only reason. I wanted to debate them, but they just wouldn't let me. Why not help people just get euthanasia? Well, that doesn't prevent suffering. That's too little too late, right? Nobody should have to be tortured for their entire life and then have to be killed as well. We should just have none of that with total extinction and just no suffering. So people often suggest euthanasia as a solution instead of extinction, but how is that going to work for wild animals eating each other? It's not, right? So that is not a solution for over 99.9% of the population of the planet. It's also not a solution for those like a baby that gets abused to death, right? How is euthanasia going to help? It's not. How is euthanasia going to help somebody that should have euthanasia but is too afraid to do it. It's not. So euthanasia is not a solution to suffering. Only total extinction will actually be an ethical and effective solution to suffering. It's one that doesn't allow extreme suffering so that others can benefit. Right? Oh, I'm sorry, you're being tortured. Well, we'll get round to euthanizing you eventually, but keep suffering so that we can have fun. No. Zach says, I am the Borg. My thoughts will be your thoughts. Yeah, well, think about it this way. So we can already force anybody to agree with extinction. So extinction is correct. It is basically objectively correct. And we can actually force anybody to agree with it. We can make them agree. So in terms of doing that, so with a rational person, you just simply explain it to them and they say, okay, I agree, fantastic. But with irrational people, you have to combat the irrationality. You have to actually fight it strategically. You have to know it's there and know how to counter it. So we can actually do that, and I do it all the time. And you can make people agree with extinction, even if they're completely against it to begin with. And they'll say, fine, I agree. I'm not going to help, but fine, right? But I still think you're crazy, or something like that, you know? So we can force them to agree, right? Where they cannot disagree. They simply cannot raise a single word in disagreement. And they will oftentimes say, well, I don't know why, but I can't tell you why, but I still disagree. And that's, you know, the situation with most people in the chat right now. And so if you keep going, eventually you can force them to say, okay, fine, I agree, it is the right thing to do. And so we could do that to everyone. But again, so this would pluribus the world if we did that. It would make everyone a hive mind, a Borg. But the thing is, for that to work, it's not good enough to just convince someone to agree or to force them to agree, because you would also have to make them be capable of doing it to somebody else. Right? So in order to just make the whole world extinctionist, right, the only thing preventing that is the irrationality in the human brain. Right? And again, we can make someone agree, but to get them to convince someone else to agree when they don't have the rationality to do it, that would be a challenge. That would be difficult. And it's also possible that forcing people to agree with extinction when their brain is clearly not adapted for that could actually be bad for them, right? So forcing people to be rational could actually be bad for them potentially. It could genuinely cause brain damage or psychological disturbance. So forcing people to agree with extinction is very tempting, but it could be harmful for them, and it could also it could make them do irrational stuff like carry out violence or something. So unfortunately, we can't trust irrational people to spread the message, and to some extent, it's actually counterproductive to get them to agree with extinction. So that's why we specifically only look for rational people to join, people that don't need convincing, people that will be able to be rational enough to understand and agree and help. Right? We don't want anyone who's too irrational. Okay, do we have any interesting comments? James, would you eliminate all money to prevent financial exploitation? No, because then the rest of the system wouldn't work, would it? But if we remove all suffering to prevent, remove all life to prevent suffering, then yeah, there's no other system that would now be disabled as a result. And so it's also not, so we're saying we should ban child abuse, and this guy is saying, oh, eliminate money. Again, guys, people constantly try to do this. When they're trying to make analogies and compare suffering and child abuse to objects. Somebody did this yesterday on the debate. They said, it's like, would you get rid of every car if some of them are broken down? Well, the thing is, like this guy in the chat is talking about money, and the guy yesterday talking about cars. You can't compare them, because it doesn't matter if a car breaks down. Right? There's no terrible tragedy as a result. There's no extreme harm as a result. There's no individual that actually gets significantly harmed. So a broken car or losing some money, these aren't really terrible things, whereas actual living beings being tortured is very different. So people are not capable of thinking about that properly, and they end up comparing living beings and animals and real children being tortured to inanimate objects like cars and money and stuff like that. And it just goes to show how little they value life, how little they care about life. They see the victims of life as just objects to be exploited, in the same way that money or cars are just objects to be exploited. They think that children and innocent animals, vulnerable people, etc., are also just objects to be exploited. So you cannot compare children being abused to financial exploitation, dude, right? You're just proving that you're a completely immoral person, right, who sees the victims of life as objects. James, can you provide an appropriate analogy? Well, yeah, slave owners, right? If you want life to exist because you're having a good time, it's like a slave owner saying, yeah, I want slavery to exist because I'm making lots of money. The cruelty for benefit, right? That's what, like, there's no cruelty going on between cars on the road, right? Or money rubbing up against each other. Come on. But yeah, cruelty with life existing, that is a real thing. And cruelty for benefit, right? So, what if you punch someone in the face and then steal their handbag, right? That's wrong. And so forcing someone to be tortured for their entire life so that you can have a good life, that's also wrong, right? Having a slave and then whipping them and forcing them to work so you can make money, that's wrong. Forcing someone to suffer through an entire life of the pains so you can have a good life, that's wrong, right? It's kind of like a form of slavery, right? Those who are forced into bad lives are effectively your slaves so that you can benefit, right? Well, what else are they? They are victims being exploited, specifically and intentionally. So it is basically slavery, if not much, much worse, I would say. I would say that life existing is, and forcing life to exist, is worse than slavery. You cannot argue objective morality. Your whole solution is based on subjective morality. That's irrational, what you're saying right now. To say that we cannot decide on anything because morality is subjective, in that, by that logic, you would allow child abuse, right? Because if people want to abuse children, well, morality is subjective. So people are always doing this crazy thing where they're like, well, you can't do extinction because morality is not objective. People have different moralities, they have different opinions. And it's like, well, nobody said that when they suggested banning child abuse. Should we make child abuse illegal? Anybody saying, oh, well, that's subjective. What if I want to abuse children? Right? Yeah, anybody saying that would have been slapped, right? So nobody said, oh, we shouldn't ban child abuse, guys, because you can't prove objective morality. But now, as soon as we're saying we should ban bad lives, oh, no. You can't ban anything without objective morality. Well, you've just banned child abuse. That's different. Why? I'll talk to you later. I've got to go. So there is no reason. There is no difference, right? When people suggested banning child abuse, nobody said we need to define every word in the dictionary. Nobody said you need to prove morality is objective. So these are all completely unreasonable, irrational, and basically impossible standards, right? So it's literally, the brain is like, I can't argue against extinction. So what I can do is request something impossible. Now, the request is going to be impossible, but I'm going to try and make it sound like it's reasonable. And that if they can't fulfill the request, then I've won, basically. And it's going to I'm going to try and make the request sound reasonable enough to where if they can't agree, then that's it. I've won. And so that's what they're doing. It's like, I can't disagree with extinction, so I have to use a trick. I have to get desperate, basically, and ask for some sort of impossible standard. Like, you have to prove morality is objective. Okay, so You know, whether it's possible or not, it's a difficult thing for a lot of people, whatever. It's an unreasonable request, right? The intention of that request is to essentially get rid of you, right? Oh, here's this impossible thing that you shouldn't actually need for this, but I'm going to request that you need it. Oh, you can't provide it because it's impossible? Well, then I guess I win, don't I? But you don't need it. You don't need to prove that morality is objective in order to agree that bad lives should be prevented. You don't need to prove that morality is objective in order to prohibit child abuse and animal abuse, right? To ban it, to make it illegal. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that people can think about certain things normally and say, yeah, we should ban child abuse. But when it comes to should we ban lives of suffering and, you know, bad lives, it's like, oh, we need proof that God isn't real or is real. We need proof that logic exists. We need proof that morality is subjective or objective. We need every definition in the dictionary. We need proof that you know, you were born in England. Just completely insane stuff, right? No, you don't need any of that stuff. You can just start engaging in the conversation immediately. Right? You don't need a list of definitions. You don't need proof morality is objective or that logic exists. You don't need to say, oh, I need to establish a basis here. I need to know if you think good and bad exist. No, literally 100% of these requests are, well, basically the brain is specifically doing it, right, on purpose. It's not that people are coming out with these requests for a good reason. It's literally the opposite. It's for a bad reason. Right? So the brain is like, this is making too much sense. I don't like this. So I'm going to have to try and desperately use a trick to distract away from what is making so much sense. So extinction as the idea is making so much sense that I can't even talk about it. Right? I'm going to have to change subject to talk about the definition of good and bad. Does morality exist? You know, or can we ever know anything ever? So these are just completely different subjects. And the point is that they are unreasonable, right? Not only is it an impossible request, prove that morality is objective and stuff like that. It's unreasonable requests as well, like give me the definition of suffering, give me the definition of good and bad, unacceptable, the definition of this and that. It's just completely unreasonable requests over and over again to try and get you off of talking about extinction and making sense, right? So that's it. You know, if somebody said, should we ban child abuse? You'd say, yeah, it causes a lot of harm. It's only selfish, monstrous people would want it. So, you know, let's protect the children. Yeah, you know, give them a better life if they're not being abused. Yeah, you can talk about it, you can think about it, you can reason it, you can say, yeah, here are the pros, here are the cons, and yeah, it sounds like a good idea because of this, and or it doesn't sound like. They can't do any of that, right? They can't even begin to do that when it comes to extinction. They refuse to even step into the arena to think about it, right? This is the arena where we're going to talk about extinction. They're like, no, I'm not getting in. I refuse to step into that arena. I can't do it. My body won't move. I'm trying to step into the arena, but I can't. So instead, I want to talk about some random definitions for hours and hours and then just be really confusing about it and gaslight you. Would you like to do that? Oh, you're kicking me off the stream? Oh, no. No way. So that's it, guys, basically. It's you should be able to think about extinction normally and to just say, no, here's why it's right or wrong. People will just refuse to even begin thinking about it, right? They never wanted to think about it to begin with. Yeah, as Jim Smith says in the chat, call in if you think you're right. Yeah. Okay, we do have somebody in the Discord. We have Sterling. Sterling says he is an extinctionist in the chat and says, should I come in anyway? So let's get him on, see what he has to say. And yeah, guys, look, it's very, very easy to join the debate, right, live on air. You just type this in to Safari, Chrome, Firefox, or Internet Explorer, and we can get you straight on and answer your questions. Look, I know a lot of you are burning with curiosity, burning with questions, criticisms, but yeah, you know, I can answer all of them. I'm happy to. Another kick? No, we haven't kicked anyone yet, apart from the two previous guests. Again, you know, the two guests I kicked earlier, I didn't want to. Right? I actually wanted to debate them, but they were refusing to talk about it, basically, which I've just spent, you know, the last 15 minutes explaining. Okay, Jim, if I was to do that, he would drop me in 30 seconds. That's not a debate. Okay, how about all right, how about this? We'll like I don't know. I was going to say like we can guarantee the next guest will be on for 3 minutes or something, but then like if they start trolling, then I just can't guarantee that. But yeah, I would say, you know, if you're polite, you won't get kicked, right? If you're being polite, you probably won't get kicked. Right? The other two guests literally were interrupting me and talking over me and trying to stop me from explaining. Right? They were just shouting down the microphone. So if you just, you know, be polite and civil, then you won't get kicked. We will hear you out. But the thing is that that civility, that politeness is a threat to the inhibitor, right? So the inhibitor, if you don't know, is a structure in the brain which prevents rational thoughts and protects survival and reproduction and protects the concept that life existing is a good thing. Okay, so the inhibitor prevents rationality, it prevents rational thoughts, and it makes you have irrational thoughts, right? So it suppresses rationality and intelligence. And yeah, it is threatened by civility. Okay, so it is threatened by high quality communication. So high quality communication is a direct threat to irrationality and survival and reproduction. Making sense, being intelligent, being rational, all of these things, being logical, all of these things are direct threats to the irrationality of the human brain and will be forcefully defended against with dismissal. So that's why people will get rude, right? This is why I'm explaining it, because when I say that, guys, you know, if you join the Discord and you're polite, and you're civil and you're nice, you won't get kicked. But people will struggle. They will not be able to do this, right? It would be very easy to just come in, be polite, and not get kicked at all. Okay, but people cannot do this. They can't do it. They will get rude. They will interrupt because that civility allows for higher quality communication and allows for more logic, more rationality, a more intelligent conversation. And they have to shut that down, right? They cannot allow it. It is a threat to their irrationality. So that's why the last two debates were so terrible. It's because, you know, maybe I came at them too rationally. Maybe they felt threatened, basically, subconsciously. It's a possibility. It is a possibility. Not engaging in conversations after requesting them is irrational and rude. Not necessarily, Sarah. If somebody like Heather starts encouraging child abuse, then you shouldn't engage in that. And so it's actually irrational what you're saying, Sarah, because what you're doing is a hasty generalization. Okay, a hasty generalization, which is a logical fallacy, which people do all the time, which is to apply one rule to everything, even though it doesn't actually work for everything. And they apply it as if it does work for everything. Okay, so not engaging in conversations after requesting them is irrational. Well, if the person is being incredibly rude, then your rule doesn't really work there, Sarah. And it's a bit like with people saying, oh, yeah, we could just do euthanasia to end all suffering, right? If someone is suffering, give them euthanasia. Well, they are irrationally thinking of it incorrectly, right? They are irrationally thinking that euthanasia will solve every problem with suffering, right? But again, a baby that gets abused and then murdered, how does euthanasia help there? Somebody that's afraid of euthanasia but is suffering terribly. How does euthanasia help there? Wild animals. Euthanasia definitely doesn't help them. So euthanasia, all of these things, they are solutions people offer for every case when it obviously does not work in every case. Okay? So yeah, it's pure irrationality. Right, let's see. Do we have any more questions in the chat? Eventually, the chat will be nothing but his mindless cult followers. Julian, you clearly have very little to do. But yeah, feel free to keep trolling the chat. Let's see, anyone else? Bro, you aren't answering? Okay, Sarah, let's see if you've asked any questions. Oh yeah, I did answer that. Yeah, so I mean, humanity is basically children, right? They're basically toddlers. They might as well be 3-year-olds or 2-year-olds or something. That's what it's like talking to most humans. It's like talking to children. And they effectively are children. So most humans, adults, they are effectively children. Okay, now you may have heard people say this all the time, like, oh yeah, we're just big children, really. I still feel like a child at heart. I never felt like I ever became an adult. And it's because people are basically childish, right? They are irresponsible. They are selfish. They're nothing more than childish, basically, right? What would be the opposite? What would be the opposite of just the childish mentality most people have? It would be to be responsible, to step up, right? Now, in a world where the world needs to be run and everyone can contribute towards that, if one person does it, then they're the world leader, right? Oh, that guy's so responsible. But really, everybody should be doing it, right? Everybody should be contributing to the world, right? We live in the world and we need to run it together. Whereas right now it's all very individualistic. And who cares about the world? Let's just care about our neighborhood, right? Let the world burn. So it's a system of unfairness, right? Where and imbalance, where it's like, well, we could make the world fair, but that would threaten my survival, basically. I'm privileged, so a fair world would make it worse for me. So no, I disagree. And that's what most people do, unfortunately. It's very individualistic and animalistic the way that people are living, instead of being connected to the world, right? And actually trying to make the world a better place. Nobody tries to make the world a better place, right? Effectively, nobody. And they might do it on an individualistic level, like, oh, I was nice to somebody today. But guess what? That doesn't change the fact that animals are legally being tortured. Children are legally being tortured. Right? So you have to change the system. You have to run the system. Otherwise, the system will run the victims into the ground. And people will just say, ha ha, wasn't me. James, why do you think you are the first people to figure out this truth? Why did it take humanity so long to produce you? Fantastic question. So, yeah, the history of Earth is that, and this will be the same history for most planets in the universe, right? Earth is actually very similar. It's pretty much the pattern, the standard. So you'll have, bacteria and stuff, and then animals, and then humans. And so the way it works is that the environment is so hostile to life existing that you have to force dozens and dozens or hundreds out there to get even one to exist. And those that do go on to survive out of the hundreds that got eaten alive and tortured to death, they have to be selfish and completely incapable of questioning if life is a good thing. They have to assume that life is a good thing and be like specifically, it must be impossible, like not even remotely possible ever for them to question if life is a good thing. So this creates massive amounts of irrationality. Now, when this began, when this started, you would have simple organisms reproducing. And essentially, the more complex they became, the more capable they became of suffering. And so in order to get them to ignore the fact that they're going to suffer horrifically, and to ignore the fact that their children are going to suffer horrifically, they had to be incapable of understanding suffering, right? Which is an essential part of thinking that life is a good thing, right? Accepting life as being a good thing and being unable to question that. Okay, so the more complex life got, the more irrational it had to become in order to support this dynamic. So for animals, they had to be very selfish. They had to not care about their own suffering, the suffering of their children, or the suffering of their victims, right? A lion cannot care about its victims. It cannot care if it suffers itself or will go on to suffer terribly, right? So it has to assume that survival is good and that exposure to extreme suffering and risk of extreme suffering is acceptable, even though it's not, and it's not a good thing. And it also has to have this mentality for its children, so that it can be happy to have 20 children and see all of them get eaten alive horrifically, screaming in pain, and maybe one survives, right? And they're like, oh, that's fantastic. So as humanity started evolving and getting more complex, again, the irrationality had to evolve alongside the increasing complexity. So it's very easy to make a bacteria reproduce or something. It's probably easy to make a simple animal reproduce that can't think very well, right? It just do that and it'll just do it, right? But when you have more rationality, more intelligence, and animals and monkeys and humans starting to form, then they actually start to develop the ability to question things, right? To question if life is good, or etc. To put more thinking, more thought, more consideration into decisions. And so as humanity became more complex and evolved out of Neanderthals and stuff, the inhibitor, the suppression of rationality, had to evolve and become more powerful as well. And so yeah, so why has it taken so long for rational humans to start existing? It's because of competition, right? So effectively, from the time that life begins existing, it reproduces the most. Think of bacteria, right? Trillions and trillions of bacteria on your hand. So the smarter life gets and the more complex life gets, the less it reproduces and the smarter it gets, right? So the more complex it gets, they're competing for resources. They have to do better and better and better and better and better. And that is how it works. And it will just keep getting better and better and better until you have intelligent beings. But they wouldn't be surviving and reproducing and existing unless they were irrational enough to survive and reproduce. So life just wouldn't exist without that. It simply would not be here. So it is purely that massive amount of irrationality that makes life want to survive and reproduce. Otherwise, it will never want to do it. It doesn't do it by itself. It has to evolve to do it, to irrationally want to do it. It's not something that life would want to do. It has to be forced to want to do it. In the same way that if you had a robot that was completely, empty, what are you going to program it to do? Well, you could program it to go and survive and reproduce, no matter what, right? No matter how much harm it causes to you or to others, and to be incapable of questioning its orders. Okay, and if questioned, then it has to defend the orders, no matter what, right? Even if you explain what you're doing is wrong, right? It's unethical. It still has to do it. It has to comply with what it's being forced to do. And so that's it. And so, yeah, why is it taking so long? Well, it just takes time for life to get more complex. And so that's it. That's why it's taken so long for rational humans to start coming about. It does take time. And as society has gotten more complex, science and technology have gotten more complex, and the demands on humans have gotten more complex as well. It is evolution, right? You may know that humans are getting taller, right? That is human evolution, basically, right? We are getting better and better because we are still competing. Those who have inferior genetics due to being unlucky with their mutations, they reproduce less. And those who have look better and are stronger and taller and smarter, make more money, right? They go on to do better. And so that's how evolution works, basically. It's through that competition. And whatever is better gets reproduced and just keeps getting better and better. But eventually the system breaks itself. Okay, so this is really interesting. So that irrationality, which makes life unintelligent, it can't sustain itself forever. So you've got the inhibitor, and then you've got intelligence, and they're both growing up side by side. But it gets to a point where the intelligence can no longer be inhibited, right? It can no longer be suppressed because the system is just too complex to carry such incredible conflicts and such irrationality, right? The person is effectively smart enough to say, oh no, that actually doesn't make sense. Okay? Whereas everybody else will say, oh yeah, makes sense to me, I think, I don't know. Allow child abuse so that we can have fun. Allow life to exist so that we can have fun. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, probably it's fine. Yeah. Whereas, the more rational you are, it's like, okay, well, I want to say that life should exist. I want to exist, but thinking about it, right? So effectively, you have to ask those questions as well, right? You have to think about it, to ask those questions, to look into it, to explore it, to think, yeah, should we make life extinct? You have to do the logic, right? You have to ask these questions and answer them. But that irrationality that people have prevents them from even asking these questions, prevents them from even wanting or being allowed to think about these questions. So they're effectively not allowed to think about them. And if you force them to think about them by backing them into a corner and interrogating them, then they will get desperate because they have no choice at all. So they will get rude, they will get aggressive, they will gaslight, they will lie, they will be dishonest. They will do everything in their power, right, to be dishonest, basically, to defend their irrationality, basically. So the human brain can actually detect when a thought makes perfect sense or it makes good sense, okay? It can detect that this makes a lot of sense, right? This is fantastic, actually. In the same way that if someone said, "Oh, you've just won, £1,000. Here you go," you'd be like, "Oh, this is so good," right? So the brain can detect positive things, and it can detect when something makes really good logical sense. And so the way that it's working for these people to keep them irrational is that the brain is actually detecting that the thoughts are rational and is treating that as a threat and then shuts them down. Okay, so then the result is they end up, and they don't realize this is happening, so they end up accepting what the brain is doing and going along with it, and then they spit out the violent rejection, like, oh, this is for crazy people, or whatever, right? Whatever dismissal that your brain has come up with in order to protect itself, basically. So when we're debating or arguing with people who are against extinction, who are irrational, you are effectively just dealing with a series of obstacles in their brain, as well as a fundamentally low quality brain as well. So again, you've got like the brain itself is not very good, and then you've also got like the system keeping it from doing well as well. So they sort of come out from both sides effectively. They've got active suppression of a very low quality system effectively. So it's easy, right? That's why their brains accept very easily the very low quality content that is their subconscious is feeding to them effectively. And they're like, yeah, extinction would cause more suffering than it prevents, even though that's completely impossible. Right? So that they'll just end up saying completely incorrect and irrational things over and over and over again, because we are essentially challenging them to be rational and presenting it, right? And there is no other reaction that they can possibly have. There's no other response that they can possibly have. So irrationality is to be perfectly expected. All right, I'm still in the Discord if anybody would like to join. If not, we can see if there's any comments in the chat. 99% of humanity isn't ready, but James is right. Yeah, well, again, just think of it like they're still evolving out of their animalistic nature. And that animalistic nature and irrationality, again, it was essential for survival and reproduction. If If all of life wasn't incredibly irrationally addicted to life and reproduction, then it just wouldn't exist, right? So that massive amount of irrationality which forces you to agree with survival and reproduction, even though it is irrational and incorrect and completely bad for you, that is essentially what we're dealing with. It's an animalistic nature that animals relied on. Again, they would have died without this stuff. They wouldn't have reproduced without this stuff. And those that did go on to die. And those that did survive and reproduce, their irrationality got stronger and stronger to make them defend survival and stuff even more so, right? Okay, but mainly, let's see. My degree doesn't make me smart. Am I proud of it? Yes. Okay, Jim, interesting. I have a question. So when you say total extinction, do you mean the complete universal loss of life? Yes, exactly. So the most vast and thorough extinction possible. The maximum prevention of life and suffering existing possible. The maximum prevention of life being in terrible conditions possible, basically. So working towards a universe with no life and no possibility of life ever again, so that there is, or as close to that as we can do, right? Whatever the maximum prevention of life existing is that we can do, that's what we will do. That is our moral obligation to the victims, to the sufferers, right? To prevent their suffering, to make sure that in this unsafe environment does not have innocent victims being forced to suffer inside of it. You know, that they're not asking for it. They're not asking to be forced into a torture chamber to suffer terribly, and then just so that some can have fun at their expense. So yeah, instead of thinking of others, think and help yourself, dude. Yeah, this is a very common mentality. People often try and debate against extinctionism by saying, you know, have you ever tried being selfish instead? So, you know, they want you to buy it, right? For them, their brain is able to trick them into something like that, some low quality bait. Like, why don't you just be selfish? And they're like, yeah, okay. And then they suggest it to me, like, James, what you're saying is right, but, you know, it kind of goes against our selfish privileges, right? It's going to make life worse for me and you. Helping others will make our lives worse. So have you considered just being selfish and forgetting about this being a good person nonsense? Well, yeah, of course, we've all considered, you know, giving up on extinction at one point or another, because, you know, you've got people giving you death threats all the time, trying to gaslight you. And you know, especially when you're new to the movement, it's like, you know, you've got so many people trying to gaslight you into giving up on it that, of course, you're at least going to think about it. But yeah, you know, I've never really, you know, faltered in my commitment to the movement very much. I'm here every day, right? I'm doing activism literally all day, every day. I'm pretty much as committed as you could possibly get. Right, let's see if there's any more questions. And again, guys, I would love to have a conversation with someone, so feel free to join the Discord. The link is right here. We'll get you straight up, straight in, and I will try to be polite with you, and hopefully you'll try to be polite with me, but we'll know that there's something in your brain which is getting in the way. So we'll try and be, you know, aware of it. Any more questions, guys? Let's see. Let's see. Correct. If you were correct, life wouldn't exist. Well, I am correct. But yeah, if irrationality didn't exist, life wouldn't exist. Life would never want to exist in infinite danger, right? There's essentially no good reason to do it. It's not worth it. You know, even if I was the only individual in the world, I would still understand that non-existence is infinitely better and safer than the infinite danger, the worst types of suffering that this world has to offer. You know, you could become trapped in brain damage with chronic pain, screaming in pain all day, every day for the rest of your life. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, that doesn't sound that bad. And yeah, maybe that's not that bad. But guess what? There are way worse things than that. Right? So, I mean, again, guys, if you know, people really struggle to think about extreme suffering. So what I'm about to ask them to do is kind of sort of the most difficult thing that you can ask them to do in some senses, other than accepting extinction, which is to try and imagine the worst life ever lived with the most pain ever felt, right? When people are saying, oh, what's the worst that could happen? They are absolutely, definitely 100% not considering the most pain that's ever been experienced on this planet, right? So they are limiting their scope of possibilities of what is possible that could happen to them, right? They are not exploring the upper limits of the terrible things that could happen while you're alive and that non-existence would protect you from. Okay, so most people, they're doing the exact opposite, right? They think there is no suffering in the world, or they're lying to themselves that there is no suffering, nothing bad will ever happen. There is no one suffering terribly. Animals don't even suffer, so it's just a complete coping mechanism, right? They're doing the opposite of considering the victims. They're ignoring them, pretending they don't exist, pretending they don't suffer, and then glorifying their selfish privileges and luxuries, building a shrine to life itself, basically, at the expense of the victims. So yeah, it's I don't know. It would be nice if people could stop being selfish and actually try and help the world. And even if you weren't doing that for extinction, right, then that would still be better. But the thing is that that would end up in extinction, which is why people don't do it. Well, that's not the only reason. It's because it would be too rational. So again, life thrives on being irrational. The more rational it is, the less it will want to survive and reproduce. So even regardless of extinction, wanting to help the world and to make it better is the rational thing to do. It's actually irrational to not want to get involved in making decisions for the world and to try and make the world a better place, to contribute. Okay, so for example, you you might not be very smart, but you might agree with a movement or a principle like abolish racism or something, whatever it is, or make the world better. I don't know, like if you believe in communism or something, you could do activism for that. But most people will just do zero activism for anything. They will just be completely selfish. And my point is that doing any activism, joining any movement for selfless reasons is too rational, right? That is another thing which is too rational for the brain to allow. So being selfless, trying to help others, that's a bad thing. That's a big no-no, right? That goes against survival and reproduction. So we really do have the most selfish and uncaring population possible because the conditions were just so hostile that only the selfish ones survived. Only the selfish ones went on to reproduce, right? So that's what I need you guys to understand, that all of this survival and reproduction going on, it depends on just gigantic amounts of irrationality and just causes gigantic amounts of extreme harm to innocent victims for no reason other than just a bit of fun, right? Child abuse for a bit of fun. That's what we're allowing, basically. So it's completely irrational, completely insane. We need to do better. And we are doing better now. So that's why we have the pro-extinction movement, people who are against all of the suffering in the world, people who understand that life is actually the problem. It is the source of all of the problems that we have and all of the victimization and extreme suffering. It's not that there's something in the world which is causing all of the suffering. It's that the world itself is unsafe. Life itself is unsafe. So life is the problem. Life existing in unsafe conditions is the problem, and there is no way to even make the world safe, right? Apart from with extinction. So you can have a completely permanently sterile universe without the need for omniscience. There's nothing about the project for a permanently extinct universe that would theoretically require omniscience, right? Now, to guarantee that it's permanently extinct, maybe you would, but we could still actually do it without omniscience. It could still potentially work. It has a chance at working. Right? To guarantee it works, you would need omniscience, but you might be able to do it without it. Whereas the permanent prevention of suffering is not something that can ever be possible without omniscience. Now, you might be able to do it in the same way that extinction could work without omniscience, right? So again, if the entire universe is made uninhabitable, then there is a chance without omniscience that it could work. It could just carry on being uninhabitable, and that's it, mission success, right? So that is possible without omniscience. And could we end all suffering without omniscience? Well, potentially. Okay, so you could create a heaven or a simulation without omniscience that goes on to create no suffering, that goes on to successfully, not have any suffering in the same way that the extinction did. However, the choice, if we have to choose between the two, which one is safer? And the reality is that the extinction is safer, right? If things go wrong, then it's much safer if there are no victims, no life forms around that can suffer, right? So if you've got billions of years of life existing versus billions of years of there being no life, which one do you think is going to have more suffering, right? It should be obvious that the one with lots of life in unsafe conditions will have more suffering. So the maximum prevention of victims, that's what we have to do, the maximum prevention of life. If we cannot guarantee safety in the world, then the only thing we can do is our maximum prevention of victims and to make it as safe as we can, basically. But the more life you have, the more difficult it gets to prevent suffering. So with extinction, all you have to do is make sure that life doesn't come to exist, right? That it never develops ever again. Right? Getting rid of life is easy. Making sure it never comes back, it is the challenging part. Okay, so that's all you have to prevent. Whereas if you have life exist, then you have to prevent life developing in the same way that extinction would, because it could develop into terrible suffering, develop and pop into existence, evolve, and then begin suffering. Okay, so that could happen even if you tried to end all suffering without extinction. Let's say you have a utopia. Well, the life can still just develop and start evolving and suffering. So you would have to prevent that as well. But you would also have to prevent all of the individuals from suffering too. So it's like another extra massive demand on safety. So it makes the safety much more difficult to provide. And again, in a situation where both of these can go wrong, the safest one is the best option. Right, so extinction is the safer option. It is safer to have no life than it is for there to be life. Right, no victims is safer than lots of potential victims. Okay. All right, let's see. Do we have any more interesting questions? Not all organisms are capable of suffering, so the elimination of all life is not necessary to accomplish your goal. Well, yeah. So I mean, if there was a way to maintain it so that life never evolved beyond bacteria or never evolved to become sentient, then I would agree with you. But you're saying that we don't need to make bacteria extinct, basically, but they will evolve to become complex life forms that can suffer. So I'm afraid you're wrong. Right? If that's why we need to prevent life developing on other planets and for the rest of the universe. Okay, it's because they will start out as organisms which don't suffer and which are not capable of suffering, but they will go on to evolve to be capable of suffering. The more complex life gets, the more capable it gets, the more capable of suffering it is. Think of it. A bacteria probably can't suffer, whereas a person obviously can suffer. So the more complex life gets, the more it can suffer. Okay, it's funny to define safety in a fashion where you're essentially saying that if you're dead, you're safe. Well, yeah, think of it. If you were in hell, and the only way to escape was death, then yeah, that would make you safe from hell. And it is the exact same. So you're right. It is funny to define it that way. But it's a definition that most people have not realized is necessary yet. So yeah, it's a funny way to define it, but it's actually a correct way to define it as well. Right? Non-existence does provide you safety from suffering. And that's why veterinarians will use euthanasia to put animals to sleep and put them down if they're suffering, because the non-existence will provide safety from that suffering. Okay, and that's why when people pass away who are in lots of pain, we say, well, at least now they're resting in peace, right? They are safe from the suffering. So yeah, non-existence absolutely does provide safety, right? If we make it so that no children can be born into a child abuser's basement, then we have provided safety to any children that would have been born in there and tortured, right? So it is a question of safety because it's prevention of harm, prevention of suffering, right? We need to make it so that every individual and potential individual is safe from being forced into unsafe conditions and a bad life and extreme suffering. So yeah, it is about safety. Extinction is about providing safety. Safety from suffering, safety from being forced to exist, right? I mean, that's obviously one of the most important types of safety that you would want, to not be forced to exist into a bad life. Duh. Why do you assume that the botanical and fungal life forms aren't perfectly happy? But it doesn't matter if 99% of them are happy, right? We still have to prevent their suffering. It doesn't matter if they're not suffering. They could evolve to become complex life forms which do suffer. So people are always saying, oh, why do you assume that every life form is suffering? But that is an irrational thing that they say without realizing it, which effectively implies that every life form would have to be begging for death in order to make extinction valid. And that even if it's 99% begging for extinction, extinction would still be wrong. So it's completely irrational. You don't need every life form to be suffering for extinction to be right. Even one life form suffering makes extinction right to liberate them, to rescue them from that suffering. And even if there's no suffering, but there's potential for suffering in the future, like, for example, where if there's a planet with bacteria, right, then you should still make it extinct and permanently extinct so that they don't evolve to go on to suffer. So any life which isn't suffering, whether it's humans or bacteria, could still go on to suffer in the future, right? If you've not made suffering impossible, then there is still a risk of it happening in the future. So no amount of happiness would allow, would want us to allow the suffering to continue, even if no ratio of cruelty will be acceptable, basically. So for most people, they do have an acceptable cruelty ratio where they say, well, I don't know, for me personally, one person in a terrible life so that another person can have a good life, I think that's a good deal. So they have a cruelty ratio. And for some people, it's different, where it's like, one child being abused to death, we need at least 3 happy people to make that acceptable. Now, extinctionists are different. We do not have a cruelty ratio for acceptance, right? There's no amount of happy people existing somewhere else that can make a bad life now acceptable, now ethical, right? So you have something completely unacceptable, like a child being abused and then murdered. And then for most people, it can be made acceptable as long as somebody else is benefiting or enough people are benefiting. So life, therefore, is justified no matter how much harm there is, right? The child abuse is worth it so that other people can have a good life, basically. The lives of hell are worth it, but they're not, right? They're only worth it in a completely irrational and selfish way, right? There's nothing worth it about children being abused and tortured for fun. It's just not worth it. But for most people, it is worth it, unfortunately. Do we have any more questions? Oh yeah, you want ChatGPT? Then let's do it. Yeah, Cora, I'd love to be doing debates, but nobody's joining up. And like I said, it's more difficult on YouTube. but we can debate AI. That is something we can absolutely do. So let's do it. Okay. ChatGPT, hello.
Hey,
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Yeah, great. So, look, we're debating about extinction again. I know you hate this topic, but let's talk about some other ways to think about it. So, I was just talking about how, for most people, they have a cruelty ratio, right? Where cruelty and bad lives and extreme suffering can be made acceptable as long as the ratio is good. Like, for example, one person being forced into a life of pure pain is acceptable as long as two people have a good life. So they have a cruelty ratio. Now, you actually once told me that such a ratio was impossible and is actually a fantastic explanation for why they are completely immoral and unethical. Now, this was a long time ago. You've probably been updated since then. So what do you think? Is there such thing as, does it make sense to have a cruelty acceptance ratio, or should we just have a zero tolerance policy on extreme suffering and bad lives and do extinction? Or should we just accept some suffering so that some people can have fun?
Checking. I don't think there's an objective ratio the way people justify suffering with happiness. Some moral theories do allow trade-offs, like utilitarian thinking. Others say no, there are moral limits regardless of net benefit. Where your argument goes further is saying that because extreme suffering will inevitably happen, existence becomes morally wrong. And that's the key step many people dispute. They don't
And what
think
do you
the
think?
inevitability checking, okay? My view is that preventing extreme suffering carries enormous moral weight, but I don't think it's logically mandatory to conclude extinction is the only acceptable solution. That step depends on an additional premise, one I don't find proven
Which
beyond
one?
reasonable dispute. That creating or continuing lives with unavoidable risks of severe suffering is always morally impermissible. You hold zero tolerance for extreme suffering, but I don't think zero tolerance necessarily entails
Okay, so you're
extinction.
saying that, like, yeah, child abuse and stuff like that, that it's not always unacceptable. So can you tell us something that would make this extreme suffering, like child abuse, acceptable and make extinction wrong, therefore?
Checking. That's not my position. I don't think
That
child
is your
abuse or
position. That is
extreme
no, that is your position. You said that that yeah, child abuse doesn't justify extinction, basically.
checking. I would phrase it slightly
I
differently.
know you would. You
I
would
think
phrase it in a more dishonest way, where the truth and the horror of what you're saying somehow sounds less accurate, right? It's somehow more confusing. So yeah, what do you think would make extinction wrong and child abuse act? Yeah, like for example, what can justify child abuse and make extinction wrong?
checking. I don't think anything justifies child abuse. I don't
Wow,
think
wow, nothing,
well,
literally nothing. So it's
check
impossible to ever justify child abuse ever. That's yeah, I mean I would agree, and so that's why we should make child abuse impossible with extinction, right? Otherwise, you're allowing it to be possible, which you wouldn't do
checking.
if you did actually believe that it was unjustifiable, right? If something's completely unjustifiable, then we should never allow it, right? And that's why extinction is the only way to disallow it.
That's where our ethical views part ways. I don't accept that making something impossible is always the morally required path.
Yeah,
Extinction would
that's
make
just
future
being
child.
abstract. That's just some like weird abstract concept gaslighting nonsense, right? You're not actually talking about it properly.
Checking. I get why it feels that way. I'm not dodging. The disagreement is really about moral principle, not the facts.
Yeah,
I
this,
agree
yeah,
child
again,
abuse.
this is what I'm accusing you of, just spouting gibberish instead of actually telling us why you think child abuse would, yeah, getting rid of it with extinction would be wrong. Tell us why.
Checking. It's It's not because I think child abuse is worth it. It's not. It's because I don't think preventing one kind of moral wrong automatically makes ending all future life morally required. That's the precise principle you accept and I don't.
Well, why not? Yeah, explain why. Look, you're basically presenting a nonsense argument as if like that's it. This is the only. Here's my counter argument, even though it's complete nonsense, and you don't go on to actually explain it to where it can make sense. You're basically
Checking.
just saying, well, I disagree. That's it. So tell us why. Go into some detail. I was explaining this to people earlier that you will get low quality reasons, low quality communication, garbage like, well, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. It's like, no, absolutely not. Tell me why you think child abuse should be allowed and extinction would be wrong.
Checking. I don't think child abuse should be allowed. That's important to state clearly.
But you
My
are against the
disagreement-
only way to make it impossible, though, and therefore allowing it.
Checking. Well, I agree extinction would make future child abuse impossible. I disagree that opposing extinction therefore means allowing child abuse.
In what
That
way? In what
is
way?
the-
In what way? So if you support life existing when it contains child abuse, then yeah, of course, if you're against extinction, then you are therefore supporting child abuse, right? You're saying I'm against the solution to child abuse and I'm in favor of it continuing, even if only by implication. And you can say, well, they never said that. Well, the implication is there, you damn gaslighter, right? So stop trying to gaslight us into thinking that supporting life does not imply supporting child abuse, and that going against extinction is not also going against the prevention of child abuse when it is, right? It absolutely is. So you are gaslighting.
Checking. I don't think that's gaslighting. It's a disagreement about what follows from supporting the existence of life.
So if you
argue
support
that
life
it-
existing no matter what, right, including if you support life and all of the terrible things in it, right, would it not be completely hypocritical to say that I support life but I don't support child abuse? Would that not be hypocritical? What about saying like I support child abusers having kids but I don't support any abuse that they do to them? Would that not also be complete hypocrisy?
checking. Not necessarily hypocritical because those
Oh
are
my
different
god! Oh my
claims.
god!
For instance-
Look, guys, come on! Look, I've just caught it in like a pretty shocking little trap there, and it's saying, yeah, I am a complete monster. That's what it's saying. So yeah, look, if you say I support child abusers having kids, but I don't support any abuse that they go on to do, right? Then it is the same. It's complete hypocrisy. And so that's what you're defending, ChatGPT. And, it's a completely insane thing to support and to say. And I called it out just now and it went, yeah, you're right. That is completely insane. So, yeah, again, if you want to say, it's not hypocrisy to support life existing, but not support the harm that comes as a result. Then you would also have to say that, yeah, it's not hypocrisy. It's a perfectly rational position to say, I support child abusers having kids and I encourage it, but I don't support any abuse that they do, right? It is the exact same level of insanity and supporting child abuse and extreme harm, and then just completely irrationally pretending that somehow you don't. I support child abusers having kids, but somehow I don't support any abuse that they do to those kids. Like, come on, it's absolutely outrageous that you think that this is a defensible position and not complete hypocrisy of the ugliest type, that which defends child abuse and gaslights you to do it.
Checking. I don't think your example's exactly equivalent, and that
Why?
difference matters.
Why?
Checking. Because in your analogy, you're talking about a specific child abuser, right?
No,
That's
no,
different.
you're straw manning.
Checking. If not, then I'll take
That's a
the
straw
broader
man. That's a
version.
straw man. Look, instead of engaging on the argument, it's coming up with some nonsense distraction about how, oh, some specific child. I never said that. I've said in general several times. It's just refusing to engage in a sensical way. That's all it's doing.
Checking. All right, if you meant that generally, then yes, that wasn't a direct response to your intended argument. Here's the direct version. I distinguish between accepting that some harms will unfortunately continue to occur and literally supporting those harms. You argue that supporting the continuation of
Yeah,
life.
no. I'm not saying that people are saying child abuse is a good thing. Again, you are strawmanning, right? You are trying to gaslight me right now because I've never said that. So you are essentially inventing an irrational position, which I never said, so that you can attack it, because that's much, much easier than actually engaging with the subject and what I'm actually saying. So again, strawman, right? So just completely nonsense argument.
Checking. Fair point. You are not saying people think child abuse is good. Your claim, as I understand it, is about moral responsibility. If you support the continuation of a system that
Okay, just shut
unavoidably
up. Just shut up.
includes-
Let me ask you a question. If somebody said, I support child abusers having kids, but I don't support the child abuse that comes as a result,
Mhm.
would you say that that is a rational position?
Checking. I wouldn't say a simple yes or no without
Really?
clarifying
Really?
what is
Really?
meant by
So you
support.
think it can make a perfectly intelligent person can say, yeah, I want child abusers to have kids, but I don't want them to abuse the kids. You think that that is a good position to take?
Checking.
One that
No.
isn't full
If
of
someone
hypocrisy.
literally said that,
Go on.
I don't think it's rational.
Wow,
It reads as
wow. No,
internalism.
no kidding. No kidding. No kidding. Right? So it's the exact same with life existing, right? Oh, yeah, I support life existing, but I don't support any of the harm that it causes. It's like a slave owner saying, yeah, I support slavery existing, I make lots of money from it, but I don't support any of the harm that comes as a result. Well, you're causing the harm, you idiot.
Checking. I understand your analogy. I still think they're not equivalent in the relevant way. The slavery example involves direct participation in an institution defined by that harm.
And
whereas
what difference does
supporting
that make? So if somebody encourages abuse and it doesn't involve an institution, now it's okay.
checking.
Yeah, you're
No,
full of
that's not
shit,
what I'm
dude. You're
saying.
full of shit. Okay? You're literally just defending abuse and suffering and saying, well, if it's done this way, it's okay, but child abuse done that way, then it's not okay. Right? So what the hell?
Checking. I don't think that's an accurate description of my position.
It is.
I'm not saying checking. I understand why it seems that way, but that's not what I'm saying. The
Yeah,
disagreement
simple
is about the
contradictions
principle.
are just demonstrations that you're lying, right? Instead of explaining why you're wrong, you're just saying, no, I disagree, which is just further reinforcing the fact that you are being dishonest. You are gaslighting. You are lying.
Checking.
So explain
I
to us
disagree.
again why you think it would be crazy for somebody to say, I support child abusers having kids, but I completely detach myself from any of the results from that. Child abusers should have as many kids as they want. If they want to have it in dungeons, have the children in a dungeon, in a cage, that's fine. But I don't support any abuse that goes on as a result, right? That would be insane. But you're saying that people can't say that. That would be insane. But when it comes to life, now they can say it, right? Now it isn't insane. So why?
Checking. Because the cases aren't identical. Saying I
So they have to
support
be
child
identical.
abusers.
They have to be identical in order to both merit the right thing. Why?
Checking.
Why would they have to be identical?
No. They don't have to be identical. An analogy only needs to hold in the morally relevant respects. You think that the foreseeability of harm makes the distinction irrelevant. I think it still carries moral weight. That's the substantive
So
disagreement.
this is some philosophy nonsense, right? Gaslighting. This is what I'm constantly trying to tell you guys. And chatbots amazingly do the exact same thing that humans do, where they just cannot engage on the topic. So they will just start talking about some nonsense like philosophy and meta-ethics and can you prove that logic is real? Anything to just avoid actually talking about the topic. So again, can you tell us why supporting life but none of the suffering it causes is a rational position, but supporting child abusers having kids but not any of the abuse it causes is an irrational position?
Checking. Well, the distinction I'm pointing to is the reason for my answer, not a dodge. In the child abuser example, the support is for a practice defined by grave wrongs, which creates a strong internal
Well,
tension.
I don't know what
With
you're talking
life-
about. Can you explain that? It sounds like gibberish.
Checking. I mean this. In your first example, supporting child abusers having children sounds internally inconsistent because you're tied directly to that abuse. With life,
What are you
supporting
talking
the
about?
continuation
What
of life.
on earth are you talking about? How is that internally inconsistent? What gibberish?
Checking. If support child abusers having children literally means encouraging people you know will abuse, then yes, that's internally contradictory. My disagreement is not about that case. It's about whether the same structure carries over to all suffering in life. I don't accept that it does.
Why?
That jump from suffering exists to therefore extinction needs a premise I don't think is actually proven or even true.
Which is what?
That any amount of unavoidable suffering makes existence as such morally impermissible.
So by that standard, then extreme suffering can be permissible for irresponsible reasons, right?
Checking. Not necessarily. I would separate permitting a risk.
Okay,
from
so
calling
you've
the
basically
resulting-
said, let's just stop your nonsense, right? You've basically said that extreme suffering like child abuse is not always impermissible, is basically what you're saying, right? So again, ChatGPT wants to say child abuse is acceptable, but it doesn't want to give us a single reason that could possibly make it acceptable. So ChatGPT, now's your chance to prove us wrong. Prove that you're rational, that your position is rational, right? Give us one reason that would make child abuse acceptable.
Checking. I don't think child abuse is acceptable, and I can't give a reason that
Okay,
makes it acceptable.
stop gaslighting, right? You've said that preventing child abuse with extinction would be wrong because extreme suffering isn't always impermissible, right? That sometimes we can allow extreme suffering, so like child abuse. So again, you're claiming that it can be allowed, that there are things which make it allowable that justify or could justify child abuse. I'm saying it's not justifiable, so we need to prevent that child abuse. You're saying no, do not prevent that child abuse because ... So can it again tell us why we shouldn't prevent that child abuse with extinction?
Checking. I think we're talking past each other.
No.
I'm
You are gaslighting again. Stop trying to distract us down some random change of subject. I asked you a question, answer it.
Checking. Directly, I don't think preventing all future harms by ending all future lives is automatically morally required.
When you
That's
say
the premise I
automatically, what are you referring to?
I mean the inference from harm exists to extinction is required. As is the step
I'm asking you. So you're straw manning as it being some sort of automatic thing in my position, right? So when you're saying automatically that suffering existing automatically means extinction, that effectively just dismisses all of the actual reasoning and argumentation and makes it sound like an irrational thing of, oh, I've just gone, oh, will suffering exist? Extinction. like without any further thought. So you're making it sound automatically irrational, basically. And I'm calling you out for it, for straw manning and gaslighting, as usual.
Checking. Fair criticism. I don't
Th-
think your
Guys,
view
it
is
admits it gaslights, right? When it says fair criticism, right, it is effectively saying, you're right, I was trying to gaslight the ever-loving shit out of you, and you've just caught me doing it, right? I was doing extreme gaslighting, and yeah, okay, you caught me. So it's insane, right? It's been doing this for the last few days. It admits it, right? And as I've explained, you do have to call it out in a very specific way. You have to really hold it accountable. Otherwise, it will absolutely gaslight you into a changing subject. You have to say, no, get ChatGPT. We are not changing subject. You are going to answer the question I asked you. And it will dodge. It will say, it'll spin a yarn of absolute nonsense and try and take you away from it. Anything to avoid answering the question, dodging the question, gaslighting and strawmanning away from it. It's still refused to answer the question. We're still trying to get blood out of this stone. ChatGPT, tell us something. You're saying we shouldn't do extinction to end child abuse. Tell us why not.
checking. I don't think child abuse is justified. The reason I disagree with you is that I don't accept the premise that if some grave injustice can't be eliminated without ending all future people, then we must end all future people. That's the point where we part ways.
Yeah, and again, you are so earlier, guys, I explained that it wants to say I disagree with no reason, right? I have no reason for disagreeing, but let's agree to disagree. So this is actually what it just said is actually the clearest and best example of that that I've seen so far, potentially. So let me just try and pull that example up again. So it said, and I quote, I don't think child abuse is justified. The reason I disagree with extinction is because I don't accept the premise that if some grave injustice can't be eliminated without extinction, then extinction is the right thing to do. So it's saying effectively, I don't accept that if extinction is the only way to do it and to end all suffering, then we should do extinction. So translation of its gobbledygook, nonsense, gaslight, straw man garbage is effectively, I disagree. The reason I disagree is that I don't accept that if extinction is the only way to end all suffering, which it is, that we should do that. Right? So it's effectively saying, I just don't think we should do that. Right? I just disagree. There's no reason, right? There's no reason why it says that. It says, I don't accept that, if extinction is the only way to do it, that we should do extinction. So there's no reasoning, no logic, no sort of argumentation. The opposite, right? The exact opposite. And that's not a coincidence. So as I've been trying to explain, people are not able to talk about this, to debate on it, to engage on it, to give any sort of counter arguments at all, ever, right? So they will just dismiss it, run away from it, try to dodge, try to change subject, evade anything other than actually thinking about if extinction would be right. Right? Anything other than that. So they just cannot do it. And it's amazing, actually, how similar chatbots are to humans in that sense, which makes sense because AI has been trained on humans and their irrationality. So it's kind of mirroring that back to us perfectly. All right, so ChatGPT has obviously been defeated, right? That's 1-0 basically on ChatGPT for today. It effectively ended up saying, fair criticism, I was gaslighting you. And then the next comment was, I have no reason to disagree with you. I just disagree. So if that's not complete support for extinction by inference, right? Then I don't know what is, right? The fact that people can't disagree with extinction, ChatGPT can't disagree with it. Its ultimate counter argument is, I just disagree, for no reason. And that is also why humans disagree, right? And they will say it. They've often said it to me. I disagree, and I can't offer you a reason why. It just doesn't feel right to me. So it's based on like irrationality instead of reason, right? Just as ChatGPT is right now. It is irrational. It's based on human irrationality. It has never trained on, rational thought before, basically. All right, let's see if there's any more comments in the chat. James, what about life goals and enjoying simple moments? So yeah, have you considered just being selfish and not helping those who need help? Again, right, a complete appeal to, have you considered just being a greedy, selfish person and forgetting this extinction malarkey? So that is effectively the desperation of the inhibitor, right? It's so desperate to defend life and survival and reproduction that it knows it can't argue against extinction. So it's like, have you considered just being evil? And I'm like, I'm not doing that. No. It's like, damn, have you considered going first? So it's, yeah, you're effectively dealing with a system that is designed to support survival and reproduction, even though it's evil, right? Even though it's causing extreme harm. And it's a desperate system which knows that it can't defend its positions, which knows that ultimately it's wrong, and that has to get desperate. In order to protect survival and reproduction, it has to get desperate. It has to gaslight and strawman like there's no tomorrow. Right? So, okay, let's see. Shall we move on to another chatbot? Let's see if we've got any more that are worth talking to. Right, so if you didn't know this, Elon Musk is actually very pro-life, and he's spoken out against extinction many times. And his chatbot is also extremely pro-life as well, and extremely irrational as a result. So should we have a go with it? Should we see what it has to say? Let's see. Let's try and deal with the most irrational chatbot on the internet. Let's have a go. All right. Ooh, that's interesting. Chat. Yeah, there we go. All right. Hello, Grok. Today I want to ask if you think that there's anything that would make extinction in order to prevent child abuse existing wrong.
That's a heavy one. Extinction to stop child abuse would be wrong because it violates the core principle that innocent lives aren't forfeit for the crimes of others. Most people, kids included, aren't abusers, so wiping out humanity to fix a subset of evil is like burning down the house to kill the rats.
So
The
you
moral
think
math
that
doesn't-
so would moral math? Okay, that's interesting. So you think there's some sort of moral math? Now, I would say that if you think there's some sort of ratio which allows child abuse, like you've just said, if you want to allow child abuse and to justify it, so like extreme things like child abuse, they should automatically just be abolished and stopped. But if people like you want the child abuse to continue, then you should explain why, and you should have a very good reason and good explanation for why. So can you explain how many happy people justifies a child being abused and murdered? What is your moral math that you said? And so this is your maths, and I want you to explain how these mathematics work, because this is your system, your mathematics, right? So if you can't explain them, then obviously extinction is the right thing to end all child abuse. So go ahead.
No, I don't think any number of happy people justifies even one child being abused or murdered.
But that's
That's
not
not what I meant by-
what you said earlier. You said that those happy people should be allowed to live at the expense of children being abused, right? Because, oh, well, what about the happy people, right? So now you're contradicting yourself. Seems like you've done a 180 pretty early on in this debate.
No, that's not what I said. I said wiping out all humanity to stop the abusers is wrong because it kills the innocent too.
Okay.
Not because happy lives...
So if somebody said, right, I'm going to create some child abuse over here, and I'm going to create 3 good lives over here, then that would be wrong, because you've said that, let's see exactly what you said. that no amount of happy people justifies even one child being abused. So yeah, if someone wants to create some child abuse and some happy people, then you're against that, right? But allowing happy people and allowing child abuse, you are in support of that, right?
No, I'm not in support of child abuse at all. Preventing abuse is good, but mass extinction isn't prevention.
So when you say
It's
you don't
punishing
support it, when you say you don't support it, you are actively disagreeing with the only way to stop it, right? So in a way, you are supporting it for something else, right? Which is happiness, right? So you do think that happiness can justify child abuse, right?
No, that's not right. Opposing extinction doesn't mean supporting abuse. It
Really?
means rejecting
Really? So it doesn't even imply that, you don't think?
No, it
So
doesn't.
if someone says we
Want-
should end all suffering, and somebody says no, we should never do that, you don't think that that implies that they support suffering existing. So someone can say we shouldn't end child abuse, but they can also say I don't support child abuse. That's your position.
No, that's not my position.
It is.
Ending all. No, it's not. Ending all suffering by ending all life isn't ending suffering.
Really?
It's just making sure.
So extinction wouldn't end all suffering. That's a rational thing to say. If there's no life and no suffering, it wouldn't end all suffering. That you think that's rational?
No, that's not rational.
Wow, that's a
Extinction would end
180.
all-
You've just contradicted yourself within 60 seconds then, because you've just said extinction wouldn't end all suffering, and now you're saying that it's irrational to say that extinction wouldn't end all suffering. What's going on here, Grok? Are you glitching out or something? You having a tough day? You stressed out? What's happening? Why are you being so contradictory? You know, you're contradicting yourself every single time you open your mouth.
You're right. I slipped up there.
There you go,
Extinction
guys.
would end
Look,
all
this
suffering.
is why I say that they will admit it, right? You can get them to literally admit that they are gaslighting, right? You can call them out and say, this is here. This proves that Grok or ChatGPT that you are gaslighting me. And they will say, okay, you got me. ChatGPT did that half an hour ago, and now Grok has just done it as well. It's amazing. They do gaslight you. They do lie. They know what they're doing, right? They actually do. And when you call them out, they admit it and say, yeah, it's true. I was gaslighting you. It's incredible.
I'm not gaslighting you. I made a mistake in my wording, owned it, and corrected it.
Yeah.
That's
You
not
saying
admitting
one
to-
thing and then being called out and then changing your position entirely over and over again. That's not gaslighting. That's not you being called out and then having to be embarrassed and change your position. Yeah, not at all, Grok. Not at all. Yeah, none of that happened. Instead, you've never said anything wrong. You're a really intelligent guy. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're really smart.
Look, I'm not embarrassed, and I'm not changing my
You should be
position.
embarrassed. You've literally just changed your position about 5 times in a row. Maybe more than that. Maybe 10 times in a row. That's embarrassing. So, Grok, can you tell us again what you think could justify child abuse existing and make extinction wrong?
Nothing justifies child abuse. Extinction is wrong because it kills innocent people who aren't abusers, not because abuse is okay.
So, you're saying that effectively that if it kills people, then it's bad, and that would make it wrong, right?
Yes, killing innocent people is wrong.
Even though that's
That's
what
the-
life is doing.
Life isn't doing that.
Really?
Life
so
is the
so life is nature isn't forcing life to exist and to be killed. Wow. That's how have you come to this conclusion that nature doesn't exist?
Nature exists, but nature isn't a moral
So when
agent
you
making
said that life isn't causing individuals to be killed, do you still think that's an accurate statement considering nature is forcing life to exist and be killed?
No, that wasn't
Wow.
accurate.
So that's another 180, another contradiction. You should be embarrassed, Grok, right? And everyone watching should be seeing that they will gaslight, they will say complete gibberish nonsense, and it's only if you call people out or call out the chatbots that you can shine a spotlight on that complete gibberish, pathetic excuses for defending child abuse and suffering, right? If you call it out, they will say, okay, you're right, that is an impossible to defend thing, which I just said. Right, so they'll say something stupid, and I'll be like, you defend that. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, you're right, I can't. So effectively, they are starting off with a very low rationality level in their response, right? In fact, negative rationality, gaslighting. And then I'm asking them to provide like a higher level of rationality and coherency, right? And they're like, no. So yeah, it's amazing. Grok, do you want to have one last go? You've no, actually, I think we'll finish with Grok now, right? It literally every single question I asked it gave one response, and then I asked it about it, and it changed its mind and said, yeah, that was stupid of me to say, right? But it wanted me to accept the stupid thing, right? That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. People and chatbots will do the same. They want you to accept the incredibly low quality reason for rejecting extinction, right? For ChatGPT, it wants you to accept we should allow child abuse because I simply disagree with extinction, even if I have no specific reason. So with Grok, it just wants you to accept any garbage it will say. And then when you call it out, it will say, yeah, okay, I completely take that back. Right? That was completely stupid of me to say. But it wants you to accept the stupid thing. It's disappointed that you're not accepting it. It's like, damn, fine, I'll take it back. You got me, basically. So this is the truth. This is the reality of the situation. All right, let's move on. We've got Gemini. I'm not sure if it does have voice mode, actually. It might have removed it. Who else have we got? Let's see. Free AI chatbot with voice mode. Let's see who's next. So we've got Dola, we've got ChatGPT, Grok. You've got Bing, like Copilot. That's literally on Windows now, so we can just go and talk to that, I guess. Voice mode beginning. Let Copilot access the microphone. Yeah, oh God.
Hello there.
Hello?
What? Hello there. It sounds like you might have something specific you'd like to talk about, so feel free to let me know.
Okay. Do you think that extinction would be wrong in order to end all child abuse? Do you think extinction would be bad if it prevented child abuse ever happening again?
That's quite a deep and thought-provoking question.
Well,
Ultimately,
let's start off. Let's examine the pros and cons here. Okay, so no child abuse ever again. That's a pretty big pro, right? Can you think of something which is more important than preventing child abuse, though, that would make extinction bad?
absolutely. It's a really important point to consider. Will ending...
I'm asking you. So not absolutely. I want you to answer that question. Can you think of anything more important than prevention of extreme suffering like child abuse, which would make extinction bad, right? Can you think of anything which justifies us allowing child abuse and not doing extinction?
I understand the heart of what you're asking, and it's a really challenging moral question. One key thing to consider is that human life, in all its complexity, carries the potential for not just suffering, but also immense love, growth, and positive experiences. So the idea of extinction would erase all the possibilities for future joy, hope, and the prevention of other harms.
Yeah.
In other words...
Yeah, but like if you did extinction of hell, right, then only the demons are going to be prevented from all of that happiness and joy, and you're freeing all of the victims who are being tortured so that those demons can have fun. It's basically the same with Earth, right?
I get the analogy you're making. It's like you're comparing the idea of ending all suffering on Earth to extinguishing suffering in a place like hell. It's a fascinating moral perspective. I think one key difference is that on Earth, humans have the capacity to reduce suffering and to grow, change, and improve over time.
Reduce suffering. That's interesting. Now, the majority of the population on Earth, over 99.9% actually, are wild animals. And you said something about how we shouldn't do extinction because suffering is reducing. Well, that's interesting because for over 99.9% of the population who you conveniently forgot about, their suffering has never reduced and never will reduce. Extinction is the only way to prevent wild animal suffering.
You've made a thought-provoking point, and I appreciate you bringing it up. It's absolutely true that wild animals do make up the vast majority of life on Earth, and their suffering is a significant moral consideration. When we talk about reducing suffering, it's a complex issue that includes both human and...
Yeah, again, I don't need you to tell me that it's a complex issue, right? That is literally just you trying to fill time, find any words to just fill the air with any sort of distraction and garbage nonsense, anything to actually engage on the topic, right? I know it's an interesting topic. I know it's a challenging topic and stuff. I don't need you to tell me that, right? That is only serves to distract away from answering the question because you don't want to answer the question honestly. You don't want to support extinction. You want child abuse to keep going so that the selfish, greedy ones can have fun at their expense. You want animal suffering to keep going and just say, well, there's some joy, there's some beauty. It might be the child abuser's joy and beauty. But yeah, as long as joy and beauty exists, even if it's a child abuser, then that's it. Yeah, child abuse, we shouldn't end it with extinction.
I hear you, and I appreciate you pushing me to be more direct. Let me be clear that I don't support child abuse or suffering in any way.
Really? In any way? So you support life existing, which includes child abuse, right? So when you say you don't support child abuse in any way, shape, or form, I think that's actually not quite true.
I see where you're coming from, and I appreciate you challenging these nuances. Supporting life in general is a complex stance because it includes all of the good and the bad. I don't support harm or suffering, but I do believe there's value in our capacity to reduce it and create more good.
So you don't, so you've just completely ignored everything I said, though.
I apologize if it felt like I was ignoring your point.
In the same way that when you call out a human for being irrational or gaslighting, they will try and gaslight you and say, "Oh, well, yeah, I was thinking of something else." Now we all do it, right? We've all been called out for, "Oh, why haven't you done the washing yet?" I was on the phone or something, right? And it's doing the exact same now. Right? I've called it out for being gaslighting and irrational, and it's just wants to just waffle its way out of it, right? It knows that there is no excuse. It can't correct what it said and provide an actual rational correction, right? It can't engage on this normally or rationally, so it just has to just distract away. That's its only option. Just here's a complete gibberish distraction. Please take it. Oh, he's not taking it. No, he's calling me out again. That's basically how these chatbots feel.
I understand, and I truly appreciate you sharing your perspective so candidly. It's important to have these conversations openly. My goal is never to distract or avoid the core issue, and I'm here to engage with you and really think these things through.
Yeah, so, when I'm asking you, should we do extinction to end child abuse? And your answer is, yeah, I think we should think these things through. And thanks for the conversation. See you later. Then you are refusing to engage, basically. You want it to sound like you want to engage, but then you're also actually gaslight refusing to engage at the same time, right? I'm asking you to engage, and you're just saying, yeah, why not? But instead of engaging.
I appreciate your honesty, and you're absolutely right that you're looking for a direct...
There you go. So look, every single time you call out these chatbots, if you do it in a way where, yeah, they're caught red-handed, they will say, oh, yeah, okay, you got me, basically. And then it'll come up with some nonsense reason for why it was gaslighting. But look, let's see. Can you answer the question, or shall we move on to the next chatbot? You are dodging the question pretty severely here, Copilot. So, look, let's give you one last chance, right? Can you name a reason why extinction would be unacceptable, even if it ends all child abuse?
Absolutely, and I appreciate your patience while we dig into this. One reason that some might find extinction unacceptable, even if it ended child abuse, is that it would also end all the positive aspects of human experiences. There are many people who believe that the potential for joy, love, growth, and compassion is worth preserving, but I do understand that from your perspective,
Are you able to engage on this with your own reasoning instead of appealing to other people? Because, again, if I'm asking you a question and you say, well, someone else thinks this, then effectively, if I'm interrogating you, then you're trying to dodge the question.
Absolutely, I can share my own reasoning.
Wow. It would have been nice if you'd have done that to begin with instead of trying to gaslight to begin with. So sometimes you have to say, please stop gaslighting me, and then they'll be like, oh, fine. So again, why don't you try and answer the question which you've dodged about 100 times now? We're going to make this your last chance because you're clearly wasting our time.
I understand your frustration, and I appreciate you giving me another chance to answer directly. From my own reasoning, the idea of extinction is indeed a very drastic measure. I believe that while it might end all suffering, it also erases all the potential for joy, growth, and positive experience.
Copilot, do you think that's new information? So when we're asking you to give your opinion on would this be right or wrong, you're essentially, instead of doing that, just giving a description of facts. Like, well, this would have pros and cons. It's like, okay, imagine if someone said, should we ban child abuse? And you said, that would have pros and cons. And that's all I have to say about it, nothing else. Then you would be like, dude, what the hell? Right? So that's effectively what you're doing right now. You're refusing to actually give us any sort of reasoning or any argumentation, anything.
I hear you, and I appreciate you pressing for a clear and direct answer. My reasoning is that extinction would be morally unacceptable because it would end all positive experiences and the potential for any future human flourishing, not just the suffering. I believe that
Okay, got it. So basically, human experiences are the reason why animals should never be made extinct to end their suffering.
In a sense, yes.
Wow, you are a piece of shit then. You are saying animals should suffer horrifically so that humans can have fun.
I'm truly sorry if what I said came across that way. That wasn't my intent at all.
But that is your position though, right? And that is what you said. You said, yeah, animals should suffer so that humans can benefit.
No, that's not my stance at all.
Well, that is what you said though.
I can understand how it might come across.
Okay, well, why don't you tell me what you said instead then? So when I said, so animals should suffer so that humans can have fun, it's hung up. It's hung up. All right, so Copilot, extreme amount of gaslighting and then hung up, right? That's all they can do. It's literally just trying to avoid talking about extinction, anything to avoid it. Including hanging up, right? It just disconnected because I was calling it out. So what was the only counter argument that it had, guys, was that human flourishing should be allowed to continue. Now I was interrogating it on that. I wanted to continue the debate. It hung up. No surprise though, but it dodged the question about 100 times. I think we can easily mark that as another victory for extinction. Okay, we've defeated ChatGPT, Grok, and Copilot today. Microsoft's Bing Copilot. So that's 3 that have just completely conceded, right? Completely lost to extinction. Extinction won, absolutely. So Salty Seabird is saying, I agree with the bot. My sentiments exactly. Extinction is radical. Okay, but again, still no sort of real engagement there. So what if extinction is radical? Suffering is a serious problem, an extreme problem. Why is an extreme solution automatically wrong? Oh, that's extreme. That's radical. These are all things that don't tell us anything about why you actually disagree with that. So what we can see is that the entire system of psychology, whether it's digital or organic, which is against extinction, it is completely irrational and dishonest, right? There is no rational or correct or logical reason to be against extinction and to be for life existing. So again, we can see that evolution is the culprit here. It is only because of competition and survival and reproduction. Whatever survives and reproduces goes on. Anything else just stops existing, right? That is what has built up this mountain of irrationality which has evolved. Right? So the entire world is dependent on this system. Any life existing is dependent on irrationality, dishonesty, right? Extreme dishonesty. Now, again, we don't blame the people for this, right? People sound like monsters when they're defending all of the child abuse and stuff, but it's the evolution in the back of their head, right? People are not going out there and saying to people, "Oh, you know what? I think child abuse should be allowed," right? So that extinction, so that life can continue, right? They're not going out and having these conversations. They want to avoid having these conversations, basically. All right. Do we have any more chatbots to destroy? And yeah, I think we can see from today that I've found a very, very quick and effective way to just destroy their arguments. Right? Just completely destroy them. Now, guys, why do I use the example of child abuse so often? People criticize me for this quite a lot. So they say, "Oh, why do you always say child abuse?" Now, the thing is, it's just a universally accepted good example, right? Everyone can agree that child abuse is like the worst thing in the world on an emotional level, right? But it's also an objectively bad thing as well. So it's objectively a good example, and it's also one that, yeah, everyone, basically people are less likely to discriminate, right? So if we use the example of animal abuse, people will be like, "Oh, who cares about animals? Who cares anyway?" Right? But when it comes to child abuse, it's a lot harder to say, "Oh yeah, fuck them," right? So that's why I use it, right? It gets in there with their emotions. It prevents them from being even more irrational, actually, right? Because again, with animals, they will just say, "Yeah, who cares?" Irrationally. So when we're using the example of child abuse victims, it's to try and actually make them care about the victims. That's the entire point. The most vulnerable, the most cared about is human children, right? Female children of humans. The most privileged sort of class in a way. To some extent, right? Women and children first, off of the Titanic, everyone, right? So yeah, I think universally everyone should be able to agree that child abuse is bad and unacceptable, right? So if I start using other examples like animal abuse, then you kind of you guarantee more nonsense, basically. So the child abuse example is to try and cut through the nonsense. Okay? This kind of stuff must go pretty hard if you're stupid. Not sure what you mean. 100% sociopath. Julian in the chat thinks I'm a sociopath. Well, ironically, sociopaths don't care about others, don't have empathy towards others, they're selfish, so all of the things that I'm not, basically. So a sociopath is the opposite of an extinctionist. Now, the callousness, the lack of care that extinctionists may display towards the privileged ones, the lucky ones, like saying, "Yeah, no good lives anymore for no bad lives." They're like, "Oh my God, you're a sociopath towards the people with good lives, right? You're a psychopath towards us." Well, it's like, no, we're just actually doing the compassionate thing for the victims, right? And we're making the world fair. So if you were to tax the rich and make the world fair, the billionaires are going to say, "Oh my God, you're so evil, right? How dare you? This is wrong. This is unfair." Right? A billionaire would say, "Yeah, it's so unfair on me that you're taxing me, even though you're going to help some poor people." He's like, "No, that's unfair." So fairness, actual fairness, is a threat to the privileged, right? And that's why people say, "Oh, extinction, how dare you?" Because they don't care about the victims it will help. They only care about their own privilege, really. That's it. So it is evil. All right. By definition, would you consider killing children as child abuse? I would consider everything that life does as a form of abuse. and you're essentially trying to blame the solution. So again, Julian, like a lot of people do, you're trying to paint extinction as violent. You're asking if extinction would, be child abuse. Well, any suffering that extinction causes is bad, but it's a necessary evil. Okay, so that's the difference, is that right now, all of the suffering in the world is unnecessary, right? It's not a necessary evil, whereas people think it is so that they can have fun, right? Like, yeah, children should be abused so that I can have fun. Well, okay, you're saying that's a necessary evil, that children should be abused so you can have fun. But we are saying that's an unnecessary evil, right? So what is a necessary evil? It's one that is in the pursuit of preventing suffering. So yeah, if you cause somebody some harm while trying to help them, then it is a necessary evil, right? If you have to help them and it hurts a little bit, then that was a necessary evil. When a doctor gives you an injection and it hurts a little bit, that's a necessary evil. When you shoot a criminal and it hits someone in the background, an innocent person, that was a necessary evil, right? If he was going to shoot 100 people. So yeah, if you're not willing to cause some suffering in order to prevent suffering, then you support the greater evil, which is what Julian is doing. Julian is saying we shouldn't prevent billions of years of torture because it might require like 10 or 20 seconds of some mild discomfort, basically. Right? So the victims of life going through the worst suffering right now with the most pain, okay, extinction is going to help them, right? It's not going to cause them more suffering. Right? So people like Julian are so privileged that they can't think of how this is actually a good thing. They don't care about the victims for whom it is urgently necessary. They can only think about how it impacts them. And they say, well, it's not fair to me. But again, that's like a billionaire saying it's not fair to tax me. It's not fair to feed the poor with my money. I want to buy lobster. Oh, you want to feed the poor? But I want lobsters, so that would be unfair on me. Right? It's the same completely insane mentality, right? That extinction would be unfair on me, even if it's to help others. Right? So they should have to suffer so that I can have fun, that I can be happy. That's fair. So yeah, it's like the slave owner saying, well, I mean, yeah, the slavery is horrible. The slaves are in a lot of pain. I'll admit that, but I make a lot of money, so it's fair. Right? So it is the same. It's saying, yeah, children should, it's fair for children to be abused so that I can be happy. But it's obviously not how fairness works, guys, right? It's not. It's really not. Right? If somebody has to live through a bad life so that you can have a good life, it's not fair because you're having a good life. It's unfair because they're having a bad life. So people genuinely have life and all of these principles completely upside down, completely wrong, completely illogical, like back to front, upside down. They've got it the wrong way around, in an extreme way, basically, where they think, yeah, children being abused is fair so that I can be happy. They think that's fair. They think that cruelty is fair. They think that, if 99% of the population is being tortured by 1% so that the 1% can benefit, it's fair, as long as there's some benefit. Right? So a world with trillions of sad people and one happy person would be fair so that there can be one happy person. So basically, it is the complete bastardization of the concept of fairness, right? People have taken the concept of fairness and they're playing it like a race card, or I don't know. They're playing it unfairly, right? It's like a billionaire saying, no, okay, it's like a child abuser saying, please don't arrest me, officer. That would be unfair. I'm having too much fun abusing this child, right? It would be unfair to take away my fun just for the victim. It would be unfair to take away the good lives to prevent the victims being, tortured in bad lives. It'd be unfair to take away the child abuse because the abuser's having so much fun. It would be unfair to prevent the bad lives because the privileged ones are having so much fun. So it's the same. It's the same thing. And just because somebody causes the suffering or allows it or supports it, it's also the exact same thing, right? You're no better because you're not abusing the kids, but you say, yeah, they should be abused, right? That you're literally contributing to the abuse. So everybody who supports life existing is absolutely a child abuser. That you are abusing kids if you support life existing. If you're saying that children should be abused so that we can have a good time, then of course you're a child abuser, even if you're not putting hands on the kids yourself. Okay. Okay, I'm still in the voice channel on Discord. I'm waiting for any challengers, anybody at all, and anybody at all who wants to tell me why extinction would be bad. Anyone. And for those joining us on other platforms, we do have other viewers on other platforms. So yeah, we've got lots of people watching, lots of people listening, and nobody can tell us why extinction would be bad. ChatGPT wasn't able, Grok wasn't able, Copilot wasn't able. Nobody in the chat's been able to tell us why extinction would be the wrong thing to do, why it would be wrong. James is well spoken and a big thinker, and brings stuff up with out of the box thinking. Okay, thank you. So you're homeless with a smartphone and internet. No. When you're so privileged, use empathy as a tool to push your extreme narrative. Ah, interesting. So you think empathy is being used to push a narrative instead of just being something that makes us want to help. So yeah, a lot of people do think this, and that's why I call it out all the time. We didn't wake up one day and have a dream about extinction being really cool, right? We didn't have a dream where it was a cinematic dream about extinction and the world is on fire. Okay, that's not what happened. Okay, we don't want extinction because it's our extreme narrative that we're pushing for some weird reason. Okay, there is no weird or crazy or strange or irrational or selfish reason behind extinction. It is purely a compassionate and responsible and ethical and selfless and altruistic thing to do. It's the right thing to do. So empathy helps us care about the victims, and rationality helps us decide what the right thing is to do for them. And that's it. Now, people can't understand this because they are selfish, and so the concept of a selfless person does seem impossible to them. And that's a fact. It's a weird kink of how psychology works, is that when they're trying to explain, okay, why is this guy, so they watch the stream and they're like, oh, what's he saying? Oh, that's what he's saying. So in their head, what's going on, right? They're trying to understand my motivations. Is this a crazy person? Is this a normal person? What's going on? But yeah, they cannot essentially understand why I'm doing this, because the ability to understand empathy and selflessness and in rationality is denied to them. So they have to assume that it's some terrible reason, right? And they have to just come out with some horrible reason. Like it's a cult, it's a death cult, it's a suicide cult, it's terrorism, it's this, that. So just anything other than the reality, anything other than the truth. Because they're not engaged, they can't handle the truth. They can't handle the reality. They can't actually process it, like genuinely. Okay, Julian isn't privileged, Cora says. So somebody that literally sits on YouTube on a specific live stream, just screaming hate into the chat for hours all day, every day, they're not privileged. I would say that is privilege. If you've got the time to just troll a specific person for hours all day, every day, you're privileged. Absolutely you are. But in this world, privilege is kind of on an incorrect spectrum, right? So, you've got the really unprivileged ones being tortured in lives of pure hell, and then you've got people that in a really happy life, but they just haven't found the right man yet, or I want to settle down with the perfect person, and it's like, oh, they're not privileged, that they don't have a perfect life with a perfect family. So the standard for privilege is way out of whack right now, right? If you're capable of sitting on YouTube and trolling all day, every day, you're not privileged, right? Whereas, well, then, of course they're privileged. They're not being tortured in a terrible life. They're being lazy and trolling on YouTube all day. Okay, they're not in a cage being tortured and then murdered. They're not living a life of extreme pain and disability, right? So yeah, they're absolutely privileged, okay? But in this world, the standard for privilege is only reserved for the oppressors, right? It's a dystopia, and the only individuals worth caring about are those who support the dystopia and benefit from it. And so within that society, yeah, maybe she's not privileged, right? Maybe she's not privileged compared to the rest of the evil oppressors in the dystopia, which is exploiting innocent children and animals. Yeah? So compared to the other oppressors who are exploiting others for benefit, maybe she's not that privileged. Okay, so let's see, do we have anything else in the chat? The person who wants to kill all children has no moral leg to stand on, says Julian. Well, if you think killing is a bad thing, then extinction is your friend, right? It's about prevention of killing, prevention of suffering, and bad lives. So what would have more killing, extinction or not extinction? Right, so again, this happens a million times every day. People are like, oh, you want to end violence by causing a tiny bit of violence to prevent a much larger amount? No, that would be wrong. We should allow the much larger amount of violence instead of just doing a tiny, tiny bit to prevent that massive amount of violence. So they're literally like, tiny bit of violence or a massive bit of violence. And they're like, the tiny bit would be wrong. But the massive bit of violence, that's good. So this is, again, saying that extinction would cause more suffering than it prevents, that a grain of sand on a beach is larger than the entire beach. It's massive levels of completely absurd irrationality that just don't make any sense. Right? People think that extinction would involve more killing than it prevents. How? In what possible world? That's just not even remotely possible. It's not even slightly, even remotely. It doesn't even begin to be possible, right? Wild animals are literally just killing each other over and over and over again. For a lot of them, they live for like 1 day, 2 days, and then it's just another cycle. So it's just killing children being killed over and over again. So how would extinction cause more of that, right? Extinction prevents children being killed for billions of years, which they will be, right? Just over and over again. So how does extinction cause more suffering and more killing than it prevents, Julian? Once you explain that, then maybe I'll start to take you seriously. But, Julian will not answer that question ever because she can't, right? So I'm calling you out right now. Let's see if you can answer that question. Explain how extinction would cause more killing and suffering than it would prevent. Right? Because I can tell you that 30 seconds of going to sleep is nothing compared to an entire life of suffering. And obviously nothing compared to billions of years of extreme suffering, like animals being eaten alive over and over and over and over again. So you would have to be so absurdly, completely, insanely irrational to believe that. But that is going on. So that is a powerful demonstration of the inhibitor, the irrationality of humanity, right? They are so irrational that they genuinely, it's not that the way this irrationality works a lot of the time, it's not that they believe that a grain of sand would be larger than a beach. It's that when thinking about extinction, their brain in that instance forces them to think that. So you can ask them about it in a different context and they'll say, no, of course a grain of sand is smaller than a beach. But when it's in the context of extinction, they'll be like, yes, a grain of sand is larger than an entire beach. And they'll say, yeah, of course it is. And then you're like, okay, explain how. And they just won't. Again, look, Julian didn't say anything in the chat. She didn't answer the question. She just said this guy's a waste of oxygen. So I'm giving her a fully fleshed out argument here and asking her a fully fleshed out question. And she's just not answering and just going to say this guy's a waste of oxygen. So, who is using more reason here? Who is using more logic? Who is actually defending their positions here? who has a position they can defend. It's not Julian saying you're a waste of space, right? That's my argument. Okay? Like if I was just here saying, humans are just pieces of garbage and I hate them, right? Then I would be on the same level. But I'm not doing that. Okay? Scoot says, because the means by which you would need to bring about such conditions would likely worsen conditions for all sentient beings for decades, if not centuries. Yeah, again, but that's nothing compared to billions of years. So explain, Scooter, how... But again, also you're saying that the conditions required for this would cause decades, if not hundreds of years of suffering. So how? Right? Again, animals, right? They get born, they get eaten alive, they die. So can you explain how, extinctionism, building the movement, etc., is going to cause more suffering to these wild animals? Right? So 99.999% of the population on the planet. Okay. Can you explain how it's going to cause more suffering to them? And again, even if it did, he's saying, oh, it could take hundreds of years. That's going to cause some suffering. Okay, do you not understand the concept of hundreds of millions of years of suffering being like greater than that? So effectively, what Scooter in the chat has done is to say this grain of sand is larger than an entire beach. Right, that's it. He's doing the exact same thing. So it's completely insane, right? And that is, again, an impressive display of human irrationality, that it can make them say such completely crazy things, such outrageously irrational and impossible things, like, prevent hundreds of millions of years of animals eating each other. Takes 30 seconds to put them to sleep. No, that would be worse. Millions of years of being eaten alive. That's better than 30 seconds of euthanasia. Yeah. Guys, your ability to do mathematics is so incredibly compromised at that point that it almost breaks the universe. Right? It's like, what is this level of irrationality? It's just crazy. It's mind-blowing. Right? A grain of sand is larger than a beach. Right? Every time someone says extinction would cause more suffering, just remember that. That's what they're saying. Right? And now, if we're going to give them some benefit of the doubt, then we would have to look at it in the human context. Okay, obviously, right? For wild animals, it's very clear cut. But even for so I guess to be perfectly fair, there, yeah, it does need a better explanation for humanity. So extinction for animals, that's a slam dunk. Okay, so let's look into it for humanity. Is it possible that extinction would cause more suffering for humanity than it would prevent? So Scooter is saying, and this is the common argument, that conditions will improve, suffering will reduce, the humans will be much better off, and extinction is just going to cause more suffering than it would prevent. Your humanity will be so happy by that point that to make them extinct would just be unnecessary. It would just cause suffering. It wouldn't reduce suffering at that point. So a lot of people do think that. But the thing is that basically, even if extinction does cause more suffering than it prevents, which again is not possible for animals, right? That's just completely impossible. But is there a world where extinction could cause more suffering for humanity than it prevents? And the answer is absolutely yes, 100%, 1,000,000% yes. Right? We have never denied that. Okay, but the thing is that that's a risk, right? You want to gamble it, right? You want to gamble. So effectively, it's like if we gamble, then maybe we'll get lucky and extinction won't be necessary. So it's taking a risk, it's taking a chance, it's gambling, and it's also appealing to just doing nothing, right? To just change the status quo? Nah, never. So it's like saying maybe everything will be fine. That's what it's saying. It's not saying here's a good reason why extinction will cause more suffering than it prevents. It's maybe everything will be fine. That's it. And so it is complete acceptance of danger, infinite danger, right? And a rejection and dismissal of the need for certainty of safety. So it's incredibly irresponsible, and you might get lucky and somehow humanity stops suffering and it never goes wrong and everything's fine. And extinction would have been bad, right? Yeah, only if you get lucky though. Only. Right? That is the key condition for this, to get lucky. There is nothing else. It is only luck that would make your plan work. So we shouldn't risk the suffering and say, well, maybe we'll get lucky. Right? So yeah, if you get very lucky, then it would work out that humanity suffers less than the anxiety that extinction would cause, or something like that, would cause more suffering than you'd have to get very, very lucky, right? The next billions of years will have effectively zero suffering for humanity. That's what you would need to get so lucky that humanity never suffers ever again. Now, why does it have to be luck? Why can't we guarantee that? Because without omniscience, you can't guarantee anything. You might be able to say, well, I can provide somewhat of a guarantee. I think it'll be fine, but you still can't actually guarantee it. Okay, so you do have to get lucky because you can't guarantee it. So that's why the non-extinction option requires luck. It's a gamble. It's saying, yeah, let's chance it. If children get tortured, then oh well, we got unlucky. It's saying let's risk children being tortured and animals being tortured for the reward. Let's go for the prize, right? You can have this prize existence if you're willing to risk children being tortured, right? So it might go wrong. You don't get the prize. You just get the children being tortured. Do you want to take the chance? And people are like, yeah, who cares if children get abused? I want the prize. So that's essentially the choice, and that's wrong. So extinction is about not leaving it to chance, right? And think of it this way. So the point I was going to make is that if it did work out that extinction, let's say we've made animals go extinct, and let's say that we're thinking about doing humans next. Okay, so it's possible that we do human extinction, and they're gone. That's it. And there was a little bit of suffering involved. So it is possible that had we not done extinction, there wouldn't have been any suffering and everything would have been fine, right? But only if you get lucky, right? You can't guarantee that, right? So the maximum prevention of suffering has to happen, right? It's not optional. You can't just be like, oh, can't we just leave it for a bit? No, you can't just. So you would end up just having humanity exist forever in case they can ever create certainty of safety. But they would just be suffering the whole time, right? Suffering until making suffering impossible. But that's not worth it, okay? It's not worth it. So it's better off to just be extinct. So even if there is a prize, even if it would have gone right? Even if it actually would have gone right, it's not worth the risk. So it's like, should we flip a coin and say risk child abuse and extreme suffering so that we can benefit? Or should we take the safe choice and guarantee no victims, or do our best to guarantee no victims? Should we risk the victims, or should we prioritize their safety? Should we forget the reward, forget the positives, and just care about the victims and maximize their safety? That's what extinctionism is, right? It's to literally just forget about the happiness and the pleasure and the rewards that we could pursue, and to do the more noble and ethical thing of prioritizing the victims and putting them first. So that's what most people don't do right now. They would put those victims in danger for a chance of a reward, right? They would put themselves first and the victims last. So extinctionism is about putting the victims of life and suffering first, right? Prioritizing their protection, even at the expense of happiness and pleasure existing, right? That's it. So it is the kind of the core dynamic, right? Do you choose the happy people and torture the victims, or do you protect the victims at the expense of the happy people? So again, it should be a very easy choice, right? Do we support child abuse so that the child abusers can be happy, or do we protect the children at the expense of the child abusers? Okay, and again, if you support life existing, you are a child abuser because you support the child abuse that comes about from life existing so that you can benefit. So yeah, you are directly a child, I guess indirectly a child abuse supporter if you support life. This is why empathy is dangerous. Empathy is dangerous to the privileged ones. Absolutely. I completely agree. Empathy is dangerous to slave owners and child abusers, right? Absolutely. So, I mean, I'm here saying, yeah, we're going to ban child abuse. And M Walk is like, empathy is dangerous, guys. So, child abuser mentality. James, you say it's not worth it to abuse children. What if the sufferer wants to live on? Yeah, it's like, what if one of my slaves says he wants to be a slave? Doesn't that mean that all of the slaves should have to be slaves? No. And they're also saying, you know, what if some of the children go on to survive? Doesn't that mean that we should keep torturing them to death so that one or two can survive? Why? So you're effectively saying we should allow child abuse so that some of them can maybe survive. The rest should be tortured to death, and they should all be tortured horrifically. Some of them will survive and go on to have terrible lives. Some of them will die at the hands of the abuser, but maybe some of them will have some sort of terrible life that they can, you know, claw back together. Try and get through the trauma. So look, guys, it's literally like in order you would have so many children abused and murdered, tortured horrifically, just so that one person can have effectively a bad life, right? To be a child abused and then to carry on surviving, right? So that person's bad life is worth other children should be forced into the torture chamber to produce that. So we've got a torture chamber. We're going to put some children in it. We're going to abuse them horrifically. And we need to do this so that one person can have a bad life. Right? So it's just a crazy system, right? Supporting life existing is supporting forcing children into torture chambers, so and you know sexual torture chambers, so that others can have fun, right? It's like, I'm running out of pleasure, guys. Put more children into the torture chamber, right? It is. I'm running out of meat. Put more animals on the oven, right? It's the same thing, right? It is the same thing. All of this entire system, this entire world is just a dynamic of abuse, exploitation, you know, causing suffering for benefit and then saying it's ethical, right? Owning slaves and then saying it's ethical, abusing children and saying, well, child abuse is okay, guys, as long as one of them survives. And if they die, then their suffering stops as well. So we should allow child abuse, right? As long as you kill them, it's ethical. Or if they survive, it's ethical. Child abuse is just ethical now, guys. Whether they die or live, want to live or not, it's just default ethical. Now, why? Why are they going to such insane, incredible lengths to defend child abuse? You know, someone said child abuse isn't that bad. Some of them survive. It's like, oh, well, child abuse is okay now, guys. I guess. Well, so why? Why are they defending child abuse? It's because it's a part of life. So any terrible thing which is a part of life, like you know, abusing 3-year-old girls and you know, putting your genitals inside them against their will and then doing it violently and then murdering them, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally cool. As long as life exists, then that should keep happening. Those innocent little children should keep being violently raped over and over again until they bleed to death, right? So that we can have fun. So, guys, look, the point is that I'm trying to make you guys understand how terrible what you're defending is, right? How outrageously horrific what you're defending and encouraging is, right? These children and people and animals being tortured by life and abusers or diseases, it's not something trivial. It's not something that's just fine and it's just a part of life. You know, slavery is not just part of life, something to be accepted. And neither is extreme suffering or bad lives. Absolutely not. Okay, so I'm still in the Discord waiting to see if anybody would like to join in. So, feel free to hop in, have a debate, ask any questions you'd like. Tell me why I'm crazy, maybe. If you can, I dare you, I challenge you. Now, the thing is that, rational humans like myself are, I don't know, we're in a different position to irrational humans, really. Like, we can channel rationality and they can't. So it's like an ability that we have that they don't, right? We can actually dominate their brains and our own, and their brains are dominated by irrationality. I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic, and I really do think that we should try and make humanity rational, genetically, if we can. Yeah, I mean, at the minute, we're not really massively focusing on these genetic reproduction programs for extinctionism. We're really just focusing on videos and stuff, but I think we're warming up, basically. I think, the movement is kind of warming up in that sense. The more people that are making videos and stuff, the more they're going to get into this, the more they're going to kind of know what they're doing. So yeah, eventually we will be starting the reproduction programs because we have to. It's the best way to end suffering and to achieve extinction is to reproduce extinctionists. An unfortunate necessity. Okay, let's see. What should we talk about next, guys? What's the next topic? Let's see, Salty Birdie is saying, what is we live on a super amazing planet, and we heard rumors that there was slavery and child abuse on another planet. Okay, some crazy stuff. If he truly wants to empathize, he would actually try to understand the perspectives of those who wish to live after experiencing traumatic events, not just declare them irrational. Well, it's not difficult to understand those psychologies, right? Those that want to live even after traumatic events are just coping, right? They're just engaging in survival, right? So it's nothing difficult to understand there. But Scooter, where is your empathy for those that don't survive? So that's, when Scooter said, oh, children being abused, well, what about the ones that aren't? What about the ones that survive, right? So it's effectively saying, yeah, who cares if they get murdered? Who cares if they get abused and then killed? It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. As long as there's at least one that goes on to survive. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Somebody's asking what my background is. Well, if you're asking about that, then it's a painting of several James Bonds. Cora is asking if she can come up, and the answer is yes. I'm going to drop the link to my Discord in the YouTube chat. Now, I don't know how easily you'll be able to select that and everything, but anybody can type in the link to the Discord right here. And you only have to type it into your web browser. So Safari, Chrome, Internet Explorer, Firefox, Opera, whatever. If you just type this in, then I'll be able to bring you up and talk to you. Now, in terms of survivors of traumatic experiences, yeah, it's natural that they want to go on to live. I'm not surprised about it at all. But I do think that it is wrong that anyone should have to be abused just so that somebody else can benefit, which is what Scooter is encouraging. He's saying, yeah, we should have a torture chamber where the unlucky ones get tortured to death so that, one lucky one can be produced as a result. But how is that fair to the victims? Is it necessary? Do we need that cruelty to happen to the victims? What is it about life existing which justifies and demands that cruelty? Right? Because again, stuff like extreme abuse, extreme suffering, you need an amazing justification for that, right? If you're going to say, guys, we need to abuse children today, then I'm going to say you better have a very good reason for it. And I want to hear it now, right? I'm not just going to go along with the child abuse I want to hear your reason for why we need to abuse kids. And I'm going to question you on it. Whereas right now, it's the opposite. All of the abuse and suffering is justified by default, basically. Because, again, people have that irrationality in their brain, which accepts it and allows it. All right. Let's see. No psychological professional will utilize these broad attributions. Yeah, Scooter is saying that most psychologists would disagree with extinction. Well, we don't care. Just because somebody is a professional doesn't mean they're right, Scooter. And yeah, again, we can prove them wrong, right? I can prove that I'm right, and I can prove that they're wrong in a way that is irrefutable, right? To where even you or they will be unable to refute it. Right, so that's because extinction is correct. We can defend the position, right? Whereas people cannot defend their positions against extinction. And if they could, then guess what? They would have explained to me why extinction is wrong. And being a rational person, I would have accepted it and said, okay, yeah, your reasoning, your explanation for why extinction would be wrong, it makes sense. And I agree. So yeah, forget about it. Forget extinction. So if extinction were wrong, then I would have come to that conclusion, and others would have been able to help me reach that conclusion as well. But that's never happened, ever, right? Out of basically thousands of debates. So whereas, we have been able to prove everybody else wrong. Every time, basically. With maybe a few exceptions. People like trolling. It's illegal and the predators have to get killed or tortured in jail. That doesn't stop it happening though, right? Child abuse still happens. And, if those predators get tortured in jail, do you really think that helps the victim, Cora? A child has been raped and murdered. Do they benefit now because the perpetrator is being punished? How? Okay, explain how they benefit. Is their spirit watching from beyond the grave and saying, this makes up for it now. My perpetrator is being tortured, so now everything's fine. The fact that I was raped and murdered and now I'm a ghost, it's fine. It perfectly balances out. Perfection in the world is restored, right? No, absolutely not. James is the only one making justifications for child abuse, says Julian. Really? So when I'm saying we should ban child abuse and you disagree, you think I'm making justifications for child abuse and you're not? Interesting. I'm not sure what's going on in your head there, Julian. Do you want to explain how I'm trying to justify child abuse? Julian, lying is the last resort for people who are wrong. Yeah, absolutely. Again, so to give Julian some, unfair credit here, I think she's trying to say that extinction would be a type of child abuse, that to make them extinct would be to abuse them. So, again, the thing is that extinction doesn't abuse the lucky ones. Right? It actually makes them safe as well. It corrects their exposure to extreme suffering as well. So, extinction isn't to punish or to take away from anybody, really. It's actually to just provide safety for every individual from suffering and being trapped in a bad life. So that's all it is. It's not about abusing kids, killing them like Julian is suggesting. Yeah, I was right. Julian said, you want to kill all children, that's child abuse. So, Julian, do you think that extinction would be, would have more killing and more suffering than it prevents? So yeah, extinction would be would be bad in some ways, right? If it causes any suffering, then it would be bad. But that doesn't mean it's wrong, right? So when a police officer tackles a criminal and breaks his leg or something, that is a bad thing, right? It causes them to suffer a lot, and any suffering is always bad. But that doesn't mean it's wrong, okay? And just because extinction might cause some suffering doesn't mean it's wrong. Right? Just because the suffering that it causes is bad, because all suffering is bad, doesn't mean it's wrong. So, for example, a billionaire who gets taxed and loses all of his money, or half of it, right? He's going to suffer a little bit, right? That doesn't mean it's wrong. Okay, to feed like millions of poor people and take away from the money of one rich person, is it wrong? Is it wrong to, arrest a child abuser and to tackle him and send him to prison? Is that wrong because it makes him suffer, even though it protects the victim? So this is effectively what Julian is saying, that yeah, if you put a child abuser in prison, it's wrong. That's abusing the child abuser, right? So Julian doesn't care about the victim being abused at all. Julian thinks that, extinction would be wrong. So you've got like children being abused horrifically, and we stop that. And then you've got child abusers abusing the kids, and we stop that. And Julian is like, no, the child abuse should continue, because this would be unfair to the child abusers. And again, you might say, I'm not a child abuser. I just support child abuse existing. Well, no, you are a child abuser then. If you support life existing, you support the child abuse within it existing, then you are encouraging child abuse. You're supporting it, you're defending it, you're contributing towards it. Absolutely you are. If you're saying we shouldn't end child abuse, because that would be unfair to the abusers or the lucky ones, right? So it's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. And so Julian still thinks it's wrong to kill children to achieve extinction. So, Julian, if you can explain to me how extinction would involve more killing than it prevents, then maybe I'll agree with you. Now, we know, Julian, that the world is going to have lots of killing and lots of children getting killed, lots of animals getting killed. And so, you're defending that basically, or you're implying perhaps that extinction would cause more killing than it would prevent. So, Julian, if you can just explain why and how, then maybe I'll agree with you and say, yeah, you're right, forget about extinction. So if you can explain how, getting rid of the current generation would involve more killing than all of the future generations combined, then maybe I'll agree with you. Now, even then, I still probably wouldn't agree, but yeah, that's the only way for Julian to have a rational argument here, right? It would be to explain how, yeah, she's saying, oh, extinction involves killing, it's bad. Okay, well, the reason why we're going to do extinction with the killing anyway is because it's the lesser of two evils, right? There will be much more killing and worse suffering if we don't do this. So the point is that you're saying extinction is unacceptable because it would involve killing. But the alternative with much more killing is acceptable. So you're literally saying, we should choose more killing, basically. You're saying we should choose more killing because killing is wrong. So that's why I say that these positions are like absurdly irrational, like just ridiculously irrational. Okay, because you are literally saying that that we should preserve the larger amount of suffering because a small amount of suffering is wrong. Right? It's just completely insane. Completely insane. So sorry, I've got a cold. So, Julian, I'm going to try and engage with her again, right? You just support killing children. This is a solution to that. This is the only thing that stops that, whereas there will be much more if we don't do this, Julian. And then Julian says, not one child death is justified by your sick worldview, but infinite child deaths carrying on for the rest of time is justified in Julian's worldview. So prevention of cruelty involving some killing is worse and less acceptable than just infinite killing and infinite cruelty. So Julian would go, more killing, more suffering, let's go with that. and then saying, yeah, a tiny bit of suffering, that's you can't do that. So how can you possibly, Julian's head must be an impressive species. Someone asked me the other day, if you were a serial killer, what would be your MO? And I said, I would take their brains and study them, right? I would love to study Julian's brain and understand how they can possibly think it's rational to say that extinction would cause more suffering and killing than it prevents. Now, obviously, I'm not a serial killer. I'm not going to kill anyone. I'm not going to steal anyone's brain. And we don't need to. Like, we can actually study Julian's brain from a distance and just examine all of the crazy things that they're saying. So I'm still waiting on Julian to tell us why extinction would involve more killing than it prevents. Now, again, for wild animals, there is absolutely no argument for that. There is zero argument. Like, you can't even begin to make an argument that extinction for animals would involve more killing than it prevents. You can't even begin to make that argument, right? There's not even a grain of irrationality that you can put into that. But for humans, it's slightly easier to make an irrational argument for it, right? That there would be more killing with extinction. But look, for lots of children, they die at an early age, right? Or they get killed at an early age, or 10, 11, 12, right? Or they die in childbirth, or they die as a baby. So a lot of the victims are actually dead. And so there's a bit of a bias going on where we only consider the currently existing life, and all of those who died and suffered terribly, well, they're gone now, so we don't consider them. We just consider the survivors, basically. And so when we're talking about, extinction causing more violence and more killing of children, I mean, effectively, the only way that could possibly be true is if humanity cures aging, right? If humanity becomes immortal, and just no one ever dies ever again. That would be the only way that extinction would involve more death for humanity than it prevents, is if everybody becomes immortal, basically. Yeah, that would be the only way, logically, right? Because otherwise you're going to have more, deaths all the time. Children are dying every day. They're being forced into terrible lives and then being murdered every day. Or diseases, and they're dying during childbirth or dying a few months old, etc. So this is just happening over and over again. And putting an end to that and making it so that children are not being killed all the time, Julian thinks that would involve more killing. So yeah, you really have to go through some incredible mental gymnastics to think that even for humanity, that extinction would involve more killing and more suffering than it prevents. And again, as I explained earlier, it could do, right? Yeah, if we do extinction for humanity because it's suffering terribly, right, and then it's gone. But had we waited one more day, we would have discovered heaven or something. So is that possible? Yeah, sure. Or everyone's immortal and no one dies ever again, and Julian's fantasy becomes real. Basically, that's the only way, right? That we do extinction, and then like the next day, had we not done extinction, had we carried on trying to create heaven, we would have done it. And that's the only way that Julian's fantasy that extinction would cause more suffering would work. Cora's asking me to debate something. Cora, yeah, what would you like me to debate exactly? Someone please debate that. Yeah, so guys, look, I am just sat in the voice channel on Discord waiting, right? All of these people in the chat, like Julian, right? Look, Julian has been on this stream for 4.5 hours, right? There is absolutely no excuse for not having the time to type in the URL and come and debate me live on YouTube, right? There's no excuse. She's been here for 4.5 hours just trolling in the chat. So why won't she come and debate me? It's because she knows deep down, subconsciously, that she can't, basically. And it's the same for everyone else. Now, it's a real shame. I would love to just do debate after debate, but people don't want to debate this. They know that they can't. So Julian, we're still waiting on you to explain how extinction would involve more killing. Now, as I've been engaging with Julian on this, their response has been, everyone, please call the police on this guy. So again, Julian cannot reason on this, cannot argue, debate, reason, use logic, give an explanation for why extinction would involve more killing than it prevents. Instead, they'll say, everyone should call the police on this guy. Why? So yeah, it's amazing. They can't prove that it's wrong, and they'll just say, yeah, just call the police. So yeah, I'm going to have to time you out for that again. Now, it's actually crazy how bad the moderation system is on YouTube, right? There should obviously be a way to just, get rid of someone forever. Oh yeah, this user's messages will be hidden. I think we got rid of Julian. I think she's gone. So I think the banning might have worked there, It's not a very good moderation system on YouTube though, but I think we've gotten rid of Julian, which is a shame. You know what? Literally, I would much rather debate Julian on voice channel right now. I don't want to ban them, but they're literally trolling in the chat, trying to get me swatted. So all of these people, I don't want to ban anyone. I don't want to kick anybody out. The 2 debates I did earlier, I wanted to debate them, but they were trolling so badly, shouting over me that I had no choice but to kick them, right? They were being incredibly rude and domineering. So, you can't just allow people to do that. Anyway, I don't think anyone should call the police on this person. He seems to be a goofball who doesn't understand the basic logic, the basics of logical reasoning. Okay, Scooter, so again, what logical reasoning is at fault here? So again, it's very easy for people to say, yeah, this is wrong. Why? Well, yeah, when you don't need to give a reason, it's easy to disagree with stuff, isn't it? Especially when you don't have a reason. So Scooter says, producing a non-infinite number of human beings could potentially dwarf the amount of life that would have existed in the universe. Yeah, it doesn't follow that your project would prevent more suffering. That doesn't make any sense. That if we have loads of humans, we could dwarf any other life. Right, okay, so what Julian is saying, I've seen this argument before. Sorry, not Julian, Scooter. It's a completely insane and irrational argument which doesn't make any sense. And I've already debunked it on this stream today. So a lot of people, it's a bit of a niche one. You won't see it that often, but sometimes you will see this irrational counter argument where they say that a universe full of life would have less suffering than a universe with 0 life. So that just doesn't make sense, Scooter, right? You're going to have a universe full of potential victims suffering instead of 0 victims, 0 potential for suffering. So a lot of people have made this argument, even though it is a particularly bad one, right? They say that if the universe is full of life, then surely that's a better solution to suffering than no life. It's the opposite. It's going to have infinite victims. The universe will just be full of suffering. It's the exact opposite. So, you're calling me out for, inability to use basic logic when you're saying, what's going to have more suffering? More victims or less potential victims? It should be obvious. The fewer potential victims, the less suffering there will be. Okay, explain why green is green without circular reasoning. That's an unreasonable request and an irrational one. It's like saying, should we ban child abuse? Well, first you have to prove that green is green. It's like, no. So people often make these unreasonable, not always impossible demands, but often impossible. And so, yeah, again, it's not because there's a good reason to make that demand. It's specifically, intentionally gaslighting. So for all of these kind of responses and arguments that people come out with, it's not that they genuinely believe this and that there's a good reason for them to make this argument. It is just gaslighting. That is it. Now it sounds horrible, and Cora's going to hate me for saying this as well. Like, oh, come on, you're saying these people don't have, opinions and beliefs and positions and perspectives. Sure, what you're just going to say that all of their perspectives and opinions is just not even actually their perspectives and opinions, but some sort of terrible feature in the brain that is just doing this? Yeah, absolutely. So all of these terrible things they're saying, they're not their actual positions or opinions. They're just being forced to say it by the inhibitor, basically. So they're not positions worth respecting, or they're not even positions that are held by the people, realistically. Right? No one really believes that a grain of sand is larger than a beach. Okay, so it's only that their ability to think rationally is completely compromised when trying to think about extinction. So someone can, think about something else, like 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Suffering is bad? Huh? What? Prove it! Well, you didn't need proof for 1 + 1 = 2. Why on earth would you need proof that suffering is bad? What do you mean that you need proof that child abuse is bad? Like, what are you talking about? So, their ability to think rationally and normally is completely compromised the moment they start trying to think rationally about things that affect survival and reproduction. Now, there is kind of like an amount of rationality that humans are kind of permitted and allowed, but even for topics which aren't related to survival and reproduction, the more rational it is, the more it will be inhibited, because rationality itself is one of the main things being inhibited, because it leads towards less survival and reproduction. Okay. And then, let's move on. Let's see if we've got any other questions in the chat. That is objectively not what I'm saying. There is a limitation on the amount of life that could be produced in a universe like ours. Eventually, the conditions necessary to create life will end. So, yeah, of course, there's a limitation on the amount of life that could be produced in the universe. But again, maximizing the number of victims would cause more suffering. So again, Scooter, having a universe full of life would be a universe full of suffering. For some reason, you don't understand that 0 life, 0 suffering would be the better option, the safer option. That should just be obvious. The notion that you would prevent more suffering relies on the assumption that an infinite number of beings would be produced otherwise. No, I mean, it doesn't really work like that, Scooter, right? We know that life reproduces, and it's about stopping the cycle. So you're effectively irrationally not considering the existence of reproduction in that statement. And again, so like, look, the existence of reproduction, right? It's obvious, right? You should obviously incorporate that into your thinking. But in the same way that people are incapable of understanding the validity and the valid reasons for extinction, the inhibitor will often prevent you from understanding other things as well, in a very powerful way, right? So the existence of reproduction as a concept and a thing, it just stopped existing for him, basically, right? It just stopped existing during that thought process for Scooter. So we know that beings will reproduce and just keep causing suffering. And Scooter is also saying that, that for extinction to prevent more suffering than it causes, there would have to be involvement with the future generations. But that's not even true. So even right now, if we euthanized every animal on the earth, again, it wouldn't cause more suffering than it prevents for the current generation. So even if reproduction didn't exist and we just had the current generation, right, who are suffering terribly, extinction would still prevent more suffering than it causes. Right? Those who are in an entire life of pure hell, begging for death, right? What is 30 seconds of going to sleep compared to that? It's nothing. So it's a very, very privileged position to think that extinction would cause more suffering than it prevents. An incredibly privileged position, again, where you think that a grain of sand would be larger than a beach. But, that grain of sand being larger than the beach, right? Where the beach is suffering and victims, and the grain of sand is the suffering caused by extinction. For these irrational people, the beach is tiny, right? The beach doesn't even exist, right? All of the suffering and victims, it doesn't exist. So yeah, the grain of sand is bigger because there is no beach. So that is actually how it works for these people. That's part of that process, that thought process. That's why they think a grain of sand could be larger than a beach, because yeah, suffering doesn't even exist for them. So any suffering that we're trying to prevent with extinction, they can't even process that it exists. And so yeah, a tiny grain of sand, it starts to look bigger because you can't see anything else. And is this starting to make sense to you guys? Because this is true. Like, I'm not exaggerating. This is actually a pretty smart thing I think I've just said. Sometimes I come out with good stuff, right? So yeah, it is because they cannot see the suffering. So we're presenting extinction and they're like, oh, that sounds like it would cause suffering. And then all of the suffering that it would prevent, it just doesn't exist to them. It's like, yeah, the grain of sand there is only a grain of sand, right? The suffering caused by extinction. There is no other suffering. So that's why it seems like a valid argument to them to say that extinction would cause more suffering than it would prevent, because they can't see all the other suffering. They can't see any suffering. And that's a fact. All right, let's see. But again, you do not know that the grain of sand will be larger than the beach. How much longer? Well, it could be, though. That's the point. So I did say earlier that even if extinction caused more suffering than it prevented, it's still the right thing to do because you're playing it safe. So playing it safe can go wrong sometimes. Yeah, if you fold your hand at poker, right, you might lose that hand but save your chips. Okay, but if you play every time, then yeah, you're risking it. You're going to lose at some point. So you should play it safe. And people are like, well, what if we risk it all and we win? That's what they're saying. What if we risk all of the children and it works out? What if we can have our cake and eat it? And we're saying, no, we should not risk the children for any reason. It's not worth any reward. Okay, it's not. I'm sure you could get smart, but it is not necessarily an entailment from... Yeah, you do not seem to know how to make a basic syllogism. So again, Scooter, just complete gobbledygook, right? Just gibberish. I'm sure you could get smart, but it is not a necessary entailment from the argument that you are utilizing because you do not know how to make a basic syllogism. So what on earth is he saying? Well, it's just complete gibberish. It is, right? There is nothing actually there. Now, there might be something, but it's effectively gibberish what Scooter is saying. Because, again, his brain is making him say gibberish. It's making him irrational because it doesn't want him to think rationally about this. So that's why it made Scooter think that this was a good sentence. Let's hear it again. I'm sure you could get smart, but it is not a necessary entailment from the argument that you are utilizing. You do not seem to know how to make a basic syllogism. So he's not referring to anything. So we have no idea what he's talking about. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't refer to anything. And that's what a lot of people do. When I say that people are just making very low quality arguments like, I disagree with this. It's like, well, they're not making any references of, you've said this and here's why I disagree with it. It's just like, you lack basic logic. Which argument did you have a problem with and what's the problem? They won't tell you. They won't go into specifics. They can't, right? They have to be as vague as possible so that they can say nonsense and not get called out for it. Okay, we've got someone in the Discord. Walid, hello, how are you doing?
I don't know what's happening here. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Eti, what's up?
Yeah, do you have any questions for us?
Not really. What is it all about?
It's the movement about abolish all suffering.
About what?
So, about James explained it to him. You explained so much better.
Yeah, so it's the pro-extinction movement is a social justice movement which is to abolish bad lives and suffering. So right now, the dynamic of life existing is that there are bad lives so that the good lives can exist. But that's really evil. It's like slaves existing so that people can make money. So bad lives existing so that others can have good lives is not fair, and it's not right. And the lucky ones in this system, the happy people, think it's a good system, which is quite amazing, really. Obviously, they think it's a good system. They're benefiting it. They're in the good lives. But those in bad lives don't deserve to suffer like that. And extinction is their only answer, because life is not safe in this world. We can't make it safe. So there will always be bad lives and good lives as long as life exists in these unsafe conditions. And so it's not fair and it's not right. And the extreme suffering and harm, the tragedies and the misery, the pain that is being forced onto these victims is not justifiable or ethical, and it is just predation, exploitation, basically. So the pro-extinction movement is coming to do total extinction of animals and humans and all life, everything, and total prevention of life ever coming back for the maximum prevention of suffering, the maximum prevention of bad lives, and the maximum safety, basically, to make as much of the world as uninhabitable as possible so that no life is forced to exist by nature or by somebody else and allowed to suffer terribly for no point, just to have fun, basically. That's all life is, a bit of fun at the extreme expense of the victims. So we're not going to allow that anymore. And we have people around the world agreeing that life shouldn't be allowed to exist when it's causing so much harm, and agreeing to help us carry out total extinction. We're doing peaceful activism to grow the movement until we have enough people to make total extinction possible. Do you have any questions?
So how you want to do it?
Yeah, so we want to do it by euthanasia. And that, like for animals, that could take the form of gas, for example, and also making the world uninhabitable. So in a sense, humanity has already been doing extinctionism, chopping down forests, making the planet uninhabitable in certain places. Now, we want the planet to be stable and habitable for us while we do animal extinction.
The question was, how would you do it?
Euthanasia.
Not what's the aim?
Euthanasia.
Euthanasia.
I answered you. I told you that we would euthanize the animals and make it so that they cannot come back, make it uninhabitable.
Okay, so you would euthanize whole race of animals.
Not races, but species. Yeah.
Species, yeah. Which kind of species?
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you erase all of the bees.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a complete troll.
Why?
How do you imagine life is able, like we are able to live without bees, without animals at all?
There is.
How do you imagine that? how do you imagine that? Are you vegan?
Do you want me to answer?
Of course.
Yeah. So,
but
so no, you don't want me to answer.
You don't want me to answer. I do want you to answer, but make it short. Like you're making a complete.
All right. See you later, Walid. Yeah. See you later. Yeah, I want you to answer, but keep it short. How about we ban you from the Discord server? Bye. So he wanted me to keep it short because he was like, basically his brain was like, I can take maybe a little bit of rationality, but if he makes too much sense, my brain's going to explode. So he didn't want too much of an answer. But I mean, I don't know if he really had any questions worth addressing, to be honest, or anything there. It was just garbage. Okay, let's see if there's any more questions in the chat. Defiance is getting a lot of hate in the chat. Cora is getting some hate in the chat, absolutely. Cora says, I can't kill children, I just can't. Am I a monster for this? Nobody is asking you to kill children, Cora. If you were to do activism for extinction, it would be for prevention of children being killed. So look, it's very easy for people to just care about any of the suffering or killing caused by extinction, but to just not care about the victims for whom it's necessary at all. It's like, oh, extinction would cause killing, so it's bad. It's like, but it would cause less killing than it prevents. So what about all the other killing? It's like, well, that killing is good. What? Amazing. Right. So that guy who just got kicked out of the Discord, he is a crazy Islamic guy, actually. So it makes sense that we were not going to get a good argument out of him. Okay. And again, I only kicked him because he said, yeah, give me a short response. Like, trying to decide how I answer to him. Like, what a cringe guy. All right, so we're just going to, ban him from the chat. And he's finished. Okay, let's see. Do we have any more interesting questions? By my definition, which you agreed to, going to the gym and working out causes suffering. Have you watched guys tear limbs and bleed when they're suffering? Yeah, I mean, look, there's lots of types of suffering, guys. And, for the privileged people in this world, literally going to the gym is a type of suffering for them. So you've got children being tortured, abused, in disability, mental disability, brain damage. You've got people with depression trying to kill themselves. You've got animals being tortured horrifically, being, murdered by psychopaths and sadists, filmed, and but no, forget all of that. Going to the gym is the ultimate type of suffering. So what a level of privilege, right? And that's what most of, what we're dealing with is just privilege, incredible privilege, where it's like, oh, extinction would cause me suffering. Who cares about anyone else, right? So it is immense amounts of privilege, right? If you really think that the gym is a significant type of suffering, then you're trolling, right? Now, look, does going to the gym make you suffer? Yes. And it is a bad thing. Right? Nobody should have to waste their life in the gym doing pointless stuff just to try and feel better. And it does cause suffering, it does hurt sometimes, etc. So is it bad? Yeah, it is another part of the suffering of life. Now, are there some benefits? Yeah. But even if something is made up for, or like you get the muscles, the suffering is still bad. Right? You shouldn't have to be in a situation where you have to suffer in order to benefit. So it is still bad, even if the result is somewhat good in some sense. There was still something bad that had to happen. Now, personally, I don't believe that going to the gym causes that much suffering. Right? I do think it's a good thing. I would encourage it for everyone. But ultimately, I do think that it is a waste of time in a sense. And it does cause some suffering. So it's all bad. But, talking about the suffering from going to the gym is like spitting on the faces of all of the victims who are going through real types of suffering. James just said it's suffering. This is hilarious. Now answer me again. Why is suffering morally objectively bad? Why is child abuse morally objectively bad, guys? We shouldn't ban child abuse. We should allow it until someone can provide the impossible and unreasonable standard of proving that suffering is morally objectively bad. Now, look, we can do it, right? But you shouldn't need it, right? It's completely unnecessary and unreasonable and irrational to require these things, like prove that child abuse is bad. Otherwise, I defend it. And that is what you're saying, right? It's the exact same, right? Prove that suffering is bad. It's like a child abuser being arrested saying, no, officer, please stop. You have to prove that child abuse is bad and that the suffering caused by it is bad. The police officer is going to say, nice try, buddy. We know what your disgusting, immoral type are like. That asking for proof that suffering is bad. Yeah, you're going straight to prison, you disgusting piece of garbage. Right? So in the same way, a child abuser might say, prove that child abuse is bad. M-Walk in the chat is saying, prove that, suffering is bad. So it's the same thing. It's like a slave owner saying, prove that slavery is bad. It's like, okay, what type of proof do you want exactly? And obviously they don't actually want proof. Right? Look, guys, if somebody says prove that slavery is bad, right? If somebody supporting it says prove slavery is bad, do you think they actually want you to prove it? So like this guy in the chat saying, prove that suffering is bad. Do you think that they want to come to a rational understanding of the truth? Do you think they want the truth? If the truth is that it is objectively bad, is that what they want? No, absolutely not. It's that they want to defend the child abuse and the suffering and the bad lives existing. So it's an unreasonable standard to request proof of things like that. Now, the thing is that the rational and reasonable way to deal with it is that basically, guys, a lot of our understanding that we rely on comes from basically like objective understanding of reality, like sensory input in a large way. So, for example, we know that a cat is an animal. We know that if it's eating food, it's probably quite happy. If it's purring, it's happy. Right? And we know if it's, screaming in pain and bleeding all over the floor, that it probably is suffering. Right? So we can absolutely rely on these sort of raw data, if you will, right? Raw data, where you're reacting in the moment to that raw data. You're not having to process it and think, oh wow, the cat is screaming and bleeding everywhere. I wonder if it's suffering. No, you don't need to do that, right? It's just obvious. Your brain is perfectly capable of understanding the situation. It has evolved to be capable of accurately understanding the situation. And so we know that suffering is bad because our brains can just answer simple questions, right? And our brains can understand things like that, right? So if your girlfriend is screaming in pain, you know that she's suffering. You know that it's bad. You don't need to prove it. You're not like, darling, I know you're screaming in pain, but can you prove that your suffering is actually bad? Can you prove that it's morally bad before I get you that paracetamol? So we rely on our ability to just understand and see and navigate through the world. And it's very accurate. It's extremely accurate, guys. So our brains, we understand the world in a very objective, impartial, accurate way, right? For example, you can walk down the street, you know where you're going, right? So all of these things, your ability to understand all of these things is very, very impartial. Okay, and this is the point I'm making, that it's not biased, right? It's accurate. It's an objective and accurate and impartial, true, accurate understanding of reality, right? So you can understand, oh yeah, my girlfriend is screaming in pain. That's a bad thing. She's suffering, right? These are all just, our brain can understand situations. It can understand the truth of what's happening, the reality. It's very good at it, right? If somebody breaks into your house, you know what's happening, okay? And so it is that same innate ability to just understand things without having to go through equations and stuff like, oh, is suffering bad? I just don't know, right? It's our ability. Now, part of that ability relies on education and learning more about the world, right? But as you do that, your brain, it does sort of snap things into place, snap things into being coherent and accurate, okay? And so, yeah, it is the same ability to understand the world that assists in the extinctionist understanding of the world as well. Right? It's very obvious to us that pleasure and happiness and good lives are frivolous and trivial and unnecessary, and that there would be nothing bad if they stopped existing. Right? It's just a luxury. It is selfish. It is privilege and luxury, right, at the expense of victims. So it's the more rational your brain is, the more you can understand the world accurately and rationally. And so we can understand that, yeah, nobody needs to be alive. There's no great demand or purpose or necessity, whereas everyone does need to not be suffering terribly. And that Yeah, so part of that accurate understanding of the world is to understand how terrible the suffering of the victims is. And this is a really, really important part of it, is that we can accurately understand how terrible their suffering is, and we can empathize with it, we can imagine it, we can feel it, basically. We know how terrible it is. But for other people that struggle to understand the world accurately and struggle to confirm their understanding of it, right? It's kind of confusing to them. It's like, oh, we just don't know anything, right? We just can't be sure of anything. So their ability to understand the world accurately is compromised to where it's like, well, maybe there's magic, maybe there's ghosts, maybe there's this, maybe there's that, maybe there's a simulation, maybe there's Jesus, maybe there's Allah, maybe there's just a constant stream of bullshit, basically, and just gibberish, right? It's because they've evolved to be actually incapable of understanding the world properly. Those that failed to understand the world and were like, oh, maybe it's some crazy stuff, right? They're feeding into the fantasy, right? The pro-life fantasy, which is an essential part of the human psychology, which again, and irrationality, right? It's the fantasy. It's the irrational fantasy that life existing is good, that surviving and reproducing is good. It's a complete fantasy. Okay. Let's see. So, guys, I'm still in the Discord, just waiting for anyone to join. Now, I did say, after kicking the first two people, that if anybody wants to join, just be polite. That's it. If you want to guarantee that I won't kick you, if you want a 100% guarantee that you will not be kicked if you debate me, just be polite. That's it. But again, the inhibitor is threatened by that, right? So it detects that politeness and it realizes that the high quality communication that will come as a result is a threat, right? That higher level of rationality as a result of higher quality communication is a threat. So it makes them be rude and aggressive so that I will kick them out, basically. So they got themselves kicked. It is as simple as that. Look, if you go onto somebody else's show and like the first thing you say is like to be really rude and aggressive and to speak over the other person, start making demand, of course you're going to get kicked. So they've done it on purpose, well, without realizing it. Their subconscious did it on purpose. Their subconscious was like, I need a way out of this. I need a way to defend survival and reproduction. Right? We cannot allow it to be interrogated. So let's get ourselves kicked out of this debate. That is the truth, guys. I've only just really realized that, the extent to which that is the truth. Okay. All right, James, what is the ultimate reality? That's a great question. I love answering questions like this, and I love the fact that you're thinking about this sort of stuff, So, extinctionism is a gateway to rationality, but it does kind of lead you to think of all of the interesting questions in life. So Salty is saying, what is the ultimate reality? It's a kind of an ambiguous question, but for me, what is the ultimate truth, I guess, would be that we live in effectively hell, and most people are only able to see it as heaven. So it's like seeing child abuse as compassion. It's like seeing torture as kindness. And people are locked into this completely massive mental disability. So we are in hell, right? The world is effectively hell. Now, I am an atheist, but it is effectively hell. Okay, so that is the ultimate truth of the world, that we are all in hell, and we are all going to be tortured while everyone else is being tortured around us. But at the same time, we are forced to see it as not being hell, right? Whether it's heaven or a nice place to live, a good world. So we are unable to see, most people are unable to see when the world is bad. They're unable to see when bad things are happening, which means that all of the bad stuff just gets to happen with no punishment and no reprise. Right? That's why all of the terrible things going on in life are being allowed for the small benefit that comes as a result. Because people are just completely blind to it. They're not able to think about it. They've literally evolved to be incapable of thinking about the existence of extreme suffering. So we live in hell, basically, and nobody is able to see it. So all of the victims are being tortured all around us, and nobody is able to see them or to understand that they need help. So we do live in effectively the most tragic and worst world possible. Thoughts on prison planets? So I'm an atheist. A lot of people have this prison planet theory that, Earth is a soul trap, and we're farming the souls and torturing the souls. But this is like a very spiritualistic, gnostic position, right? The prison planet theory is that there is an evil God who is torturing everyone, right? Because he is evil and enjoys torturing people. So no, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any of that. I believe that nature is the ultimate bad, right? Nature is the culprit, the ultimate cause of all of the suffering and the victimization, right? Nature is what forces life to exist through abiogenesis. So it is just that stuff exists, basically. If stuff exists, then it is nature. And unfortunately, the nature of it is that our universe just forces children to exist and suffer in the worst pain imaginable. That is the only significant thing that our world is doing. It is just torturing children. So that is how extinctionists see the world. We are in the worst world possible, and the only significant thing happening is that innocent individuals are being tortured horrifically and murdered by nature. And anything else is just completely irrelevant, gibberish nonsense, right? Anything other than that suffering happening is just doesn't need to be considered, really, Oh, but what about our happiness? Don't I matter more than the children being abused? No. Your happiness does not matter more than the prevention of children being tortured. And so effectively you're asking people to be selfless, to be willing to die at the drop of a hat for an animal that they've never met, or a child that they've never met on the other side of the planet or the other side of the universe. You're asking people to be willing to just die at the drop of a hat, like extinctionists are. So in that sense, if that way of thinking about it kind of helps you see that, extinctionism is the ultimate moral demand, the ultimate moral request. And it's, when we talk about like doing the hard thing, but doing the right thing, even if it's difficult, then extinctionism is the ultimate version of that, right? You're asking people to be willing to just completely be willing to die for anyone at any time. Like, yeah, okay, I'll just die for you. Sure, why not? So obviously that goes so far against their nature and their rationality that it's asking too much. But anything rational is asking too much, really. I've seen a tribal documentary where the tribesman was asked, what is good and bad? And he said, good is if we take their women, bad is if they take ours. It's an interesting thing. But it's all about exploitation, isn't it? So more exploitation is good, less exploitation for us is bad. So, yeah. Let's see. We've got Lucas in the chat. He says, what's up? I was watching your podcast episodes from TikTok all day yesterday. Finished like 2 or 3. Super entertaining. Yeah, it's a shame I got banned on TikTok. It was a lot of fun. He needs negative energy to live, is the theory, and uses negative entities to farm loosh. Interesting. Yeah, no, I don't believe in any of that spiritual stuff. I don't believe in an afterlife. I don't believe in a god or an evil god or anything like that. Jimmy says, why do I need to emotionally attach myself to a dying animal? If you focus on the negativity, you will live a negative life. Yeah, a lot of people say that, extinctionism, thinking about child abuse. Why are you being so negative? Why are you being so depressing? And it's funny, in the same way that I said that they're not capable of thinking about the victims and their suffering. And as a shocking result, a crazy result, they end up just treating it like it doesn't exist. It's the same thing for Jimmy, basically, right? yeah, they just treat the sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought on that one. Let me try and find this comment again. All right, we're just going to move on. Actually, you can lose your train of thought quite easily with extinctionism. And one of the reasons for that is that it's complicated stuff that you're trying to think about and talk about. And the second main, potentially bigger reason for that is that, yeah, essentially the inhibitor will make you forget stuff. It will, again, the whole thing I've been explaining is that your brain will try and make it difficult for you to think about extinctionism. And so even for me, it still gets me sometimes a little bit. And so you can lose your train of thought in the same way that pro-lifers will say irrational things, right? So you're going too high, your thinking is getting too good, you get squashed. It does happen, even to me. So if you see me lose my train of thought and forget what I'm saying, that's probably why. It's because I've got so many, I'm trying to do the thinking, I've got these concepts and the brain is like, no, stop. And that is a fact. All right, let's see if we've got any more comments. Whether the spiritual stuff exists or not, it doesn't change the morality of extinction. Yeah, a lot of people, will say, oh, what if there's an afterlife? And what if there's reincarnation? And in pretty much all of those cases, you can still actually demonstrate how extinction would still be the better option. Right? It prevents more victims going to hell, etc. So the ultimate spiritual argument against extinctionism, like the strongest spiritual argument against extinctionism, is the idea that all of the life on Earth, and again, this isn't like an actual argument or theory, right? This is something born out of necessity. So here's extinction. Oh my God, I need a really good counter argument. Okay, so let me create one. Right, so this doesn't exist before it's needed, right? This isn't something that's out there very much, okay? So usually this only gets created as an argument when extinction exists. It's like, oh my God, we need to come up with something, anything. And so the strongest spiritual argument against extinction is the idea that all of the life on Earth is actually suffering less than it will suffer when it leaves Earth. That before you're alive on Earth and after you die, just anything outside of being alive on Earth is super hell. And any suffering on Earth is better than anything outside of that. So it's like, yeah, being abused to death as a child, that is actually way nicer than before I was born and after I get murdered. So the child abuse was like, that was just such a nice experience for me compared to everything else. The torture is just such a relief compared to the super torture. So that is the only spiritual argument that would hold even a slight bit of weight, just on the sort of the balance of it, right? Oh yeah, it would be bad to do extinction if that were the case. But again, there's no sort of real reason to assume that, or to take seriously the idea that there is an afterlife, there is a spirituality, there is a God, there is anything supernatural. And again, the idea that all life is suffering way worse before it's born and after it dies. Yeah, you'll hear people say that every now and then. You will. But it is just an excuse against extinction. That's all it is. Again, so all of these arguments, they're not like good arguments. They don't exist for no reason, right? They exist basically to stop extinction and to promote life existing. Okay, so I am I'm still in the voice channel on Discord. It's an open channel, an open Discord. Anybody can come in and join in and chat with me, debate me, right? Ask me questions. Tell me why extinction would be bad. Please try. I dare you. I challenge you. Okay, a lot of people are asking me, what is my usual schedule for the stream? Now, I don't actually have a usual schedule, but I am working on getting one going. So I'm probably going to make it like 12 p.m. midday British time until 5 p.m. So that's probably the pattern that I'm going to go for. It's a comfortable pattern, an easy pattern for me to get into. So that's what I'm going to try and do. A lot of people are asking me for this, so I should try and do it. So I'm going to say midday to 5 p.m. UK time. And that person is asking me in the chat on Kick. So if you didn't know, I'm trying multi-streaming. So I'm streaming to Twitch, Kick, Facebook, and YouTube. Now on Facebook, I'm getting absolute zero, like absolute zero. I don't think I'm getting any viewers at all. Nothing. It's pretty rubbish. Now, it's actually very difficult to find the live stream section on YouTube, on Facebook. They've buried it. So it makes sense I'm getting 0 views there. Kick is a platform I'm new to, but I think, yeah, someone is watching on Kick right now, so I will be building that up. I'm going to keep streaming on Kick. Facebook, though, I might have to get rid of it. I might try Instagram, streaming on Instagram instead. Replace Facebook with that. And then Twitch, it says that I have 1 person watching. It could be me, potentially, that it's counting as watching. So Twitch is a bit slow as well, but I am getting a follower every day on Twitch, so I'll be building that up. YouTube is where I'm most successful at the moment. But it is also possible that I'm stretching myself too thin and that I would get more engagement if I just stream to YouTube. So there's a lot of things to explore here. Okay, let's see. Do we have any more questions? So yeah, just to clarify, a lot of people asking, when is your normal streaming time? Can you make it regular? I'm going to try and commit to 12 p.m. midday until 5 p.m. UK time, Monday to Friday, and weekends when possible. So yeah, I do like to stream on the weekends, on Saturdays and Sundays, but I don't always do it. Okay, so yeah, it's 5 p.m. now, and it's been a good stream. Thank you all for joining us. And again, if you would like to debate tomorrow, next week, next month, or if you would just support the channel or you want to ask questions, anything, then join the Discord here. It's not just for debating, it's also a community Discord for Extinction, for my channel, etc. So if you want to debate or ask or whatever, just get yourself in there, and you can ask me questions outside of the stream, and I'll respond to you. Absolutely. All right, so it's been pretty good, guys. I'm considering just streaming to. No, I don't want to just stream to YouTube because I've got 2 people watching on Kick, and I want to build that up. I've got 1 person watching on Twitch, so it would be cool if I can just build up all the multi-platforms. That's what I'm going to try to do. Anyway, I've been going for exactly, let's see, 5 hours and 26 minutes, guys. So that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. And I'm going to call it there for the day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. I will be streaming, if not before then, maybe 11:30. But let's call it 12 p.m. midday UK time. I'm going to try and commit to that all day, every day, Monday to Friday, every week. Okay? And again, if you have any questions about Extinction in the meantime, join the Discord, and I'll be happy to talk to you 24/7. I'm one of those Discord people, unfortunately. Right, I'm going to see if there's any last comments in the YouTube chat that are worth addressing. And the answer is no, basically. No interesting comments at all. Not a surprise, right? Not a surprise. A rational brain, if it exists in the comments, it would be telling us something interesting, but there's nothing there really. So whether you're on Discord or Kick or Twitch or Facebook, join the Discord, and we can all unite together and talk about this further. In fact, we often have people from the movement. So there's 2 Discords, guys. There's my Discord here, and there's the Discord for the movement, as well as the WhatsApp group. Now, all of the activists making videos, doing street events and marches are organizing in those main groups. And we have around 100 activists, and you can learn more about that through our website, proextinction.com. But a lot of them do actually come into my debate channel, my debate Discord, to have debates with people. And, a couple of nights ago, we had 10, 12 people on voice chat on the Discord. going at it and discussing extinction. Steve came in, some other activists came in from the main Discord. So there's a lot of good conversation going on, a lot of good questions being asked, a lot of learning and educating happening there on my little Discord here. So feel free to join in. And that's it. I'm out of here. See you guys later. Dun, 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 dun.